What's going on, everybody? Appreciate everyone coming in tonight and joining us on this episode 2 of the Wandering Minds, the Conspiracy Podcast. I am here with my guy, Zion Zenith, Jordy Fighter, BPS, and my dude, Geo from the 215. We come here tonight, and the conversation we're going to put on the table for everybody is artificial intelligence. You know, that is a great movie, by the way. If you have not seen it, I recommend you do. Great movie. But yeah, we're going to take it a little bit different today. So everybody introduce yourself and we'll get going.
What's going on? You can find me at Zion Zenith on YouTube. I'm just here to, have fun and voice my opinion along all these great guys. My bad, I'm a little bit, you know what I'm saying. That being said, make sure you guys hit that sub button. Make sure you guys like up this video. Let's get in. Turn his bell on.
Big Z.
Jordy?
I am Jordy Fire, the host of many sports podcasts, and I'm here because I can't seem to escape these guys.
BPS?
Yeah, Big Play Slay on YouTube, on Twitter, and Instagram. Check me out, my boys. Just trying to have fun today.
Let's get it.
Geo.
Y'all can catch me from Geo from the 215 on Twitter and YouTube, and y'all can follow me on Twitch as well from Geo from the 215.
Yes, sir. And like my boy Zion said, hit that like button, hit that subscribe for everyone on this panel. We have a bunch of YouTubers on here. Some are even missing right now, like Philly Foothills and Logan and his dad. They weren't able to make it tonight, but shout out to them as well. I appreciate you guys coming on. So the topic we're going to lay on the table tonight is artificial intelligence, the pros, the cons, what's good about it. We can even bring up some movies and what those movies might entail, for the future, this is all just opinion based. So I'm actually very excited to get into this. First off, what is your guys' pros for artificial intelligence? I want to start out by asking you guys that. And whoever wants to go can go.
As far as the benefit that it can bring to, first off, look at the agriculture, look at the way we grow the way we grow vegetables, and the way we harvest the wind for energy. AI could help benefit that for the long run. If you think about one computer running a whole building, that the building has multiple layers of vegetables being grown. That could help out a lot. AI could also help out in obviously the automobile industry when it comes to self-driving vehicles. I used to work for a company. I signed an NDA, so I can't go into it, but they're planning on launching with some companies here in about 2025. I can't say who, I can't say what company, but LiDAR is becoming a big thing with self-driving vehicles, and that's the very early ages of AI. So that being said, we got the automobile industry, and then not alone just the technology and how we'll be able to do stuff a lot more faster when it comes to building, when it comes to outer space, when it comes to exploring the ocean. The pros of AI can, from the 1970s to now, technology has improved drastically. But if somehow we were able to obviously, it's going to take some time to master AI, but just with this infant stage of AI, we're slowly going on at that too. That opens up a lot of things, and that's going to jump our society ahead by at least 100 or 200 years in the matter of 30. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. How about you, Jordy? What's your pros for AI?
There's a lot of pros, but some of them are it helps production ramp up on things like cars and a lot of other things, especially if we were to go into a situation where we need said production, for example, a wartime production. I know there's tensions are high in certain areas right now, especially between countries like Russia and Ukraine. So that's always important. And as AI develops, it definitely helps with that. Not only that, connections to helping better the economy, which is always a good thing, especially with COVID hitting. Anything to help it get better works. And not only that, it just helps in healthcare. I mean, look how far we've come. We're now growing. We're finding ways to make what is it, livers or something like that,
Yeah.
out of nothing.
Stem cell research
And
and all that kind of stuff.
AI can only help with that too, because as time goes on, that can help people live longer, and that results in longer lifespans and everything. So there's definitely a lot of benefits to it.
BPS, what's your
Yeah.
positives?
Basically, what Zion and Jordy said, it helps with like technology in the future, designing and plannings, problem solving. You know, like certain things like technology. I think it helps with crops as well. I feel like there's a lot of pros with artificial technology, and there's going to be a lot of things that come with it in the future. You know, there's going to be a lot of wars in the future. So basically, what Jordy said about the Ukraine-Russia thing, with that, and you know how stuff can build up so well, in the future, like between certain countries, and artificial intelligence has a lot to do with that basic technology and stuff. So yeah, so basically my thing on it with the pros and stuff.
Well, the crops is good, what everybody's saying as well, but the ocean as well. There, this artificial intelligence could like scan the ocean levels, and it's basically picking up like the ice capsules that are melting as well. It could tell climate control, like it's what's going on with the climate. Like it's crazy. And then we tend to forget the one thing. AI is in football now. Now we could pick up guys' speed, like literally in 1 second they could post it right there and then. They could tell it's crazy. These cameras can pick up like
All
a
these
player's
next gen
speed
stats.
right there and then. Yeah, next gen stat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it is truly amazing, man. Like you guys have said it, from healthcare to automobiles to space to the ocean. You know, there's so many pros to this, but there is a lot of negatives to AI. You know, too. Like my big one is you're gonna have to realize, like, I don't know. Shit, his name slipped my mind, but the dude that just was running for president when Biden got it.
Andrew Yang.
Andrew
Yes,
Yang.
thank you. Yang. I was a huge Yang supporter, man. I really was. I liked the way he
His
talked. I liked
idea would work.
everything about him.
Idea.
Yeah, I really liked everything about him. And he made the point, listen, AI is going to take over the world here in about 10 years. Easy. 5 to 10 years. Okay. You're going to have AIs flipping burgers, you know, at McDonald's. Like, it's not going to be something that a normal person is going to be able to do anymore. You know, you're going to have AIs taking trash out.
Yeah,
You know, you're not going to have trash
now
people
with Amazon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. You know, and when you look at that, that scares people because that's AI's taking jobs away. And then everybody sits there and says, well, what do we do? And that's when Andrew Yang said, well, that's when we're just going to have to start paying you because we're saving so much money by making AIs do it that we can give you guys monthly dividends. You know, like he was saying, that $2,000 a month. All right. But then you have movies like iRobot, where these guys, you have to realize AI is way more intelligent than humans. I mean, they can garner information way faster than what we can. I mean, they're supercomputers. No lie, they are. And, you know, some people fear about AIs being able to take over the world, like in iRobot. They sat there, you know, and said, like, you guys are harmful to yourselves, so it's up to us to save you. You know, like, these are things people think about. So I want to ask you guys now, what is your cons of AI?
I think you covered a lot of it. You know what I'm saying? If you go down to iRobot, you go down to a situation of, you know, so let's just think about it like in a scope of 50 years. So right now we're at a baby step of AI, but what happens in 50 years when we meet the when we start merging, I don't want to say that word because I'm going to slaughter it, but when we start merging with machines, you know what I'm saying? Like right now we're writing the AI code, and to achieve like, there needs to come a point where eventually that the AI is going to start writing AI. So when computers can start fixing computers, and then that's where it gets scary, because they're gonna be able to massively download all this information on what's going on. And they're gonna be connected to the web always, so they're gonna have all the knowledge right there, part of them, and they're gonna look at the history, throughout the world, and how humans been on this world for such a small time, and the amount of damage that we've done to the planet. And the world's going to be fine. The world will always rebuild, but eliminating life on the planet might be the best choice to go. They might Thanos us, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that I'm gonna just say that, and I'll let these other guys go off. But that could be a big. They want to take us out because they deem that the human life is a threat to the planet Earth. You know what I'm saying? That could happen.
Jordan?
So, one big con for me is machines in war, because you see more and more machines are incorporated into war. Like, you've seen them make robot dogs that can move things from place to place.
Yeah.
There's been so many different weird kind of things that they've tried out. It's not like they're 100% in warfare yet, but they're in the beginning stages, just like a lot of things. And as it goes on, it's more and more worrisome, especially if AI gets very smart very fast, because we're limited because of our biology. They're not.
Yeah.
And if they get smart enough, and you're relying a lot on robots, you could see, like, I don't know how many of you have played Black Ops 2 campaign, but what did Menendez do? He took over the American drone fleet and almost took out the president.
Mm-hmm.
And if AI gets smart enough and we rely on enough machines to do our war for us, nothing's stopping them from taking that over and using it against us. And
You make a valid point. Remember Eagle Eye?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The movie? That's exactly what she did in Eagle Eye, man. You know, how many people did she kill?
Shout out to Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah, how many people did that Eagle Eye that the government had kill? I mean, they can control red lights, they can control trains, they can control cars, and if they're AI cars, they're only able to hack into it even more. So I get you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just like where you were going with that.
No, that's fine. And not only that, like I brought up earlier, healthcare and our production lines. AI, our production lines, if we rely too much on them there too, our production lines go. And that also you can incorporate movement of goods into that. And not only that, like I said, healthcare, it can screw your healthcare if you rely on them too much. I mean, if you start to advance and incorporate them more into certain things, they can also just turn that on you as easy as the army. So.
So,
yeah, I agree with everything these guys have said. Another thing is hacking. If you have things that are smarter than us, especially with robots and stuff, and we have other countries that we're in war with, and we don't like see eye to eye on many things. I guess China, or you could say Russia. Sometimes we don't agree all the time, so we might give a little bit of source of information, especially with accelerated, like hacking. You hack, you hack a lot of things, and you give up a little information that can cause a lot of, hell. And
no, you're right, man. I mean, you think about it, a human, it would probably take a human, and not just that, but like an actual real life hacker. I mean, the best of the best to hack our government. It would probably take, what, Zion, 30 minutes, you'd say, for an actual real human who's really good and is top of the line. About 30 minutes.
I'd say 25
AI could probably do it in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Easy. So I feel you on that, dude. I do.
Yeah, a lot of accelerated hacking, man. I just think
Yeah,
I
not to
think
interrupt, Slay, but yeah, to follow, like, I'm gonna let you finish, but real fast too. On your point too, it's like if you look about in recent years on how this whole war is now fought like cyberly. So now the FBI, the CIA is now like, if they get hacked, they
right,
go and they openly recruit these kids to see if they can break
Right.
some of,
right,
like, like, okay, you gonna hack us? Come in. How did you do it? And like we have big programs like I think it's like Anonymous, Green Lizard Squad, and all those other
Yeah.
ones. I
yep,
don't want to mention any names that might be false, but I know Anonymous, like those guys, like they're not there to obviously do harm, but if they're able to easily get into and infiltrate uh any branch of our system, you
yep,
know, and if you look at our own government and having the ability to turn off Japan's power switch in an instant, and that's
hmm
just basic communications, and it's not basic, nothing's basic about it, but that's what we're seeing nowadays, like in this time. And AI is just in an infant stage right now. Imagine if AI is exactly what Slay's saying, if AI develops, and Slay, I'm gonna let you continue,
yeah. Basically, what I was gonna say was, I just feel like, and I agree with you, Zion.
Mhm.
I 100% agree with you. I just feel like if you give a little source of information with, hacking and stuff. Let's say this happens. Uh,
Sorry.
yeah.
No, I was talking to Jinx. He said this podcast makes him scared or paranoid. I
Right.
know, I get it, dude. AI is it's a touchy subject. You're gonna have people who love it and people who are scared of it. It's a love hate for me, bro. So I feel you on that.
Yeah.
I do.
Hey,
Right,
don't worry,
right.
I get paranoid by our podcast too.
Some, yeah. I feel like if you give out like little sources of information, that could cause a lot of damage, and that can send out shockwaves through our country, and especially with technology now improving as the day goes by. There's something new that's always going to come up, and that just gives out little source of information, especially with now technology getting better. Other countries that we are in feud with, or like we have tension with, can now have a better like shot of getting little things that we're hiding from the world. So hacking is a big part of the AI. That's a big con.
I mean, we literally just, as soon as we like scan our face with biometrics and everything, and AI is knowing what we do on a regular basis. I mean, look at it. I was just telling AK earlier, man. At my everyday work, I'm literally just talking about a subject. 1 minute later, I'm looking at the computer at something for my job. The next thing to do, I go on the internet browser. How the hell it knew I was talking about what I wanted to buy within the next week? It was literally an ad right there. Boom.
Yep. Yeah. No,
believe
man,
we
I can't tell
already
you how
have
many
profiles,
times I've
right?
been
We
sitting
already
there.
have files. We already have files that is in the government's database that we like. We don't read the fine print. We all don't. Sometimes I just check the box because I want to get on whatever website I'm trying to sign up for, right? And this applies to anything you do, right? So there's no fine print. So if you scan your face onto your phone, obviously you're signed onto even your email onto your computer, and you give that computer mic access, and because you
Yeah.
need to use your mic or something, like every time you give it access, it's accepting the fact that, like, okay, that's what we're gonna see in your file. And then obviously the not someone physically there listening, but there's basically the infant of this AI that's there listening, and then boom, oh, he likes that, let's shoot this ad on him. Oh, he was googling this, let's shoot this ad on him. It's
Yeah.
it's very target marketed. It's all the way down to your endless scroll. When you're constantly scrolling. I don't remember the last time I do type in stuff when I'm not on YouTube and I have an idea, I go and I type it in on YouTube if I want to research something. But most of the time, I'm just clicking on what YouTube recommends me because
Yeah.
I'm going based off of my subscribers. So 100% on what you just said. My bad. I didn't mean to grab the mic like that. I'm just
I
saying, like,
wish
a
I
hundred
wish
percent. Like, they're Snowden exposed it, and that doesn't mean they stopped. It just means they found another way to do it.
Yeah, I wish ads weren't a thing, but for people that are through social media and YouTube, that's how some of their money is based off of. So it's a pro and con with ads.
Yeah, no, I've had that happen plenty of times, man. You know, like we would sit there and, you know, when Forrest, my oldest stepson, was living here, we'd be sitting here and we'd be talking, you know, just about life. We'd be talking about anything really. And no lie, dude, like 10 minutes later, you look on your phone, and my phone, if you swipe left, there's articles, you know, it's almost like a
Yeah.
newspaper. And no lie, dude, everything we were talking about, I had articles about it, you know.
The
Like
company's selling your data
if
to
you're
these
talking about the
companies.
end of the
Crazy.
world, yeah, if you talk about like the end of the world or an ice age or meteors, dude, no lie, they'll pinpoint you right to it. Like they are always
There you
listening,
go.
always. I'm not lying. So
And that's why sometimes like you have those guys like I'm not here to talk down and down shame anybody on a conspiracy podcast out of all places, but you know, we have people out here that truly believe in the flat earth, you know, and that's okay. If they want to believe that, we let them believe that, but we really should be trying to give them the knowledge to the understanding like, no, homie, the earth is not flat, you know? If you want to go on a rabbit hole about it being hollow, maybe I'll come to you and we can talk for a little bit. But it about being flat, no, it's not flat, right? But what they're into is they're into the flat earth. So everything that's getting thrown at them sometimes is just trying to prove them theory of the flat earth. So sometimes they get the wrong impression, like, no, look, I'm getting all these things on my phone saying that this like that feeds into that temptation and that benefits that point murder. You know what I'm saying? And it's just
yeah.
Yeah, go in a
the
rocket.
kind of it's the kind of situation we're living in, right? And it's just gonna get
This
worse
is
with the multiverse. It's gonna
this
get fun,
is
don't get me wrong, but
Yeah.
this is all you have to do. If you don't think the Earth is round, go in a rocket. If you're over 18, of course, but go in a rocket.
easier said than
Go
done.
go
Yeah,
go
it's a little easier said than done, bro.
go
You
go
got a
above.
rocket in my backyard, you
Who
know.
just has a rocket on standby, Slay?
But it doesn't matter. Just go find the closest rocket near you. Shit, make one. And go above Earth and see if
And
the
like
Earth is round. Or not.
obviously setting a GoPro, we have jobs that's called astronauts that's really hard to achieve. And if you want to be an astronaut, obviously, but you know, get one of those, go buy a rocket, basically what Slay is saying, and attach the GoPro to it. Spend
Or
$5,000.
shit, man, just
Get
go
you
and buy a ticket
get you
from
a nice
Elon
thing that
Musk
can
on the
shoot up
Blue
into the
Feather
sky.
and get shot up for 10 minutes.
You
You know
know?
what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
ask Elon
That's
Musk
what
to
you said
take
about-
you up for 10
If you
minutes.
spend
You know
about $5,000, you'll probably get the equipment to record a 10-minute video about, you know, shoot something up at a GoPro, bring it back down, track it,
Just
record
go
it.
above the
There's videos on YouTube actually like that.
No, he
Yo,
wants
actually, you know what? The perfect thing is, listen, Saturday, Michael Strahan took a trip on that Elon Musk rocket, the Blue Feather. Michael Strahan went up for 10
I didn't know
minutes
that.
and came back down. If you guys want to know if the earth is flat or not, just fucking ask Michael Strahan. He won't lie to
Or
you.
just go watch that Red Bull jump, you know.
Yeah.
no. Slay wants you to take your rocket kit, which every home has, and start building your rocket.
right.
Go find your nearest rocket, avoid
Oh.
security, get on it, and wait
Bro,
for the next
just-
rocket launch.
Just get the closest stuff near you and just keep building on a rocket for like the next 55 years and waste that entire time and just make a rocket. I
I'm
don't know.
smart, bro, but I ain't that smart.
You wasting your whole life on one thing, and then if you go up, you're just wasting it more and more.
You know, another thing that has to do with AI, well, I consider it to be AI, and not a lot of people know this, but, you know, our government over the last couple of years have been testing nanobites. And we actually have nanobites. And for you
Nanobites?
guys that don't know what nanobites are, well, yeah, they can be good and they can be bad. I mean, if you are using nanobites as a health reason, you know, to help cure people and get rid of things, sure. But when you start using nanobites in a military aspect, now you're talking dangerous shit.
Yeah, look at for instance, Endgame, Iron Man.
Yeah.
No, not Endgame. The movie before, what was it Infinity War, where he had
Yeah.
the nanotechnology, where he basically suited up in the Mark armor, and literally in 1 second, the whole thing, and then he could change it. It was crazy how he could transform different weapons to what he thought of. Like he literally just had to think about it, and then that's what he had to do. Like it is dangerous, like I said. In the wrong hands, it is.
Yeah, this is the first time. This is the first time I'm hearing about this thing called nanobots. I've never heard of
Are
it.
you shitting me?
I've never heard of it.
You gotta research.
Oh my
this,
god! Have
like,
you seen the Transformers?
Yeah,
Transformers, yes, I have.
Okay. Do you remember in the Transformers when they broke into that military lab and that fucking thing that was real flat, you couldn't see it until it turned to the side, and it looked like it had four legs and shit?
You're talking about I know its name too.
Yeah.
I should know this, but
Yes, but you know exactly what I'm talking about. But Slay, do you remember that episode in that movie?
I remember the episode. I just don't remember that.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
that creature, go back and watch. That creature is nanobites.
go back.
Yeah, I
and
gotta
watch
go
it.
check that.
Yeah,
I gotta
it's
go
from
recheck
Revenge of the Fallen.
Yes, Revenge of the Fallen. Yes.
I know
That's
this
the-
is gonna sound really rocket, but really awkward. But check out like so Revenge of the Fallen. I believe it's Soundwave or wherever that satellite is shoots. So look how much things come out of each other. It shoots out a tiger thing that then shoots out another thing that then transform like that's one after another. That's crazy. But beyond the point, look at
It
nanotechnology.
gave Soundwave. I think that was the one where they gave Soundwave like
Yeah.
he wanted attachable weapons on his thing, and he just pulled out the guns or whatever. I'm like, yo, it's crazy. and there was another Transformer movie that they used. Remember the one in Air Force One? The little thing transformed into like that little cassette.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
original
yeah,
Transformers.
The Nano took over it. Literally
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, even like
One
in the
Nano
fourth
took over that
movie.
little thing.
In the fourth movie, where Age of Extinction, when he's doing the pill thing, then it transforms into a
Yeah, the
gun.
Transformium.
Yeah,
Yep.
Transformium. There you go. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go recheck this shit.
I was gonna
No,
say.
I'm serious, Slay. You got to look at this shit, bro, because like you when you're talking reality and you're talking, nanobites or AI or any of this, dude. Sometimes people when they put shit in this movie, people look at movies and they're like, oh, it's just a movie. It can't happen. You're full of shit. It really can. Like nanobites can do exactly what they say they can do. You can inject them into a human's body and give them direction on what to do, whether it's to cure cancer or fix them entirely, or you can literally inject them to blow them up and kill them. You know what I mean? Like there's positives to it, there's negatives to it, but it's like we've all been saying, it just all depends on whose hands it in is whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. And what happens is, listen, nanobites have been out there for probably 10 years now. You just haven't known it because the government keeps it quiet, But, I mean, these are things that the government will have before any of us even see, and that's the scary part. Because when you have, like, people like Russia or China or North Korea or even the United States, for instance, that have that technology, God knows what they will do with it. I mean, I'm more fearful for my friends on here and my family and everyone in the world rather than I'm fearful of them, because it's like they can really screw us up like that, bro. Like snap of a finger, we're all fucking toast. Nanobites are not a thing you want to mess with, because if you can't control them, God knows what they'll fucking do.
Especially China. Honestly, man, China is a place like they are smart with what they do.
Their technology is way advanced than us, bro.
Yeah, they are advanced, bro. I'm sorry. Them people know what they're doing with the stuff that they use and technology. And honestly, I just don't want anything to go in their hands, because most of the stuff that we get is from them. And imagine what they can do with the things that we have and the technology that we have. They can do a lot with the stuff that we have and use it against us in the future.
Listen, to anybody that's in here that's a gamer, play the Metal Gear Solid series. If you want to get on AI nanotechnology, play that one. And if you want to get technical, play Metal Gear 4. That's where the nanotechnology came. Because remember, Snake became older, he couldn't move his body, so they made him a nano suit.
Yeah.
So like literally, like this dude is literally, I'm not gonna spoil it, but at the end of the game, the nano suit is literally taking all the resistance to what's going on.
AK, we got to get a conspiracy on Papa Sword's voice. What happened to that?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
We still got the conspiracy on that. We haven't found it yet. He just said some stuff.
Well, and you know, that's the scary part too. Speedy Eagle just said it, man. Fucking listen, China is at the forefront of all AI technology. No lie. They are truly top dogs when you talk AI.
Man, they
So
can't pick up like if you had whatever income, like it's crazy, bro, out there.
yeah. So the fact that they're the head front and they're even over us at this point.
Yeah.
Dude, if they're the first ones to have this shit public and to get it out there. I mean, we all know China in a way wants to rule the world. Like I'm not gonna lie about that. You know, if they could, they would crash everyone's economy and buy them out just so they could own the world. And in a way, I kind of felt that's what the COVID-19 thing was. You know, if it was released by China, it was a way to crash everybody's economy so then they could turn around and buy everyone out. And guess what? The United States now becomes a territory of China.
Well, if you remember before COVID, the U.S. had a lot of sanctions against China.
Right?
Weren't allowed to do a lot of shipping. And
Yeah.
when COVID popped off, conveniently, all that disappeared because there was a massive need for shipping, especially across seas. Now, with me, I'm not too afraid of China because all they're really good at is hacking. The Chinese government has figured out a way of how to sustain themselves. And it isn't by creating anything new. It's just stealing it from other countries. If you know anything about the Chinese, you know for the longest time, they never even had a Chinese car. They didn't have a company like Toyota. What they did was they hacked into Chevrolet and they stole their models. So now when you see all those new cars that are made from China, they look exactly like your Chevy Malibu, your Trailblazer. Yep. They stole everything from Chevy. That's their mode now, and a lot of countries are starting that now, where innovation won't be the key. It's all how to steal something, and that's all they're for. Yeah. The South Koreans, they're the ones right now leading technology. Everything you see from Japan, that's something that they got from South Korea, or something that was invented in South Korea, that was done maybe years ago. Like it's like you were saying with nanotechnology, man. That's coming up, and it's very quiet now. It's been around for a while. But like for now, the uses are good, you know, for healthcare. If there's any injuries, you know, you avoid invasive surgery, you have nanites. But if someone uses nanites for the wrong reasons, it's a wrap because espionage game. You know what I mean? You talking about now like there's fake insects because they're just recording, they're video cameras. Imagine nanites where you really can't see and they're in your body the whole time collecting evidence. You're talking about if FBI wants to tap you, they just send a nanite and they got you forever. You won't even know it. There's no way of you ever finding out.
Well, and as far as I know, there's no way to even stop nanites. Like once you release them, like there's only one. Literally, there's only like a handful of people who can control them. You know what I mean? Like it's not like you as an ordinary person can be like, stop, don't go there. You know, like they're not going to listen. They're nano.
At the end of the day, we're humans.
If I'm not mistaken, nanites are the only thing in technology that can recreate themselves.
Yes.
So nanites can produce themselves just like we can. That's something scary to think about. Controllers can produce themselves.
Yeah, well, I mean, like for instance, Vic, imagine this: like somehow, some way, nanites go and they're unleashed from overseas somewhere. Okay. And they come over, they inject themselves into our president, they kill him, and then they recreate themselves as our president. And you'll never even fucking know it. You know what I mean?
That's scary.
That theory. If you remember, like if you're my age, you remember the invasion of the body snatchers?
Yes.
Aliens come over and impersonate them. You don't have to do that now. Nanites could probably control your whole way past, like your thinking, everything. Everything can be controlled from a robot. Imagine if
nanites copy everything. They copy your memory. They copy everything about you. Like you're not just visually, but they have all your memories as well. They hack your brain and like they'll talk like me. They'd act like me. You wouldn't even know that I was dead. You know what I'm saying? Like every memory that I have right now, this conversation, it will know. Now, I'm not saying I'm a fucking nanite. I'm just saying.
Like, I think I love the conversation.
How do we know?
Hey, you could be a nanite. Who knows?
It could be. I could be. I wouldn't know. You're right. I wouldn't fucking know. That's the scary part about it.
Shit, I could be a nanite, and I could be a grown-ass man.
And that's the scary part about it.
Think of a nanite like a parasite. It invades your body, it takes over and it controls. And it doesn't leave until it wants to. Imagine that.
Think this out, like that's a scary imagination, right? And nanites it's 100, probably 200 years off when they'll be able to actually fully fully replicate what we're talking here. Well, here, check this out too. The benefits, like I'm hearing a lot of negatives about nanites. All right, check this out.
I
Right?
know.
Now you're on a 30-story building and you fall. Before you hit the ground, the nanites create a shield barrier for you. So you hit the ball, you just get up and walk away. Now that's a singularity. Now we're thinking about a future where we're infused with these nanites and these technology, where we almost become like our own superheroes. If you want to look at superheroes and what's a superhero, like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, these guys have powers and stuff like that. If you think about it, with AI and technology, and it was a total fail. But if you look at a game like Cyberpunk, don't look at the game itself. The game was shit. It failed. But if you look at a world that is not that far off, and yes, when it comes down to that kind of technology, there's a lot of benefits from it. But yet again, look what Eagles and Vic was just talking about.
Hold on.
Now, hey, and you know what's crazy? Hold on, Slay. Let me put this out there. It's crazy. Do any of you guys TikTok at all?
Hell no.
No.
Never in a million
Well,
years.
my wife does a lot.
Well, I
That's
do it on my
she's
gaming
into.
channel, but yeah, I know.
Yeah.
What you're
Good for
talking about.
promotion. Yeah.
Let me put it this way. There's a guy on there. He's known as the time traveler guy. Like he tells you things that are he predicts the future, like what's going to happen. And supposedly on December, I think it's 20th or 18th, something like that. There's going to be 12 people who turn out to be superhuman on December like 18th or 20th. Supposedly there's going to be 12 people who end up having superhuman abilities, which means like we're talking X-Men type shit. Now you tell me how the fuck that's possible.
Hold on. AK. Now I need a question, AK, real quick, before anyone says anything. What's the magic word? That's not AK. That's definitely not AK. Get out.
Magic word.
This is a fake AK.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yep. Well, it was too late. You said Wagyu too late. You said it.
Well, I'm sorry. When you sit there and ask me something that fucking like weird, yeah, like you gave me nothing to go off of. Like, do you know how many magic words I know in my day?
All right, let me say one more thing. This is
if you raised the right way, he would have just said please to be on his
he
day.
he always says this at the end of every stream.
Why you?
13,
No, not that. The other one. You always used to say this. I don't think you don't say this anymore.
Vic, do you know what he's talking about?
How about
Honestly,
we know you're
no.
a big play Slade, though?
Yeah, not even the guy that does my podcast with me twice a week knows what the fuck you're talking about. So I don't.
Okay.
This
I
is
was
what
just about to say, if you like the Wagyu, subscribe to Fuck You Nation.
no, it's
like,
not
what else do I got?
It's make YouTube go green again, or whatever, like that, something like that.
Oh,
You don't even remember the saying.
I have not used that in a while, but you're right. Yeah, I need to
You
get back.
should use that. I don't know why you stopped using it.
I don't know either. Wow, that really got off topic. Sorry, I didn't know what to say.
I want to show
Well, even when you were discussing nannies, could you imagine if they use that for our military?
Yeah.
You're
That's
talking
what I'm
about
saying.
soldiers who don't get hurt, soldiers who won't feel pain, soldiers who have extra strength. Imagine if that goes into the wrong hands.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
We're
not
gonna
like that.
bring something up, and we're gonna show you guys.
Shout out to engineering Ort Slade.
Yeah, it's already.
I don't wanna.
Oh, the video.
This is the video.
Yeah. There's a couple more of these. I found.
It's
I don't
still
wanna
Look at-
hack.
No, the crazy thing is, look at the one in the background.
yeah.
He's actually paying attention.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy right there, the engineer, is coding something inside. It looks like he has a cord plugged into that laptop. Yo, but
Yeah.
look at the one in the back. Look at the one in the back.
I'm standing
with the
next
face
to.
Yo, did you see it fucking smile?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The one in the back is paying attention.
Leo being bored.
Communication tool, and that's
That's
why
crazy.
we built these expressive robots. A lot of people working on AI.
Dude, but look at that one. Pause it real quick. Look at that
interaction,
face
all
right there on
kinds
the
of-
bottom right. That literally looks like a human, dude. Like all you have to do is throw paint. Like that is
Yeah.
crazy. Look at
No,
that.
bro.
That looks
Do
like
you
a everyday
do you
George
remember? Do you remember what was the one with Robin Williams?
Oh, no, that's not iRobot.
No. It's Fuck,
really?
help me, Vic. I know you know the one where he was a robot.
Which movie? Go
Bison-
on.
I know him from Flood Revenge.
Bicentennial Man.
Oh, Robin Williams? Yeah.
Yeah, Bicentennial Man. Remember how they sat there and they engineered and invented the fucking skin that was fake and they could plaster it on and all that? Dude,
Yeah.
we're getting there.
Maybe I
Get ready.
Oh, put some
You know what?
goddamn.
Another movie. There's another movie that reminds me of what's going on right now. If you ever watched it, it's Bruce Willis's Surrogates. You never seen that one?
Oh, surrogate? Fuck yeah, dude.
Yes.
So
Well,
yes,
Literally, when you look at like even to say Twitter right now, or even Facebook, or what do they call themselves now? Meta's the closest
Yeah.
thing that's trying to go to that world where you're at
Yeah,
home,
Meta world.
you're living your life through whatever, a third-party machine or whatever you want to call it, an AI bot, and that's how you live your life. You're basically in your home the whole time, but that robot is an extension of you, and that is you now.
Yeah.
Like I
Like,
think
no
that's
lie.
something we're heading
Another
into.
example of that, Vic, and I don't know if you guys watched it or not, but I fucking love the movie, is Ready Player One.
I
Yep.
love that movie. Yeah.
Oh my God, I
Yeah.
fucking love that movie. A
Yes.
virtual reality inside of fucking reality where you can be
That's the
anything and
metaverse.
anyone you
That
want.
is the definition.
Well,
All
think
you
about it. We pretty much have it now.
Are after.
All
We
you
have
have
the
to
gate
do is
for it. They
put
just
some
don't know
hair
how to
on
put
it.
people in it.
And check it. Yeah, exactly what Vic said. And check it. 200 years, we go in total recall. We'll plug
All
them
you
in.
have to do is put some hair on the dude and put a skin on the dude, and that's a normal human. No
Look
one.
at
will-
Imagine
Fortnite.
that shit, though.
Look
We're
at
not that far
Fortnite.
off, too.
Fortnite is that exact game without anyone actually being in it. But Fortnite is the game everyone's talking about. That's the game that they
That
did at Ready
game's
Player
gonna
One.
turn
That's
human.
basically Fortnite.
Yeah, that game's
no,
weird.
Vic is right because Call of Duty has the same system. The bots get
Yeah.
more smarter as you play, so it knows your play style. So
Yeah.
like literally like one moment like AK, you know, we play Call of Duty. You know, sometimes when people quit, the bot comes in, dude. These bots literally play better than the players, dog. Like
Dude, they
it's
fuck me.
information that it's
They
dude,
fuck me
it's
up.
legit. And they
Damn, these
grab
bots
all
be-
the information, be the players, bro. They know what guns we
Yeah.
use. They counter whatever guns that we use. It's crazy, bro.
Yeah. No, and that's what I'm saying, man. This is just the start. Like, you know, when you look, I told you guys backstage that they have an AI app right now. It's an AI app. Like, it has the brain of an artificial intelligent person, we'll say, you know, but it's 10 times smarter than any human in the world. And what they did was they sat here and they have these scans of x-rays that date back whenever. They just grabbed a bunch that were outdated. And whether they had cancer, lymphoma, anything, dude, you know, and they sat there and they just fed these fucking x-rays into this app. And every time you feed an x-ray into the app, it learns. And it learns at a way faster rate than what any human can ever learn. Okay, right now, humans are at a 95% on point. Like whenever they say, okay, you have cancer, stage 3, whatever, humans can get to a 95% rate that they get it right. But this app that they created after they fed all this information into it over the years, and this is in Stanford, they're doing this in Stanford University, by the way. They put so much into it that this thing now you can go and take your x-ray of your chest and you can take a snapshot of your x-ray, and this app on your phone will instantly, and I mean instantly, tell you what kind of cancer you have, if you have pneumonia, if you have anything at all, like just anything, we'll just say, and it will tell you down to the percentage of your life rate if you're going to live or die. It'll tell you how severe it is, the side effects of it, what percentage of the side effects you already have. Like, it is that easy, and it's at a 98% rate accuracy.
What?
98%. Like, that's insane, dude. Now, granted, that's a great thing, because if you have an app like that and you're able to do that, you can catch shit a lot quicker. Okay, and you might be able to fix it. But that's just a small little portion of what I'm talking about. You know, like, these things are super fucking smart.
But if I get that source of information, I'm gonna be devastated too. If I have like a can't, if I
to focus, we all obviously we all believe in conspiracies, and that's why we're here, and we obviously believe that they do have the cure for cancer, but it's hidden.
Okay.
But eventually, bro, like, technology is going to improve. That technology is going to be available, and the medical industry with AI and these supercomputers and stuff like that is gonna be able to. Obviously, we're gonna be able to live longer.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you look what Elon Musk is doing. Not only is he digging tunnels or going to space, look at his whole I forget his company's name, but he's trying to
Tesla.
we look at cell phones, right? And we look at how they just came. Like obviously there's around for a while now, but if you look at the past 30 years, how it changed from a big brick to what it is now, right? To the point where you can't even. When's the last time you seen a payphone? You know what I'm saying? So, what's the next step? Obviously, is going to be the multiverse, but it goes down to the medical field too, where we can actually. It's scary as it sounds, but now we're implanting things into our brain that we basically can tell YouTube without even saying anything what we want to watch. You know, and that's 20 years off. You know, we'll be able to just put on
Hey,
glasses.
Reek, you want in on this, my guy?
That you'll be able to watch YouTube but mute it and tell your phone to call someone. You know, it'll be all implemented in our mind. And as scary as that sounds, that's a road that it will really not that far off. That our grandchildren will probably be around to live. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah.
And it comes to that kind of technology. To yes, it is scary, Slay. Like you're saying, I don't want to know that. But sometimes people don't know that they have cancer until it's really too late. And that can save a lot of people's life. Just Eagle's example is that. So being able to identify the problem and then having these state-of-the-art technologies in hospitals and even as simple as like you know, I used to go to the eye doctors when I was a kid and to check my eyes and stuff like that. And now I go now and the technology, like just the machines that they used improved drastically. You know what I'm saying? So
there's a lot of pros and cons with technology.
There's a lot of cons.
I mean, yeah, because like as far as what is he saying? Like it could pick up cancer, it could pick up like what we got like 10 years from now. Like I just found it amazing. Like you know, not to give out my information like that, but like how they found out that I was pre-diabetic by just one drop of blood. Like it's just crazy how technology goes. For instance, going back to what you were saying, AK, with the whole cell phone app thing, it's crazy how when we got for any smartphone, remember when contact tracing became a thing?
Yep.
Like, how can the phone know that you're sick, and then it'll alert somebody else if you was around them, like close contact, whatever. So it just baffles me.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be cool to know like some things that some other people wouldn't know through technology? Like that would be cool in a sense, because like you could do like little things here and there, just like for like simple things that you may not know.
Slay, how old are you, Slay?
14.
14? I'm gonna just tell you this. You might say it's stupid, why should I learn? But right now, like I wish when I was 14, you should take the time and you should doesn't matter what code you use or what software, what program you use, but you should take the time and learn how to code, bro.
Code, yeah, I already started that like a long time.
Perfect. That's good though.
Yeah, I've already started coding.
Something to Slay, and you know I like what Reek said there, and I hope he comes in because you know a lot of this shit is only possible because of quantum computers. Like you have to realize, quantum computers, dude, the intelligence and how fast they can process information is well beyond anything we are even capable of doing. Like quantum computers are it, you know, they're it. Like there is nothing more. So, I mean, listen, that
goes into what Einstein said. Because Einstein said like his biggest fear was the day that when technology overlaps humanity. That's when we'll have a generation of idiots. You're kind of seeing it now. People can't even write because they're constantly texting.
We're already there.
When you go to
you're kind of seeing like there's people that really have no penmanship. Like they don't know how to write. They don't even know what it is to write a check, even if you need to. Everything is they're so dependent on their phones. If they were to lose them now, people would be lost.
You know,
bro, our technology is so good right now that literally you could get rid of school and just let people watch YouTube to learn. It's that crazy. You know,
I mean, there's also
you can find anything.
There's also homeschool uncensored. That's been a thing for years now.
I know. I was homeschooled in like 7th and 8th grade. I'm just saying, it's to the point now where we are so like past our prime of technology that schools are almost obsolete. If you want to know anything, dude, you can hop on YouTube in 10 minutes, know how to do anything.
That's right.
I'm not even playing. Like, it's that quick.
Yeah.
It is.
Any amount of time into something, right? So like I'm always looking at these school systems and they don't teach these kids the right way. And I'm not gonna get into that. But say like you want to be, just saying, since a marine biologist, right? By 8th grade, by 9th grade, you should have really been able like to just, that's all you focus on, right? Like obviously math, obviously science, obviously those other plain stuff involves as well, but there needs to be like hands-on education and just going out there and doing it, right? So you take a kid that is homeschooled, right? So he wants to be a marine biologist, and you take a kid that is in a full-time school that wants to be a marine biologist. The kid that is homeschooled maybe gets done with his homework like 2 hours, and then the next 6 he's on the computer researching marine biologist. He's obviously going to be light years away from the kid that went to school from all day long. You know what I'm saying? Because he spent his time studying the subject for 6 hours a day. So the knowledge that he's going to progress after 6 months, he'll be able to apply for college, and they'll be like, oh wow, like you're really fascinating, you know this much.
No, I agree with you, bro. You know what? I did homeschool in 7th and 8th grade
so much, and you know, I got the degree of life. Can you give me a degree? You know what I'm saying? Like I learned how to, not me. I'm not saying me. I'm just saying for example. Like you can learn how to take apart a core engine and put it back together on YouTube. I don't know how to do that, but if I wanted to, I could invest 2 weeks of my life watching the same YouTube video and then go do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, I was homeschooled in 7th and 8th grade. No lie, dude. I fucking finished 7th and 8th grade in 1 year. I did 2 years in 1 year. Okay. Like it's not fucking hard. And I only maybe spent 6 hours a day doing my shit. The rest of the day was for me. And then listen, there was days I'd went 2 or 3 days without doing school. And then I'd slam like 2 or 3 courses in one day. You didn't have to go to school Monday through Friday as long as your courses were done by Monday the next week. It did not matter how much time you put in. It does not matter how much time you don't put in. As long as your homework was done, you were good to go. And as long as it was right, of course. I mean, you couldn't half-ass it, but and that's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous how much you can learn online at a very fast pace. Like Zion said, dude, like my car had an issue like 4 months ago. And I didn't know how to do it. And I know a lot about cars, but for that car that I had, because I bought a Jeep, 3 months ago, I didn't know what the issue was because I never worked on one. I YouTubed the shit. And guess what? I knew what the problem was and how to fix it in like 10 fucking minutes. Do you know back in like 1990, you just get under the car and you figure it the fuck out. You could spend 3, 4, 5 days working on a car and not know what the fuck is wrong. Now all you got to do is just pick up your fucking phone and in 10 minutes you know how to fix it. It's ridiculous.
Even soften
Thank you for saying that.
The thing is,
like literally pick up a cell phone and just point the camera at the damn question and an answer from. That's like
right?
Yeah.
The thing is now with the way
look how fast we just took. Obviously, like people say might use maps, but like we just accepted GPS and just became so cultured. But imagine taking a road trip now without GPS, having to take out a whole map and print it out like from Google directions, and like now you could just like, oh, look at the, you're taking a road trip and you can be like, oh, GPS the next best fast food place in the area. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The thing is now with the way school works is like by the time you should be in the 8th or 9th grade, they expect you to know how to write and read. So nowadays it's more sort of technology has been a big thing with the way school runs. And they expect you to learn how to write and read. So by that time, you shouldn't really be doing. They shouldn't be like teaching you how to do that. They might give you like input and stuff on little things. They might help you here and there, but you should know how to write and read nowadays for 8th graders or 9th graders, 11th graders, 10th. It doesn't matter if you're in that high school range. You should know how to read and write And that's how school works nowadays.
Yeah, real quick, I want to welcome Papa Sora, Jay Boogie, and Reek in here. You guys have been listening. You want to get your points in or any thoughts that you might have there at the bottom?
Yeah. I mean, I immediately saw that video of the robot and immediately grabbed my shotgun.
Oh, you're new 12 gauge.
Bro, I don't think your 12 gauge is going to work on that.
Listen, you pump
gonna
enough
try.
into it, it'll do anything.
You need nanobite bullets to get to that thing.
Right.
I got buckshot. Does that count?
What's going on, Jay? How you doing, buddy?
Chilling, man. Chilling.
You got any thoughts?
Yeah, that shit.
I was gonna say something earlier, but I lost it.
We'll try and remember, and I'll come back to you. What's up, Reek?
Hey,
Appreciate
what up?
you, my guy.
Yeah,
I
thanks
saw
for having
you
me on.
had some things to say, so unleash it, my guy.
Well, I was gonna ask what you guys were talking about. As it seems like I hopped on mid conversation. I was just saying.
Oh, we're talking about AI, just artificial
man.
intelligence in general.
I know a little bit about AI. I studied stats in college, and you work with a lot of like different AI programs. But I think, man, we're gonna see like in the next decade, the big thing is gonna be like quantum computers, and like that's gonna be. I think the quest for the next couple of decades is like to get computers to compute like our brains do, because like we all look at like Big Play Slayer and just like always sitting around talking smack, but like his brain and everyone's brain is processing like terabytes of information, and computers haven't gotten there yet, but they will. So I'm not worried about like crazy ass robots anytime soon, but they'll come probably towards the end of the century as soon as we get that information processing going with the computer. It's gonna be
I just hope I'm dead by then.
They already have that, buddy. They actually hooked up these robots to a cloud source, so that's already there.
Yeah,
and they talk to each other. The robots talk to each other.
You know, another thing too is I gotta remember what it was. I watched it on it was either Netflix or Hulu, I believe, but it was a TV show and it was really good. But it was about a quantum computer, and they were using quantum computers to actually tap into past and present and future. You know, because when you start sitting there and you start looking at quantum computers like Reek was talking about, these things are way more powerful than anything you've ever seen. They really are. And in this TV show, they actually went back and the quantum computer actually let them visually see the moment whenever Jesus was sacrificed on the cross. No lie. Like you could see that. The guy could see when his daughter died. Like it was visually right in front of him on a TV. You know, like these things were able to process information back in the old days. Now, I don't know how the hell it's possible, whether they can visually see it because of how intelligent the computer is itself or what, but somehow they recreated it like he was literally watching it the day it happened. You know what I mean?
It almost comes down to the point where, like, I don't know how far off, maybe like 2050, 2060, 2070, where we like upload our conscious to the computer and upload our memories to the computer. So to a sense
before then.
Yeah, when we pass on, like you have like your conscious words still. Like, it gets scary with all of this kind of tech. You know what I'm saying?
They got a movie just like that with Johnny Depp.
Yeah, yeah, they do.
30 years. In 30 years, how old will we all be? You know what I'm saying? Like,
have any of you watched Alternate Carbon?
You know what I'm saying? Slave will be in this
alternate carbon. Yeah, with Charlize Theron. Yeah.
No. It's actually if you've ever watched the second remake of RoboCop, in that, and they also actually have Andy Max with the second. It's exactly that. The teacher you can download their conscience, literally live on. Look at conscious in the body. The body is actually a robot.
Hey Vic, Vic, you're cutting out, man. It sounds like you're far back.
Yeah, I can't even hear you, bro.
I could hardly.
Oh, thank God it's not just me.
Yeah.
Your VPS. So.
No, try again.
Damn, Papa George's voice is
It
back.
sounds like you're far away from your phone.
Bro, I already told you.
I just had to say that.
Must have been milking the cow.
When I'm like 40, I'm gonna look like I'm 19. I just
like no lie, dude. I saw. I believe it's Elon
To be
Musk.
dead by then.
I believe it's Elon Musk that isn't trying to invent it, but I believe it was last year. I saw they're trying to invent a chip that they put behind your ear.
Yeah.
Inside your brain.
Neuralink.
He's going to make Order
Neuralink,
66.
yeah.
He is going to create
and where they
Order
can sit
66.
there and you can actually move shit with your mind.
Well, they already have it.
Like it's crazy. Well, they have it, but it's not out to the public yet. Is what I'm saying. Like,
is that Rick? Rick? Is that Rick?
Yeah, what up, man?
Daniel Jones, what up, man?
You know what? It would be a
This man is
compliment
gonna
if he
be
actually
Elon
was a good
Musk.
quarterback.
Elon Musk is going to do one of two things. One, read Revelations, and there you go. There's Elon Musk right there. Two, he's going to make Order 66 happen with those brain chips, and he's going to take over the world.
Man,
those are two things that are going to happen
That guy on
with
Twitter,
Elon
that guy's a
Musk.
nut. That guy's a nut.
Hey, I got a question.
Actually, Elon's trying to stop the people that are trying to make weapons and weaponize it, or advanced shit like that with it.
I got a
Put
question.
in a pig.
Do y'all?
If he's trying to stop weapons, why are you putting chips in a pig? That's what baffles me, bro.
Do y'all know Gary?
The use for it is different. The use case is different.
Hey, uncensored. Do y'all? Do y'all know Gary B, the guy that wants to own the Jets?
NFT guy, yeah, the Pokemon card guy.
Motivated speaker.
Why does he want to own the Jets so damn bad?
Who wouldn't want to own an NFL team though?
But the damn Jets.
He doesn't know what he's getting into.
Yeah.
He doesn't even realize how.
He's a lifelong fan. That's why.
My question is,
that's what I gotta say. That's cool.
With
I
the
like his
whole
story though.
Androids and all that. With the whole androids and all that, there's one episode of Phineas and Ferb where they built like a supercomputer and it can answer any question.
Yeah.
Any question. If that happens in real life, what's the point of having a president at that point? What's the point of having any world leaders? Right there, bang, right there. All your problems are solved. It never dies. All your problems are solved. My second point now going off of that. Have we learned nothing from watching movies and TV shows? Did we learn nothing from the Terminator?
Talking about Phineas and Ferb, bro.
Did we
Phineas and Ferb was
had a
my
robot turn against us?
Phineas and Ferb, man.
Listen,
Nothing.
Rick, here's my theory about that. Okay, I believe the government and all, and even the movie creators, they're okay with putting this shit in movies and stuff because, no lie, the human person in you, like, yeah, you love that movie. Like, we'll take iRobot for instance. There's people that watch that movie, they love that movie. I love that movie, but there's a lot of them out there that are like, wow, that's not going to happen. That's unreal. To where the government is not afraid to put that shit in front of your face, even though it's a reality, because they know what's the odds they'll believe it. You know what I mean?
I'm not
If the
denying
government
that. We'll be dead before all that iRobot stuff happens. That's what I'll say about that. Where none of us.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Look
How
at
old
what
are
they
you?
would say, look at what they thought. Go back and say what they were saying 20 and 30 years ago. They thought we'd have flying cars. They thought they'd have this and that. They thought we'd have a cure for all this stuff. We haven't done anything. It's all about what will make money. Making robots is not going to make people money.
Hey, listen, keep it that way.
It'll make one person money. Whoever.
Imagine
And
how
keep
much
the capitalism
progress
strong.
just because of that. Just because people trying to make money. How many innovative things were created just because it would have prevented people from making money? That's been stopped. Nikola Tesla is the biggest example of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, look at Amazon. They got robots in Amazon that do things.
Well, yeah, we brought that up. We brought that up backstage. I guess Amazon this year coming up, is going to start bringing out Amazon stores where they have AIs and sensors in the roof and they watch everything that you do, and it's one of those places where you don't even have to pay. Like, you walk in, you grab your groceries and it keeps track of what you grab. and what you put back, so that, and it keeps memory of it, so that way, you know, whenever you come back in, it automatically knows what you want. But you walk out and then it automatically just charges it to your account, and it goes right onto your card. You know, we were showing that video backstage before it happened. Like, Zion, pull that one up real quick. Dude, it's ridiculous how crazy like AI is getting in the world that we're moving into, you know, because you got to realize it's not just the fear of what can happen, but it's also the fear of humans of what's going to happen to our jobs, what's going to happen to, you know, everything. You know, once, like, here, we'll show this.
4 years ago, we started to wonder, what would shopping look like if you could walk into a store, grab what you want, and just go? What if we could weave the most advanced machine learning, computer vision, and AI into the very fabric of a store, so you
Real fast, this is why they bought Whole Foods. That's why they bought Whole Foods, to convert their stores and stuff like that.
never have to wait in line? No lines, no checkouts, no registers. Welcome to Amazon Go. Use the Amazon Go app to enter. Then put away your phone and start shopping. It's really that simple. Take whatever you like. Anything you pick up is automatically added to your virtual cart. If you change your mind about that cupcake, just put it back. Our technology will update your virtual cart automatically. So, how does it work? We used computer vision, deep learning algorithms, and sensor fusion, much like you'd find in self-driving cars. We call it Just Walk Out technology. Once you've got everything you want, you can just go. When you leave, our Just Walk Out technology adds up your virtual cart and charges your Amazon account. Your receipt is sent straight to the app, and you can keep going. Amazon Go. No lines, no checkout. No, seriously.
Oh,
Yeah.
a little late.
It's a good idea.
They add shit to your
No
account
lie,
that you
bro.
don't get?
That is the world we're getting into.
Yeah, I
Hey,
think
I'm-
COVID
What if they
kind
add
of
shit to your account
pushed
that you're
them
not
back,
even
but
get?
they kind of have
Yeah, I've been
already have
I've
stores
been to
active,
it.
like up and running. Like
Nope,
it's a
not
thing
doing
that's
it.
going on.
Go ahead, Dio. What's
It's
up?
a good idea,
Oh,
but it's
wow.
just not like it's just not good for
Dude, listen, I've been to it, and I tried taking a Snickers, and I took it. Listen, that gate did not let me come outside, man. That's how smart you guys is, bro. Like, you literally gotta log in. When you grab the cart, you gotta log into your Amazon thing. Or listen to this. Listen to this. Your cell phone. You don't even gotta pull it out. It'll just automatically grab the Amazon app from there, and boom.
Pretty cool.
And think about this, bro. Like you just said, how many, like, you got to realize there's a lot of smart people out there. How many people are going to start hacking your shit? And next thing you know, all you're going to do is start getting receipts for things you never even fucking bought.
Yeah,
Right?
There's a lot
That's
of
what I
shit
was
wrong
gonna say.
with that, dude. I'm
Unless,
sorry, but there is.
literally.
Unless
you
we
can
use
get
blockchain.
thumbprints so
You
easy.
dig?
Unless you use what?
blockchain technology.
Yeah, it's probably using blockchain
Yeah.
technology.
I don't know.
And what's annoying about that is
I think when you roll faster, I think
Which
when you
brings
roll
us to
something-
today's sponsor, NordVPN. Now,
you have to make the payment right after you get out the Amazon Go. Like that's gonna be annoying in itself. Like
I
you
think-
just got to
Wait, real fast. I think Rick hit it on the nail. Everybody looks at blockchain technology and just thinks of crypto, but that's two different things. Crypto is one thing, obviously, that's built off of that blockchain technology, but blockchain technology is changing the way the everyday world works, and you see it right there with a store like the Amazon store, and obviously they have all their systems in place that if it's the same thing. Like Eagles say, well, that's scary. What if you're getting all these fraud? But it's the same thing when you put in your credit card information online. There's all these security things that is in place. So before a program even like this rolls off, it takes probably like years and years of dedication to make it right. Obviously, and nothing goes right. All these companies been hacked before. You know what I'm saying? So that is a scare. But I think a lot of people, if you just look at the the world that the next 20 world the world in the next 20 years and what blockchain technology actually brings it is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
And there's
Well, that's
possibilities.
good. That's good as long as it works.
Yeah. No, yeah.
But the one thing I've found out in life, bro, is anything is hackable. Anything. I mean, you think about it. Our government has probably the most ridiculous security in the world. Most governments do. And I can tell you right now, because my dad worked for the Department of Defense and he was in the military for 60 some years, he designed most of them. That's what he did. He was a computer analyst. That's what he did. He created defenses for our military system. And he will tell you straight up, he can hack into our military in like 20 minutes. Easy. And that's probably the most like ridiculous firewall you'll ever have to go through in your life. I mean, our government takes those precautions. It's built by people who build them, you know, and my dad wrote some of them. And he even said everything is hackable. It does not matter who you are, where you're from, how much money you put into it. Everything is hackable.
You're absolutely right. And that's why if you look at, to add on to that point, if we were talking about AI, obviously, but not to go off tune, like,
yeah,
you look at attacks, you know, and stuff like that. China and Russia's they're not going to invade us with airplanes and soldiers. You know, they're going to invade us over the web, try to infiltrate us over the system. And yes, they already done it. So now that the threat is no longer people landing on our shores or anything like that. The threat goes on every single day in the cyber web, and these military people and our government is spending billions upon billions, if not trillions of dollars to try to infiltrate a structure that's going to hold up. But guess what? What Eagles just said, no matter what, like, they're going to find a way to get through, you know? I don't want to pull up the elections, but you can go look at the elections, you know what I'm saying? You go look at the way other countries and even our country picks the leaders for other governments around the world. You know what I'm saying? Everything's done digitally. A tweet nowadays could just end your career. Look at cancel culture. You know what I'm saying? We have prime athletes or even like high list celebrities fucking apologizing over a tweet. Like, get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn near big. Look at John Cena. I don't like him as an actor. I was a fan of him. He was a wrestler, but look at him apologizing to China over a 10-minute video over a tweet. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. That was in a man.
No, it's fine.
I guarantee you, John Cena could probably wrestle every single member of the Chinese government and win.
Bro, all I know is it's like I said earlier. There's only one way that you're going to get world domination these days, and that's literally by taking everybody and like, for instance, if we would have crashed economy-wise, you're getting bought out, so you don't end up going bankrupt. Like I said, if it would have really got bad, this COVID shit would have really got bad. We never would have came up with a cure in time and all this shit. Like, and we needed money. You're eventually going to sell to somebody who has money, so you get money. And that's what everybody is kind of scared of, because if you get into that sort of realm, so to speak, you know, it doesn't really matter how powerful you are to where China or somebody can come in and buy you out to save you from crashing. You know what I mean? So you don't need to hack people. You don't need to do that. All you need to do is just pretty much take over their economy and you win. So
it's simple. It really is.
Yeah,
it literally is a game of Monopoly.
Yeah. Well, doesn't like I believe it's like Bank of America every year gives Warren Buffett like millions of dollars because he bailed them out during the Great Recession.
Yeah,
in 2008. So like he basically, like, anytime he wants stock in Bank of America, he can just buy stock in Bank of America and, you know, buy the stock in Bank of America at the value that it was in 2008 and not at the value it is now. And Bank of America every year has to pay him like $1 million or something like that.
That's crazy.
So exactly what you're saying, like with China and this whole COVID thing, you know what I'm saying? Like it's basically what we did with our C notes when we. What was that? when we converted it to when we was like, okay, give us our gold, we'll give you this dollar, and then like I forget when that happened, but you know that happened in this country. I need to go look at my research and find that, but we did that to our own people per se. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and the COVID ain't done yet. You know what I mean? It's still growing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I came up with that thing. With how the hell these freaking devices we have, no one in the vicinity of all that, man. Like, I didn't even turn it on, honestly, man, because one, I don't even go out like that, you know, just to stay safe, and then two, how scary everything is, you know, as well. Like, even looking at the damn phone, like, shit's fucking crazy, bro. Like, just
Well, yeah, I mean this phone right here, bro. All it is an AI. That's all it
Yeah.
fucking is.
It's a
And
machine to scare you.
I mean, if you that's the
It's a
thing.
bit-
Everybody's
it's a-
worried about fucking tracers, you know, being put in them and shit. This is all the tracer they need right here.
Yeah.
Like they don't need anything else. You carry
Mhm.
this with you 24/7. You sleep right next to it. I mean, it's always on you at any moment, at any day, at any time. This is all they need. They don't need to inject trackers into people. They don't need to do any crazy shit because it's all right there in your fucking hand.
freaking Watch Dogs. If you played Watch Dogs before, they do literally
Watch
control
Dogs is a good game.
everybody's life with that phone, like even traffic lights, everything.
I mean, no lie, dude. I heard last year or the year before, like there was people getting hit in New York and shit because they were walking across the street looking at their fucking cell phone instead of looking up.
Yep.
You know? Like, are we that gas society?
Pokemon Go, yeah, people was dying for Pokemon Go.
AK, I'll tell you
Everybody
that
needs to.
I live in.
Dude, there's videos on YouTube of people texting while they're walking, running in the fucking street signs. Like, are we that
That happened to
fucking
me
gas?
yesterday.
Yep.
That happened to me yesterday. I'm not gonna lie.
That's why when I played Pokemon Go, I was like, I am just stationary.
Dude, I don't even want to start that shit, dude. When that shit came out, you had people running in the fucking streets of New York trying to catch a Pokemon. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
They're dedicated.
I mean,
Never really got into it.
What?
like that, but
Shiny.
what I did, like off subject, but on subject, Pokemon Go did get people out of the house. That's the good thing.
It did, yeah.
it got people out of the house, but it also got a group
It got
of
people out of the
in-
house and into the grave.
It got
And
people
killed,
in
yeah.
my
Did
friend's
you guys hear
backyard.
about like people like in bad neighborhoods, like
Yeah.
Pokemon, like where they'll go to like a spot, right, to meet up to catch this legendary Zapdos, but like people will wait there and like mob them for their shit.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, yeah,
No lie, you had people getting shot at because they were jumping on other people's backyards trying
not
to catch some
Zapdos,
shit.
bitch.
Yeah, and he's trying to catch a Pokemon, and the dude's standing on the porch with a gun saying, "Get the fuck off my property. What the fuck are you
Yeah.
doing?" And dude's like, "I'm trying to catch a Pokemon." He's like, "What? Fuck off. Like, are you serious?"
That
Yeah,
sounds
like-
like me.
Like, I know somebody that no, they don't have a gated in yard, which I think they should. That's neither here nor there. Now,
Okay, never mind,
Pokemon
he's
Go
not
was
calling
big
me
at the
out.
time. He had a group of people, and I think this was like a couple days before I went over there and chilled. He had a group of people walk into his front yard, around his house, into his backyard, catch a couple of Pokemon, and leave. I was like, at that point, I'm getting out the bat and going, "Who are you and why are you in my backyard?"
Right?
Forget the
And these
Forget the
people did
bat,
not fucking care, dude. They didn't care. They went anywhere. There was people in fucking graveyards, for Christ's sake.
Bro,
That was
they
when
were trying to go,
Pokemon.
they were trying to get their to their designation earlier.
Bro, that was when
Yo, I had a friend hop into a quarry. and she'll be
That
like-
was when
she'll be
Pokemon
like
was
driving
at
10 miles per hour, and
Jordy,
I'll
I
be
like
like,
how
yo,
you
why are you driving so slow? And she's like,
Yeah,
oh,
dude,
the phone wouldn't pick up if I, because she's playing Pokemon Go while driving. But if she drives too fast, it won't pick up. I'm like, this is crazy. This is getting out of hand.
Right? I don't understand.
cool, man.
Dude, no lie. We have turned to these so much. All right, dude. I remember when I was a kid, bro. I'd be out on my swing set all day or building ramps and ramping my bicycle over ramps and crashing and losing air because my chest hit the ground so hard. You know, or learning how to skateboard and shit. Dude, you know my daughter is 5 years old and she's a fucking Fortnite phenom already. She's way better than me. You know, these kids
I mean,
know,
honestly, I'm not
these kids
surprised.
know nothing about what it is like to be a kid.
Hey, bro,
Because
but
everything
it's
is right in
just
front of
about
you
his
now.
reflexes, though. I bet your reflexes is there.
Yeah, but the technology though, bro, is just so ridiculous now. Kids are just
There's no need for social interaction now.
no.
I've never met any of you in my life. I don't know any of you. I've never met you physically, and yet we're here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, like I got
Sure.
a cousin who grew up with technology. He always had something with him. I mean, and he is to the point where I was sometimes I'd be like, dude, go outside. I will literally come over there and pick you up and throw you outside, because that's how I used to be with my buddies all the time.
Right?
I remember
Blame the start of the 2010s. That's who you need to blame.
I used to sit outside.
Slay, when were you born?
I used to sit outside between the
2010.
ages of about 10 and 15, and for days on end, I would just shoot and shoot and shoot on my basketball hoop.
Yeah.
It was like I was like repetition. I just got better and better, and it's kids don't have it these days. Like my cousin, he interacts with his buddies on video games more than he does outside. I'm like, dude, go outside.
But sometimes that's like so for instance, like I was a kid that, not to use me as example, but like I was a kid that like always was outside, always playing, and then I moved up to Cali because I grew up in Hawaii. When I moved up to Cali, like I didn't take the time because I was really in my adult. I didn't take the time to make friends. So what I did was I made a community online on PlayStation so that we play Call of Duty together, we play games like that. And I never met those guys in my life, but I knew them for the past 6 years, and like it's to the point where we're friends that if they need money, we're cash apping each other and shit like that. We have private chats together, and sometimes with these kids, I totally get your point, but sometimes with these kids that go outside and go play, but their community is on Roblox, their community is on Minecraft. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, I feel
Blame-
you, bro.
blame the start of the 2010s.
Geo and Foothills are probably two of my best friends on here, and even Vic. All right, I've never met these guys in my fucking life, but I promise you, if I saw them tomorrow, I'd probably give them the biggest fucking hug like I've known them in fucking years. You know what I mean? Like the internet is so fucking entwined with everyone's lives these days. You totally forget what the real world is.
Blame the start of the 2010s.
I was gonna say, like, I came in as a child, like late teens. Yeah, I played computer games, but I also went outside. I was on my bike. I was playing football, basketball, all that, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, he was a cross gen.
Like Slay, have you ever played Smear the Clear or Night Tag?
If I came in, I was playing
Night Tag, yes. Night Tag, yes.
Manhunt. You ever play
Yeah,
Manhunt?
Night Tag. I played Night Tag.
Yeah.
I literally
Like,
had
Night Tag.
I'm saying though, dude, I used to get a group of 7 friends together, invite them over on the weekend. Dude, we play Night Tag Friday through Sunday. No lie, we'd be out in my 2 acres in my parents' backyard, dude, around trees at nighttime, pitch black, fucking until 2, 3 in the morning, playing fucking Night Tag. You know how many kids do that shit these days? None.
I wish I could say.
We used to have a group. We had a group of neighbors.
BPS doesn't want to play that game. He is queer.
You've never met me in person.
I'm
So-
just messing with you, dude.
So my neighborhood used to have a bunch of kids in it. We used to gather up. No, a lot of us around the same age. We used to grab 7 or 8 kids. We had about 4 or 5 houses we'd jump between. We had small yards.
Yeah.
So we go back and forth all the time playing Manhunt, and there was woods behind, so we'd jump in there too.
Yep.
It was wild. I mean, I've got a few stories from it. I've got a few stories I've heard from them from it. There's so much crazy stuff that's come from it that I'm like, these are stories I have.
Do you even just remember as a kid just getting a group of friends and going to a field and playing Rumble Fumble all day?
Yeah.
You would even break
How
up
about
the team.
paintball,
You're just
dude?
playing Rumble Fumble.
Like, dude, paintball was big in my fucking day. We'd get kids together after school on weekends. A buddy of mine, Jared, he had a huge fucking house, and his parents were in the military, so they had
Shout
like
out to
20
Jared.
fucking acres behind their house, dude, and it was all woods. This motherfucker went out. He bought ghillie suits. He bought military suits. You know, all the different like snow camo, forest camo, wood camo. Dude, we'd have every camo for each fucking season. Okay, we'd be out there in the fucking snow playing paintball in winter fucking camo gear, so you couldn't see anybody. Like, they don't do that shit anymore. We used to play roller hockey out in the streets. Set up 2 goals, wear a roller skates, and play fucking hockey and smash the shit out of each other. You know,
we invented games, because I remember a game we played, War Tribes, where you got a couple of buddies, you put them in different tribes, and we had like woods and all that shit.
This just sounds cool.
And it was literally like we would get like weapons or whatever, scatter them around. We would literally have bases and fight each other to the death if we ever ran across each other in woods.
Yeah, well,
all we had was super soakers in the summer, and we would just shoot each other.
Yeah, well, that's what we used to do. Like, we would sit there and play capture the flag with paintball guns, bro.
Yes.
We'd make flags and put flags on poles and stick them in the ground, and then we'd start at one end of the property, go to the other, run through the woods, hit each other with paintballs, and try and capture the flags. Like, no one does this shit anymore because everybody's so enthralled with the fucking AI. Like, you just don't see it anymore. Like, my daughter probably doesn't even know what playing is, man. Swear to God.
I honestly think when the PlayStation 1 came out, that's what changed everything.
Yes.
That's when people stayed in. When PlayStation 1 came out, it was a wrap. You knew you weren't going anywhere until you beat, like, Tekken. You know what I mean? Or until you did your whole Final Fantasy.
Yeah. Like, no lie, bro. When I was a kid, I fucking sat there and played Tetris trying to get to that 99th level. You know what I mean?
Super Mario World. And you gotta get all 98 levels. And then you got that bonus. When you got 2 extra ones, it's a wrap. I'm staying indoors. Fuck Christmas. Fuck the holiday. Fuck everyone else. I'm staying in my room.
Like, the only time I video gamed as a kid, bro, was in the wintertime. Whenever it was really fucking cold and you couldn't go outside. Other than that, my life was outside.
I'd still go outside.
I climbed trees just for fits and giggles, just to see how high
I remember as a child, in 92 and 94, we had horrible nor'easters. My dad literally kept us outside for the whole 2 weeks, just shoveling when every other hour the city would come in and plow and just, put the snow right back where it was. But he didn't give a shit. We weren't staying in the house. He was not having kids drive him crazy for 2 weeks. Get the fuck out. Now parents don't do that. Parents will have you inside and be happy about it.
Yeah. No, you're right, dude. And it's crazy because, you know what? In all honesty, I'm okay with the technology world. Like, dude, if they came out with Ready Player One tomorrow, you damn right I'd be first in line for that shit. I'm not even kidding. Like, I believe a virtual reality inside reality would be amazing. Like, I'm sorry, but and like Zion brought up earlier, the surrogate thing, dude, I'd fucking do that in a heartbeat too. But that's me now because I've developed myself into that, because you're right. When PlayStation 1 and Xbox came out, dude, that was the end for me. When World of Warcraft came out in 2002, that was the end of me. Like it's almost like they mind warp you. You know what I mean? Like, you know how many times I tried to put down World of Warcraft before I actually did?
No.
Well, I know you don't. It was just it's an addiction. Yeah. I mean, look at all these kids, dude. Like, you remember that YouTube video that went viral about that dad that mowed over that dude's games?
Yeah,
that like, bro, that kid lost his fucking mind. He lost his mind. He was acting like it just shot his girlfriend. Like his girlfriend was getting ran over by a fucking lawnmower. Like, I don't understand. It was awesome, but I don't understand. Like, how are you that weak-minded? You know what I mean?
That's a pampered generation right there. When you're constantly giving everything and everything comes to you and you never heard no, and then as an adult you finally fucking hear it and you act like a child, man, I'm so happy that dad did that to him. He needed it. And anything he gets after that, he needed to do it. Like, the first thing he should have told him was get a job.
Earn it.
That's why we shouldn't be giving out participation trophies.
Uh-huh.
I agree with that too.
It was the worst thing we ever did.
I mean, that become a thing. Not to get off subject, but
no, that
let's keep it
was
on AI.
back in 1999 or 2000, I believe. Or no, it was even before that. I was probably in middle school when that shit happened. Like, everybody gets a trophy, everybody gets a ribbon. Like, no lie, I was really good at baseball, right? And I had the best batting average on my traveling team whenever I was 14. And I remember, like, dude, I was really good and I got a trophy, right? Well, everyone else did too. And then I got a second one just for being an MVP. And the kid that never played a fucking inning on my team got a trophy. And I'm just looking like, what the fuck? That's unfair. You know, like that's what made these generations, the snowflake generation and shit, because you know what? You can't beat your kids anymore without
You wanna hear
somebody
what's
getting
worse?
offended.
Yeah.
They don't even keep score. They don't keep score anymore. You're going to a game.
No.
As a parent, you got to understand. You love your kid, but that's one of the most boringest things ever. If you're trying to see like kids playing soccer, that's the worst.
Oh,
And then you're
I
gonna tell
feel
me
you on that,
you ain't
Vic.
gonna keep score. I can't even get no skin on this game. Are you out your damn mind? Like that is the worst thing ever. Like you teach like kids have to learn to lose because A, you learn humility. B, you understand what it is to lose and what it is to fight back, you know, to get that win. You're never going to learn any of those skills by just giving them awards all the time. What does that say? You don't have to do much, but you'll still get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you grow up as an adult, you have to work. You have certain things that you have to do. If you don't follow that, what happens? They're going to move along and find someone else to do your job. But imagine if you don't have that skills where you automatically think no matter how good you perform, you should automatically have your job. Or you should automatically get a raise every year at the same performance that you did. You know how wild that would be? There's going to be a lot of people that are going to get a ridiculous shock when they get older.
You know, in 7th grade, right?
Yeah.
This was like 2 years ago. This is literally when, I think it was the start.
You just graduate?
No, hell no.
Hey, congrats, man.
I'm a freshman right now. I'm a freshman right now, going to the 10th. But in 7th grade, this was in the middle of the year, December. So it was a basketball season, and I took my first loss. As soon as I got home,
it was week 1.
The tears just started draining, bro. I don't take losses, bro. That's one thing I don't take lightly. That jump.
That sucks.
I get what you mean.
Don't take losses.
So
take
great.
lessons.
Taking losses for 14
But
years.
let me
though.
ask you, my guy. Let me ask you something. How did you feel? Like seriously, without the crying, not talking about that. I get that. But how did you feel about losing that game?
It actually felt like it felt sad a little bit because I wanted to win that game so bad too.
How bad did you lose?
Yeah, but you know though, that's what's wrong. Is when you start giving all these kids participation awards and making them feel like they always win. That's what makes life hard, because you have to realize something. You don't win in life. All right, it's hard to win in life. You're going to be told no. Okay, we're teaching our kids now that you don't fail. You never fail. Well, guess what? You fucking fail in life. So when you grow up, you believe that no, I deserve. It's almost like a dessert. You know, I deserve it instead of working. You just expect it because everyone gives it to you. Even though you know you suck at basketball or you suck at baseball, you got an award. It's like, they're just giving me shit. So therefore, whenever a kid's given something his whole life, and then when he finally gets out in the real world and his boss says, "I'm sorry, little man, but it don't fucking work that way," you're not used to that. So what happens? And I hate bringing this up, but I thought this was the funniest and most fucked up thing in the world. And I don't like bringing politics into my thing, but I'm just going to put this as an example. Whenever Trump ran for office, right? And he won. Before he won, there was them college kids that sat there and signed petitions saying they were going to cut their dicks off if he won. What the fuck is that? Are you shitting me right now? Is that the type of world that we fucking live in? You're willing to cut your dick off for the fucking president.
Who came and collected? That's what I want to know.
Huh?
Who came and collected when Trump
can I
was at their
congratulate
door
that
like,
man?
you signed the form. Bring him out.
People.
Sorry, you wrote the tweet. Give me it.
But the
that's
thing
what
too
I'm
about
talking about,
losing is,
privileged people. When did we get into this world that if I don't get what I want, I'm going to chop my dick off so I prove a point? I'm sorry, that's not going to happen.
well, that's what a kid does when they don't get their way. They pout and they say they're going to do something extreme. That's kids. That's child behavior. But my thing is
and that
about
all
losses.
started from everyone's a winner because they're not used to losing. So when they lose, automatically the world's going to fucking end. You know what I mean?
When you lose, you end up wanting that more. When you win, it's always there. You don't need it. It's not a necessity. But when you lose, like you said, like your love for even for your love for that game, you end up gaining more love for it because you feel for it. You're going to work harder for it. It means something to you. So that way, when you do win, you're so excited and elated. That's the feeling you're always going to want to get. But again, without loss, you're not going to go. You're not going to get anywhere. You need to lose. Winning
And
is
do you
great, but
always
again,
win in life?
yeah, exactly. That's you're never gonna have it. You're never gonna learn how to get out of adversity.
So what are we teaching our kids by letting them think they always win? Not a fucking
You know what
thing.
you get though, guys.
Dude,
Like this is what you get.
anytime I
Though.
played Call of Duty, my kids knew I'm racking up 50 on you. I'm racking
Bunch of
50 kills on
dumbasses
you.
not reproducing.
Hey, think
That's the
about
thing,
it,
we're
man.
stuck
And
with
no,
the
I don't care.
generation.
I don't care if you get sniped. Don't cry about it. Try to beat me. That's it.
Well, think about it, man.
Right.
In the Giants community, the most whiny babies are the younger ones because they don't know what it's like to lose. I mean, it sucks that we suck like that, but I mean, you know.
That's true.
Well, actually, that I think of, everyone's a whiny little baby when it comes
Everyone's
to the Giants.
whiny,
They're never
nothing
really that
really.
happy, even if we win. But anyway,
But here's
No,
the
I
thing
get
too, like
I get what you mean though, Reek. I get
we
what
have
you
a
mean.
bunch of like I don't know what generation this is, but 17,
Gen Z.
18, 19-year-olds now that like they think like
A 9 to 5. I'm too cool for that. I'm gonna be an influencer. Like like
Don't rope me into this. I work a 9 to
have
5
that
job.
attitude about like getting a blue collar, like get a job. You have to get a job, or join the military. Their mindset is all like, I'm gonna become an influencer. I'm gonna post on Instagram. I'm gonna become a content creator. You
Nope.
know?
Yeah.
Nope. Working a 9 to 5 job and going into college to be in the military.
Well, and you know that's something too. What?
Nah, I was just thinking 9 to 5.
Working.
Oh, and that's the thing too. When you look at when you look at this stuff, it's like, dude, when you bring AI in, like it's only going to get worse. Because the more and more that AI develops, and the more and more that we can do, like that's kind of what upsets me, and that's kind of why I like talking about this shit. Because you know what, we all know what it's like to be kids. We all know what it's like to feel lost and to be depressed because we really thought we could do something that we couldn't do. And you got these kids out there that they've never felt loss. They've never felt what it's like to lose. And then whenever you set them up, like for instance, who had to buy my first car? Me. Who had to pay for their Xbox? Me. Anything I wanted, clothes, anything. By the time I turned 16, everything was on me at that point. And my parents knew it. They knew how to do it because they were like, listen, you're not going to earn anything in life. You got to get it on your own. And that's where we went wrong in life. That's where we went wrong with this younger generation, because now they all believe they're just owed everything and they don't need to do anything for it.
Yeah, and when I played basketball, and I know I go to a lot of basketball stories, but when I played
Get it, Jordy. You were a baller. My God.
I played on some bad teams. I remember my 4th grade year, I think we won a total of 2 games. My 5th grade year, we won 0.
You sound like my high
6th,
school.
We won 1. But I remember...
That's because you sucked.
Those were
You
some
weren't good
horrible
enough.
teams, but I remember walking in. I walked into every game. Now I got pushed around because I was always the short and smaller one. Well, I remember I was off the wall, and I was always energetic and very competitive.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember walking out of every game either balling or I was just like, I was visibly angry because we would lose. And like kids these days, it's not there. Like I've watched a couple kids games because it's just something to do, and I know a couple people who do play some sports. Like my cousin's playing basketball right now, and some of the kids, it's just like they're there just to be there and just to get a trophy. I'm like, that's not how it works.
Yeah, and it shouldn't work that way.
Yesterday, when I was at the Florida Firearms Academy, they did a competition. It was they recreated or like they did stuff from Squid Game or whatever, and it was like you win, you get an AR-15. I was like, sure, I want to enter that. It didn't win. It came in 8th place though, but that's besides the point. So the first game, of course, was red light, green light, and I literally looked around, and my dad was like, how do you feel about the competition? The exact words I said to him was, well, one guy I know has a cane. A lot of them are fat, old, and slow, and I can stiff arm these children, and I will stiff arm these children.
How'd you come in 8th then?
Because I lost in musical chairs.
To old people?
No.
Well, you just said they're fat and then with canes.
No, to
so-
people my age.
Oh,
No, I
okay.
eliminated all the old people off of. It was only 20. It was only what's the space? 20 people advanced from red light, green light.
Wow. Jesus.
Or no, sorry, I was
Only
8th
people
in red
entered.
light, green light. I came 6th place overall.
That's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. I didn't win shit. I was pissed.
You need to get better at musical chairs, is what you're trying to tell me.
Right. Well, the guy was bigger than me, so I couldn't body him out the way.
Always pull the chair. Always pull the freaking
They
chair.
had me handcuffed.
Pull that damn shit. Kick that shit.
Yeah, you kick it.
I couldn't.
Do whatever you can to get that chair out the way.
I tried. I really did try.
So have you? We'll get back onto the AI. All right. Have you
If
guys
they
seen
weren't like
Elysium?
26, you're out. I was gonna start biting him. Gonna be like,
Hey, ask the question again.
Okay, I know
Have you guys seen Elysium with Matt Damon?
Oh, actually, I
Yeah.
did see that.
Yeah, that's a good
Wait, hold
movie.
on, wait.
A while back.
Is that the one? Wait, I'm trying to
Yeah,
remember.
That's
that
the
one
one with the.
um,
That's the one with the exosuit. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, because
Where he gets the radiation poison and shit. Yeah.
Okay.
So you remember those healing stations that they have in that?
Mhm.
Where they can heal anything, a broken bone, cancer. They can even bring you back to life after you've
Ain't
died.
nobody-
Like that's shit that we need to start looking at. You know that there's things that they're testing. Like I know they do nanobites for war because they want to be able to save, humans, and they feel that if we go to robot technology, that less humans will have to go to battle, which means less people will die. But I want to see it more towards the medical field. I don't fucking care about wars, man. China does not bother me. Chinese people do not bother me. As long as you stay in your lane and you don't fuck with me and you don't fuck with my family or my money, I don't care. People are people. Don't matter if you're fucking pink, black, purple, yellow, green, fucking whatever,
remember the Titan. Sorry.
But it's one of those things where I feel the reason that we get into technology is all for the wrong reasons.
Hmm.
That's
I mean,
1,000% true.
about that.
That's 1,000% true. It is always for the wrong reason. It's always out of greed or to benefit that person who's always making. It's never for a benefit of the greater good. It's always for the benefit of themselves.
Right.
I feel like it's become more to the point now where it's become it's upgraded from big dick energy to like cybernetic. Which country's got the biggest like cybernetic dick to just assert dominance? It's become that kind of playing level, in my opinion.
We got the best weapons.
Like that.
It all comes down to the best offense.
Well, one
Yeah.
thing that amazes me is for years you would see like other countries trying to get like their space programs off, and you'd always see spacecraft blowing up. But then you got Elon Musk and what's the other one, Jeff Bezos. They have their own space force, whatever you want to call it, and you don't even see the problems that they have. Like they're leading the world in this technology. Now, like next to NASA, they're the next up. You have the Chinese, you have the Russians. And then you have Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, who's only been in the game, 4 years? That's ridiculous. Now, like, billionaires can start doing things that other countries take years, decades to progress in. Now they're doing it in the span of a couple of years. Where
That's
are
because they
gonna
don't
go
put
off?
enough money in.
But
Yeah.
Vic, but don't this tell you like literally like why are they doing this like with space races? Why are these people looking at the rover?
I'm bringing that up. I'm
Yeah.
bringing that up, Gio.
Yeah, like,
I'm
why is
looking
he
to
so
bring that up.
interested in just leaving? Why
Now
is Elon
listen.
Musk so interested in just leaving the planet?
I gotta
Reasons
tell
why.
you
I
guys.
know I got
something.
my reasons. I've been taking notes on this shit.
Oh yeah, me too, bro. And listen, this is my reasoning for that. One, I just found out that Elon Musk sold some stocks recently.
A lot.
That he
A
was
lot of
on,
Tesla.
yeah, where he was on record saying he would never sell these at all ever. Like he was like, you couldn't pay me to sell these. Like he was never going to get rid of them, and just recently he sold them.
I can tell
Okay.
you why.
I'm a man on record saying he never would. Now you got all these billionaires doing space races to get up. Like there's 12 of them all over the world, billionaires that are doing what Jeff Bezos and whatever.
Fast, I'll let you
Elon
finish,
Musk is
but-
doing.
Go.
Richard
Yeah.
Branson.
Yeah. So, you know, I have a theory, man. Like, you know what? This world is coming to an end to a point. You have to realize it, because when you have billionaires doing things that only NASA was able to do at one time, like for instance, what are you getting out of doing what they're doing right now?
Publicity.
What are you getting from it? Huh?
History.
Publicity, money.
Yeah.
History. That's all
You
they care
know,
about.
but in my eyes, though, it's a lot worse than that. Like they're trying to get a way to get out of here because they know something inevitably is coming. You know, these are the richest men in the world. They are the most powerful men in the world. Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk are going to know that the world's ending before any of us do, because they have the money, they have the power, and they can help create things to get them off of this earth to save
they're
them.
definitely on that email list. They are
So
definitely
it's might
on
have
that
just been to
group
escape
chat.
his ex-wife. We don't know these things.
Yeah, here's the thing too. Like, so as far as like all these billionaires, like anybody, if you have a multi-billion-dollar company or have billions of dollars, any one of us could buy a satellite. Like, it's not that easy to launch this. It's not that easy to. It's hard to launch a satellite up into space, but it's not that hard if you have billions of dollars in the bank account. You know, and obviously they all have their own reasons. Obviously, Elon Musk wants to start a colony on Mars, and obviously Jeff Bezos is attacking the public sector when it comes to hotels. We got Virgin Mobile trying to tackle a little bit of both. We got NASA now going back to the moon, and then we got fucking Robert Bigelow. Robert Bigelow is just blasting things off because he wants to just find life. He just wants to find alien life. That's his whole point. If you don't know who Robert Bigelow is, he used to own Skinwalker Ranch. Go look him up. He's absolutely amazing.
The aliens.
The alien guy. He's an alien billionaire that says, "I'm just launching rockets because I want to find alien life." So we have all these different companies, but I feel you. I get what you're saying, Eagles, and yes, they'll know before us. We have probably private sector companies building some rafts and some technology just in case anything goes down. I believe that too, but I just think the space race is moving so fast because Russia developed the engine that basically outperforms any engine we got, and China is trying to go to space as well, and that's why the Space Force was created, because we're trying to be. It's another. It all comes down to control. If you can control the air, if you can control the sea, now if you can control space, right? And now with I'm not a big fan, I'm not a big supporter of Elon, but what I do give him is I do give him credit because his technology, like he's able to launch rockets and land them and reuse them.
Oh yeah, that's amazing.
Go watch videos of the demo that he's doing with the Starship and the kind of technology that he's using in that. So with all these billionaires, I just think that it's coming playground now because other countries are trying to put what China is trying to put people on the moon, you know. So now that it came to limelight, now you can go to the conspiracy side and you can say don't come back until after 2020. You know, we can take that route, but I just think it's more. And obviously we have it's been documented, it's been proven. It's not even a conspiracy no more. We have visitors from other planets that's been watching us for a while. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like all those mixtures into one.
Yeah, but Zion, you have to realize though too, like yesterday or the day before, one of the two, we had 22 tornadoes down south, and one of them went 220 miles. 220 miles. It broke every history, but it broke every history tornado. Every one.
Is that what hit Kentucky?
Okay, yeah, and it was the one that hit Kentucky. Okay, 220 miles. That's never fucking heard of. Okay, do you know how long 220 fuck miles is?
Let me just stop you right there. I believe in the rapture. I believe in the ascension. I believe in revelations, whatever you want to call it. But I also believe in a future of technology. So I don't want to think about the end times, but I feel what you're saying. Well,
but listen,
I live
in Harrisburg. I live in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Zion. Look it up on a map of Pennsylvania. I live in Harrisburg. for 220 miles, okay, Harrisburg or Philly is 2 hours away from me. It would take me driving to Philly and driving back to Harrisburg. That's how long that tornado went on the ground. All right, you have our magnetic field around Earth literally flipping right now. It's moving down over Canada and all that shit. Okay, you have our polar ice caps melting. You have things going on in the world that is so fucking ridiculous.
Can you make me a mod so I can block this spam?
Yeah.
Can you block this
I think
spam?
you already are a mod, Zion. Aren't you? But you know, we have all these things happening across the world. You know, and California is already 100 years behind the biggest earthquake that should break them off and send them into the ocean. You know, like there is so many things that are going on right now that you can't sit there and tell me that this space race by the billionaires isn't a way to get the fuck off this planet. Like when you have the magnetic field, all right, HAARP, for instance, we talked about that the other night. Doing those fucking lasers and shit into the sky to try and manipulate weather to make it snow when we want.
They can really control the weather.
All that shit.
Yeah.
Do you know HAARP weakened our magnetic field?
Yes.
Okay. That means solar rays can get into the earth a lot more.
Yeah.
That's why the heat has been going up. They said by the year 2030 that the heat wave will actually increase by like 2.5% or something.
No, shout out to, like, I'm not trying to be a dick, but that's why if you look at it, like, prices in Houston is dropping, prices in Miami is dropping.
Yeah.
We're talking about homes, you know.
Yeah. And you know, it's snowing in Texas.
Yeah.
Like,
it snowed in Las Vegas not too long ago.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, dude, whenever you're a monitor now, Zion, and not just that, but, you know, when you put all of this together, and you read, and I read a lot of articles about this too, man. Like, dude, so many people have predicted this shit. Now, granted, it was not supposed to come in our fucking lifetime. But the fact that we fucked up our world so much is only making the inevitable sooner.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And you're absolutely right, because we seen all those movies. All random people die. It's only, you know, like you see those doctors that find out about them. They don't make an announcement. So it's already hit. It's already coming.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know how when you always mention movies and like how it kind of resembles of what goes on today?
Yeah.
There's only one movie that I can ever think about that literally explains everything that happens on
2012.
Today. No. Do you remember the movie Wall Street?
Yeah.
With Michael Douglas?
Yeah.
Greed is good. Since those words were uttered, whether he was a real man or not, since those words were uttered, Wall Street, people are being, like I said, what we're doing now to this planet, it's all because of greed.
Yeah.
No other reason, not because they're trying to advance, not because they're trying to figure something out, all because of greed. That's what led us to where we're at today.
Yeah.
And it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, you know, you got weather changing rapidly fast. I mean, it's changing every day. Like I said, when you have snow in Texas, you know you got an issue.
Well, did you not? Well,
Like, no lie.
in weather changing and stuff like that. Okay, so they found a polar bear, half grizzly bear hybrid, and they're actually finding these things in the wild now, just because the ice caps are melting. That polar bears are being forced into grizzly territory, so they're ending up mating now, and we're having these fucking crazy ass creatures.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got ligers, for Christ's sake.
Oh yeah,
lion/tiger. I mean, they're the biggest fucking animals, lions there is, you know. But it's happened before. But you know, other people have to realize too. You don't realize how much our polar ice caps have kept shit at bay. Okay, everybody wants to sit there and wonder, well, what happened to the Black Plague back in the day? What happened to this back in the day? What happened to everything? All of these diseases. You don't think for one second that these polar ice caps have kept them sealed for so long, and as we sit there and we melt these polar ice caps, that these diseases aren't going to come back? I remember last year when COVID hit, there was 5 cases of the Black Plague in the United States. There was a squirrel in California who had the Black Plague. Okay, there was people that had the Black Plague. All right, how did the Black Plague just randomly come up again? Oh yeah, because the polar ice caps keep melting, and who knows how many diseases are trapped in that ice. So the more and more you melt these ice caps, the more and more you're going to see shit change. You know what I mean?
The more and more we get billionaires kind of go off planet.
Now with the polar ice cap stuff, you got something on there because they even said, what's the one place in the world that no country has a stake in? It's Antarctica. No country has a stake in that place. No country wants a stake in that place. A lot of people said that there's some things hidden there. You know, for the most part, you never know because they say that in Antarctica there's a world under the world.
Yep.
So you know, like a lot of that's going on.
I mean, there's even a theory out there there's even a theory out there, like, no lie, that you know, the Journey to the Center of the Earth with Brendan Fraser, that there's a atrium inside the Earth.
Yeah.
There's an atrium inside the Earth.
Well, what we do know for a fact is
the other thing I heard too is that they were trying to, like, you know how they have archaeologists, whatever they have out there, those scientists out there, that they had drilled before, and when they drilled into the ocean, they were trying to see if they can get divers or something down there, but that there's other animals that we haven't even discovered yet that are there.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you was going with the Russian scientists.
Sam.
Like they had an expedition up to Antarctica on this private lake, and a group of Russian scientists drilled a hole into the solar ice caps, and then went down, like, I don't know how far, but they went down and they was all diving, and then all of a sudden they came across like this squid-like creature, and that attacked one of the divers, but then ended up like turning into another human-based thing. Like, so they thought they was diving into another human, but it ended up being a squid that looked like a human. And then Russia tried to like cover up the story, and it was like it didn't make major media, but it was talked about, like, I think like early 2007 is when it first broke or something like that. It's been covered up ever since, though.
The only story I know about the Russians is, I don't know if you heard of the guy who covers Bob Lazar. He used to be like a reporter. He used to be a reporter for Cincinnati. It's not Bob Lazar himself, the guy who always covered him. He has like his biography out there. He was talking about that there was a story that he was told by some guy in the Russian army, that the Russians, like, they've had contacts with aliens, and that there was a unit that actually was, like, you know, messing with one, and they all were killed. Like, it was their insides were out. Like, it was kind of like Skinwalker Ranch. How they talk about that? It was kind of like the same setup. How, like, you couldn't see what was going on, but they were all taken out, and the Russians, you know, covered it up. There's been many times that they've had encounters with them that they just don't talk about it within themselves in the Kremlin, yeah, but like to out the public, no. Even now, when we had Trump, when he released all those files, if I'm not mistaken, some of them were still kept behind. I don't know why, but a lot of those files are still kept.
Well, even Russia, they're not releasing anything.
Sorry, go ahead, bud.
No, I just said Russia's not releasing anything.
Yeah, I mean, did you guys hear about the reports? I think it was like last year or the beginning of this year. They're trying to make Jurassic Park real. They're trying to find a way to bring back fucking dinosaurs in real life.
They already found a way to bring back mammoths and saber-tooth tigers.
I'm getting the shotgun.
The thing is with mammoths, like, they had a dumbass plan of fucking recreating a mammoth and then releasing it in the wild. And then some other scientists said, like, no, why would we release it into the wild? Why don't we fucking make money off of them?
Exactly.
And then they're trying to do this whole Jurassic Park thing.
And now they're trying to
like,
really
let's go with a
real
mammoth
life.
and then work our way to a saber-tooth tiger, and then we'll work our way to a fucking T-Rex.
Right, and that's the thing. Like, you're sitting here trying to recreate Jurassic Park the movie, dude. Have you seen what happens in those fucking movies? Like, no, thank you, sir. I don't think
all they
so.
saw were the auctions and the fact that you can make money. That's what they remember.
Yeah,
think about,
how are you going to keep a pterodactyl on a fucking island? I'm sorry, it ain't going to happen.
How are you going to keep a 20-foot beast that with his jaws alone can take out probably any kind of boulder that's around here? And then you're going to try to put what? Electrical fencing? Really?
Like, hey,
like again, like we said.
Do we not remember the guy that was just taking a shit?
I was just about to say that.
we have we have a starving problem in Africa, but let's just feed this guy like $50,000 a day to keep this. But you know, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, dude, no lie. Why the fuck would you sit there and try to bring back the most vicious animals in the world? Like, you're talking about a T-Rex. You're fuck that. What you're gonna make a you're gonna make a raptor army? Like fuck out of here! Like I don't think.
If you had the DNA of a dinosaur and you know how to replicate a dinosaur, you will not sell it for parts. Or
Bro, I'm not trying to replicate a dinosaur. Period. Do you know what they can do?
But you know what's crazy about all of
For
this?
a reason.
The crazy thing, all of it is it's possible because they already did it with cows and sheep. They already cloned cows and sheep and stuff like that. So it's possible.
Oh yeah.
They did some other shit too.
It
Have you
hasn't
guys
gotten
heard?
super far,
Hold
but
on.
yeah, they've done it.
Hold on. Have you guys heard about the spider goat milk?
What?
Yeah, they're making thread. They're making thread out of goat milk. It's spider
Spider silk, yeah, stronger than steel.
Yep.
There's literally no way that's a thing.
Yeah, that's the
It
thing.
is. Look it up.
Yeah.
I swear to God, look it up.
That's kind of cool, I guess.
But even when you're talking about clones, you know, like they did a human. They did it out of a cow.
You mean to tell me there's a thing called spider goat milk?
No, spider silk.
Spider
Oh,
silk.
I
Look
thought
at
it
spider
was
silk.
goat
It's
milk.
stronger than steel.
Yeah.
Hold
No,
up. I wanted to be
Go ahead.
realize with the dinosaur thing, like yes, obviously they died. There's a reason they died.
Yeah, don't mess with the evolutionary
Obviously,
chain.
killers can't even take a shit
Don't
peacefully.
fuck with the evolutionary chain. It's there for a reason. It's kind of like in the Lion King, the circle of life. It's a circle because eventually it can go back around, but you don't purposely go back to a spot.
There is no line. There's no straight line. There is no and here we are at the top. No.
Listen, do you know what troubles me about this
Everything
whole thing?
happened.
This
Real
is
quick,
what
hold up.
troubles
I just want to say,
yeah.
knowing our society, somebody's gonna want to have sex with the dinosaur. That's what bothers me most about that. 'Cause I know some dumbass
Of course,
out
you,
there-
Papa.
How would that work?
Someone's gonna figure out- it's gonna be
Whoa,
like
so what? Do we sit there and made an eagle with a lion and get a fucking griff?
somebody's gonna want to do it.
How would that work though? A
You know what's
dinosaur and a
funny?
grown man.
You know, it's funny that like a
No,
lot
in
of
our
those
society,
historic animals, they're finding bones and stuff for things like that. Like like dragon, they found dragon bones.
Yeah. No, and that's what I'm saying, man. Like you don't mix humans and dinosaurs. Like that like Vic said, it's a circle of life. Like there's a reason humans weren't around back when dinosaurs roamed. We don't mix. And
would
that's
be
what troubles
fucking
me the
dead.
most. and and that's what troubles me the most is I really feel like all of a sudden humans are trying to play God. And to a point, that's a very, very bad thing. When you have humans starting to try and be gods by creating things that shouldn't be created, that's when you know there's a fucking problem.
But we played gods. We've been playing gods. Look at your dogs. Like, you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
That's man-made.
Or
Dogs
cats.
are man-made. Cats
are
man-made.
man-made. Yeah, because we took cats and kept breeding them until they got small. No, man, it's just there's a lot of shit.
And then we
that's wrong.
wonder, I'm not saying us, but then as humans, we look at it like, oh, aliens, like, man, the technology they probably have and the ability that they'll probably help us. Nah, bro, they'll probably put us in cages because look what we do to animals.
They'll probably kill us. They're gonna shove something up our butt, bro. What do you
Right,
mean?
No lie, bro. It's gonna be like fucking the first movie. Fuck, I lost.
You ever
it.
seen Interstellar?
Space Jam, like Space Jam. You know how they chained Michael up and made him do dances and shit. The Monstars. That's what's gonna happen. Like we're gonna be puppets and toys to entertain.
Now, my theory is like, did you ever see Interstellar with McConaughey?
Matthew
You know how
McConaughey,
basically-
great movie.
Yeah, you basically when he goes through time, he ends up through a black hole. He kind of goes in between space and time. And when he ends up, he's basically the same age as he was when he left his daughter, who is now dying of cancer, I think, or dying of something, or had already died.
Beautiful movie.
Like time has works differently on different planets. My thing is, I think those aliens or whatever they are just us from a different time, and they've evolved already by then, and they're just coming back. Like I said, time plays differently on other planets. Once you reach out there, you don't know what happened. We don't know from what age they're from. Like I said, I think it's us from a different time.
Well, you
Bro,
know,
was that
Vic, I want
also
to add on. I want to add on to that. There was a physicist that actually said that's the reason why they don't contact us. Not that they're us, but they could be. But like the reason they don't, that we see them through all time, like even painted in biblical pictures and stuff like that. It's the same ones that keep coming. That's why the spaceships don't really change that much, and we keep seeing them over and over again because they're coming in from different time periods.
Yeah.
And they don't want to talk to us because they're not going to know us anyway when they come back. And who's to say our civilization will be here even when they come back?
That's true.
Well,
Just doesn't make
and
sense
you
for
also
them to-
also have to look at it this way.
Well, there was one-
These aliens and these beings are light years beyond us. You know.
Oh yeah.
And probably, I mean, you look at our world today. I mean, these guys know just by flying over us, they probably know everything. They can probably read your minds like they say they can. And dude, no lie, who the fuck would want to introduce themselves to this world? We are fucked up. Like, there's no way in hell you're coming to this planet when you sing about fucking smacking bitches, pussy, and weed, and these
I was
guys
about
are
to say,
well,
an alien's like, let me
well
read this
above
person's mind. I'm going to
intelligent.
do a
You know what I'm
TikTok
saying,
trend.
though,
Never
right?
mind.
You know what I'm saying, though, right? Like all the movies that we have, all the bad things we do, and everything that we do to this planet. What in the fuck do you think they want to talk to us for? Because they're way smarter than us. They've already been where we're at, and they're like, well, fuck that. We got to let them fuck up, and then we'll figure it out. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that goes back to a theory too that that they made us and stuff. You know what I mean? From lower beings or monkeys or whatever. You know what I mean? Like they kind of changed our DNA around. So of course they wouldn't try to like socialize or anyway like that because we're definitely a lower being and we're animals. Really?
Yeah. Technically, we are animals to them.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's just fucking fascinating. It really is, dude, because there's so many ways you could take it. There's so many ways you can think about it. And that's why I love doing this podcast, man. And that's why it's called The Wandering Minds. Because, dude, the rabbit holes are fucking endless.
There was one Dave Chappelle on his special The Closer.
Dimensions at the same time.
On his special The Closer, obviously, of course, this led to a joke, but he was like, I came up with the movie idea. It was basically aliens used to inhabit Earth, but then they moved to a society, or like they moved to a different planet or whatever. And then that planet ended up going awry, so they moved back here. But now we're here. We've taken over. And then he said, I call the movie Space Jews, but going off of that, imagine if that was the case. We ended up taking over, and now we got to fight for this homeland.
Like no lie, dude. Let me put this into perspective for you a little bit, and it's an actual scary thought. But there's tablets, and I mentioned this last week. There's tablets in Ohio, okay, and they were created by a secret person, one person, and they're in 8 different languages. And everything that is on and there has been scientists out there trying to decrypt these tablets. There's 4 of them. It's ridiculous, but they're in 8 different languages. And supposedly on one of these tablets, they say that they've decrypted that there is a theory on there that a plague will be unleashed on the world and wipe out 5 million humans because of overpopulation. And I just learned this. And these tablets have been there for many years. And the guy that owned the property at the time, he was actually interviewed, and they asked him, they were like, well, who made these tablets? Because it was a very big person. I'll say that. He was very rich and powerful and whatever. He'll say that on his interview. And I got to find it. I'll send it to you guys. But he never gave away the name of who it was. He's like, I promised the guy when he put him here that I would never speak of it, and I don't give out his name. Well, on that tablet, it says that. How many lives did the coronavirus take this past 2 years? 7 million. And on these tablets, it says that there will be a worldwide virus that wipes out 5 million. And these tablets have sat there for over 10 years, well before the virus even was here. Like, tell me, how is that even possible? And that's not even it. 9/11 is on those tablets.
What if it ended up being the dude that ate the bat?
Snazzy.
Well, I'm just saying though, man. Notre Dame. He's another guy, dude. A lot of his shit, he's been dead spot on. You look at all these fucking old ancient Mayan texts on walls. You see the aliens on them. You see spaceships on them. I mean, dude, there's so many signs right there in front of you. And everybody chooses to just believe otherwise. And I don't know if it's the fact that they fear that they just can't handle it, or they fear that it's just a bad thing. But in the end, we have to realize that there's much bigger things than us in this world. And instead of sitting here and fighting each other, we need to come together and fucking figure it out and save ourselves. Because in the end, the way we're going, we're only destroying ourselves. And I don't understand. I really don't.
Well, it's kind of like in the movies. It's kind of like a joke. It's like, you ever seen the movies when, the alien comes through? That's when the only time you hear America calling China and calling Russia, like, are we going to kill each other? If not, can we fight these aliens? And then we all band together and we all go at it. Like, that's the thing that we need. And it's just like, does it really take that much for people to come together? Because we even saw at the 9/11, everybody was about it. We were all about being one another, America all the way. But then it turned into something where it wasn't just about being America. It was anyone who was Arabic descent, anyone who was Indian, they were the enemy. Yeah. And they came from a place of love, and all of a sudden they came to a place of fear, not understanding, and then hate. Is it human nature? Is it automatically going to, turn ourselves back? And that kind of leads into what you were saying before, like, why haven't the aliens spoken to us? Because we're the only dumbass species that know the issues, know how to resolve it, and do nothing about it, and act like it's not a problem. So what's the fucking point even mentioning anything to us? Like, there's no point. We're not going to listen. Even deadass, we literally seen spaceships. For how long? You would think that it'd be like, all right, maybe we should start thinking differently. Like, it's not just race anymore. It's us against the galaxy, against whatever else is out there. You never know if they might come over. Like, we need to be, united. We've seen it. Yeah. We've seen videos. We've seen it. My countries are admitting it now, and we still don't give a shit. We still ignore it. You know what I mean? Like, no matter what, I don't know what it would take for humans to finally understand.
I tell you what it's going to take. It's going to take for them to pull up in our fucking front yard and be like, "Yo, we're here, bitches."
It's going to take that scene from Independence Day where they're all standing up on the top of the roof and they're like, finally opening up, and they think like, "Oh, the aliens are going to come, woohoo!" And then they just shoot them all with the death beam. That's what
you're bringing up an interesting question right here, and I want to get everyone's opinion on this. Because you bring it up, and I'm fascinated by aliens. I believe they're real, and I always watch the skies every night. So I've seen things too. Do you believe that when aliens come here, it will be like a world of war, or do you believe it will truly be like a peaceful solution? I gotta ask. I mean, do you really think they're here for destruction, or do you really think they're here to help?
I believe that
because in a way they have helped us. I
believe that there's different probably races that has both causes. There's a race that you see it penetrated in movies all the time. We want to give you something. We want to give you this gift. We want to give you something that jumpstart technology. But then again, there's races that want absolute control over the planet. If you think of maybe like, if you want to talk about, if you're a believer in aliens and you want to talk about the reptilians, that may be demons in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So, of course, you're going to have two sides. You're going to have the good ones and the bad ones. Because if you look at, if say what you bases off of what these Utahologists know, because it became some kind of like a religion to them, right? They look at an alien race like the Nordics that came to us with information, but made a deal to supply us with information if we get rid of our facilities and we stop nuking each other. and obviously that didn't really work out, right? So there's a lot of for me personally, I just try to keep an open mind to everything. And if there is like aliens coming to visit us, I don't think it's just one species. I think it's a whole hidden world that we're not being able to witness. There's being a fight maybe, and a lot of people compare it to like the war between angels and spirits. You know, if you look up and you see an alien UFO and your mind sees it as a UFO, that could be a charish. Sorry, I'm eating. That could be like that could be an angel. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people think too, like if you look at it, like our minds as humans are so weak that unless you're in the Himalayas training for like 50 years as a monk, we're not gonna unlock that sense. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, some people have a gift where they can feel people and they can read vibes more than others, and obviously sidekicks and stuff like that. But the average human, like, we're not concerned about it unless it's in front of us, unless it's a problem that's in front of us. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's why we look up. And I'm sorry, I'm going too long right now, but I think that's why, like,
no, you're fine, dude. That's what it's here for.
We want to believe something, right? We want to believe that aliens are among us and stuff like that, and stuff like that. But for the average person that may not be on the subject like we are, not like, oh, they might see it and not be concerned because it doesn't affect them until it's actually like Boogie said, until it's actually pulled up on their front lawn. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
What if they're already here? We just, you know what I'm saying? Like, we see what they
Yeah,
do.
and that's what I was saying too. Like,
we
right,
already
like,
seen them when they were in those spaces. What do? They went right into the ocean. One of the biggest undiscovered places on this earth is the ocean. We only go but so low. I think James Cameron, oddly enough, is probably one of the people that's been in the ocean more than anyone in the world. And like, he's into that now. You've ever heard him talking about that? He has his theories on, you know, aliens and other life. But imagine that. Imagine if they're already here.
Yeah.
They already have their world. We're just never there to explore it.
Yeah.
Well, there's another theory too. You know, like reality is so thin. You know, they could be living right under our nose, right here. You know what I mean? Like, their world could be right on top of ours. We just don't know it.
Yeah. To answer your question, AK, I think there is a chance it could be a peaceful society with aliens here. We don't know that. So I'm more on the side of right now. I just feel like we don't know what they are, so we can't come up with a conclusion to say we know what they're going to be like and we know what we're going to be like with them here. So I feel like it's going to take a long ass time before we can say we can cooperate with them and, you know, like,
because if they wanted to
communicate.
attack aggressively, they would have been done, honestly.
Yeah, if they wanted to kick our ass, they would just do it.
Yeah.
You know
Exactly.
what I mean?
And that's-
it wouldn't take them anything.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why I think
Stepping on
whenever
bugs.
they sit there and they release these videos about alien, like for instance, Independence Day. Well, what's the main thing, you know, that you sit there and you think about of Independence Day? Well, you're scared because if that's really what they're going to do, well, how do you control people? By fear. If you scare people enough, you can control them. I mean, hell, you've seen it. I mean, so many people have controlled massive amounts of people by fear. Okay.
Like pimps and
Well,
hoes.
so if you sit there and you make people fear aliens by movies and what they see, then obviously, you know, movies, listen, people fucking actually, when they watch movies, they believe that shit. I'm not going to lie. Like, there's people out there that see it and they're like, wow, if this was really truly reality, that scares the shit out of me. So when you watch a movie like that, what's the first thing that is going to be? I'm scared of aliens now. Well, what alien is going to come here if they feel you that you're scared of them?
Who knows?
Go ahead, Gio. I knew you wanted to say something like
Oh no. It was just an interesting conversation and hearing everybody's thoughts on it, and it's amazing. let me go to back in an experience. I go to Puerto Rico every year, every April to go visit my grandma's grave. She's down there. At one moment, me and my stepbrother was in the beach, you know, doing an adult thing, and I'm just looking up in the sky like you, AK, like you know, when we go outside to go, you know, we just look up in the sky, man. All of a sudden, we seen like a red dot,
Yep.
and I'm like, dude, we stay here like every year, and I never seen that red dot, and then it just left like that fast, like, and I couldn't believe it, bro.
I seen some crazy shit one time, dude.
Well,
So fast, I couldn't even take
I hate this
remember
name.
Mexico City?
I hate this name, but
Remember
Chupacabra.
Mexico City? The
Chupacabra.
lights over
I
Mexico
hate that
City?
name though. Like I hate the name, but yeah, like that's what it sounds like. Especially in
Chupacabra.
PR.
Who knows? There
All
could
those
be
years.
aliens walking our Earth right now.
Well,
You never know, like
you
I
guys
said.
remember seeing the Mexico City lights, right? Those 7 lights that came in and were following each other. Like what? And then they sit there and say, "Oh, that was a government experiment."
Ain't that the
Did you guys ever watch The
Yeah.
Fifth Kind?
Well, what about the one in Arizona, that big triangle that flew over that everybody's seen?
Yeah, I saw that too. Then they were like, "Oh yeah, we were just testing it out." I was like, "Bro, that is no military weapon that you've ever seen before."
Dude, it was
and,
like
and
a
if that's
mile
a secret
long.
weapon, you ain't out at nighttime fucking. Yeah, you ain't out at nighttime shooting flares. They were like, "Oh, that was just flares."
Have you seen the
It
video
was like
that's
a
up
mile
on
long.
one
Come on
with a
now.
high power lens and he focuses on the moon, right? And he goes, "What's this?" And
Yeah.
literally, as you focus on the moon, you see one little dot and like 2 come off of it and go to the dark side of the moon. Like that's wild. That's not NASA. That's not the
Let's check
International
things out,
Space
Anti-Cover.
Station.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention lately or not, but China's rover found like this square building on the moon. They're
Yeah,
gonna
and
go
it's
check it
traveled
out.
into
I
it.
saw
Yeah.
that shit. Yes,
Wait,
I
is that
saw
the one
that.
like they used to
There's
have in the
actually a
picture?
house.
Because I heard that
Huh?
they have like little pyramid things on the moon. Like you can see.
They
I don't
do
know if
have
it's pyramids
pyramids on the moon.
themselves, but like shapes. You know what I mean?
Did you
Like
guys see
when you
that
look
one
at the
video?
pictures, like shapes.
Did you see that one video where like a alien spaceship, like an orb, is enter? It's like it's in infrared almost because it's in black and white, but it's one of those high. It's crazy, but anyways, a UFO is entering Earth's atmosphere and a fucking laser shoots at it, and then it fucking goes away. So like, yeah, I believe that like we have we're in works with some good aliens that help protect this planet, because there's whether you want to believe in spiritual things or this folktale, but there's people out there that believes that there's an ancient universal civil war that been going on, and Earth plays a big
Yeah.
part in it. And sometimes, if you guys ever watched the movie The Fifth Kind, in The Fifth Kind, it's a documentary. There's a fourth kind and there's a fifth kind. When the fourth kind is obviously contact, abduction, and stuff like that, right? But the fifth kind, the people are saying that like a lot of people that believe in the subject are saying like just take the time to like meditate, take the time to like raise your spiritual level, because if these are aliens or us from another past or wherever it be, like they're clearly like not operating these ships like how we're operating those ships. They're doing it all
Right,
with their mind
consciously.
and stuff. Consciously, yeah. So like
Yeah.
there's documentaries out there where like you're saying like next time you see an alien ship up in the sky, just constantly tell it to come back. Like constantly accept it.
Dude,
like, in your
I
mind.
saw that. That
Accept
was on
it's
it was a
there.
Netflix show, bro.
Yeah.
It was a
Accept that it's
Netflix
there,
show.
and, like,
Dr.
There's
Greer.
actually a guy.
CE5,
Yeah, there's actually a
Dr.
guy in
Greer.
Arizona.
Richard Greer.
Yeah, there's a guy in Arizona. He brings out a group of like 20 people. Anybody can go at
Yeah,
any time.
exactly.
He does this like 5 or 6 times a year. And no lie, he's got to the point where he can meditate. And he says, if you meditate and you let these guys know, hey, I just want to witness you. I want to see you. I'm not here to harm you. But it takes a lot to do it. And you have to be really good at meditating. I've tried and I still can't do it yet because I've never really mastered meditating. But dude, you in this documentary, you watch him and you see all these people around him and they're all have their eyes closed. And the next thing you know, you just see these fucking bright lights just boof, 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 right in view, right above them. And he's got it videotaped and everything. And they sit there for a while and you just see them dancing around and just moving. And then after like 10 minutes or so, they just fucking disappear.
Dude,
It's
they've
just
got
kinda like
other
feeling-
they got other
fucking
countries that are contacting him to have them do it too. so they can be more civil with them.
Yeah.
It's Dr. Richard Greer. That project's called the CE5
Yeah.
project.
What if we're
Yeah.
just here just to be like,
It's
just
just
like if
cool,
we're
man.
farming? What if we just use as farmers? Like aliens are only here for our natural resources.
Come on, man. There's so many other planets.
But I'm saying, what if that's the case? You never know. Like, what were we put here for? Like you said, like if we were just monkeys and they gave us whatever they did to make us us, what was the reason for it?
Who knows, man?
A lot of people think that
I mean, like, are they just here
just
to like watch us and be entertained? You know what I mean? Like, are we there? Like, what is it called? Like an ant farm?
Well, maybe they made us because we're more like they made us more like the our Earth here. You know what I mean? Like from the animals. We're more adaptable to this planet. They didn't want to do it to themselves. But they kind of cloned us in a way and used us as kind of like slaves to do whatever they wanted us to do.
Yeah,
To be honest,
what if it's literally like
I'm along the,
It's hard to do things, with a suit.
yeah, well, I'm a firm believer, bro, that we're just an ant farm to the aliens.
Absolutely.
You know how they always say about ant farms? Well, that's what I believe. Because here's the thing. You don't know what precious metals are on Venus. You don't know what precious metals are on any of these other planets. I mean, there's so many things out there. I mean, there's other planets we don't know about. And if these guys have the technology to travel the whole entire galaxy, like, there's nothing special here. There's none.
Did you guys see
what?
Jupiter?
You think they aren't past the knowledge of oil and coal? I'm pretty sure they are. Like,
You guys ever seen Jupiter ascending?
yes.
All right, what if it's like that though? What if it's like a royal
Yes.
family
Good move.
that owns Earth, that like maybe like a young alien is in charge of Earth, and like that's just the you know what I'm saying? So like anytime he passes over the galaxy, this is his cordon of the galaxy,
No, that's what's going on now.
Yeah.
It's the race to be the who owns the riches, and the world. Like, who's going to be the one in control? That's what it is right now. And then going back to
Like
the military with the missiles and stuff, man. Like, it's all under control.
Yeah, like, did you guys see? I think it was like 3 or 4 years ago. There was on Reddit a picture surfaced of this like scaly lizard thing out in Arizona, literally in the fucking desert. It took a snapshot of itself, and no lie, 2 minutes later, the government ripped it down. Do you guys remember that?
no?
It showed like a lizard standing next to a lone tree in the desert. Like, it was really fucking weird, and it
I've
was
seen a
so.
lot of those
I saw
videos.
it, but I only seen it. Yeah,
there's a lot
but
of,
I
there's
only
a lot
saw
of
it
Opinion
because
videos.
yeah,
Okay. Okay, I wanna-
and that's the thing. Like, and he ripped it down right after, like 2 minutes later, and then I think it was like 6 months later. I saw then NASA put up a post on the job openings that they were looking for a space alien tracker, which would track aliens leaving and coming from outer space. And then once they realized what they did, they turned around and ripped it down the next day. Did you guys see that?
I didn't, but I believe that they're monitoring everything that enters and comes. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, I can't
Yeah.
find out.
You know that guy Richard Greer. He had
South Carolina.
a alien from Atacama Desert.
Yeah.
They have a mummy of it. It's like a little one. They tried to get the DNA from it and whatnot. You guys got to check that out too.
I will. What'd you say, Vic?
No, I was like just a quick sports update. Spencer Rattler to South Carolina. He's in the transfer portal.
You know what we should do?
What's up?
I mean, we are doing conspiracies, right? Let's do some sports conspiracies. That's the one thing we.
Oh, we're gonna get there.
I talked about the
We're
Jordan
getting there.
That
Trust
Jordan
me, I got
We went
plenty
from
of
AI
those.
to aliens.
Good.
Shit, the NFL refs
It's
is
all
the
the
whole
same.
conspiracy itself. The NFL refs is a conspiracy
Are,
itself.
are the drafts rigged, especially the NBA draft?
How? What do you mean by the NBA
Oh
draft?
my God,
Well,
what's going on, Joel?
I think it was. Well, Joe would know too because Joe's in New York.
What do you mean by the draft, though?
Hey, what up, Joe?
Joe, do you remember the year that Patrick Ewing was drafted by the
Hey.
New York Knicks?
How's it going, old man?
I paused. Internet.
It's good to see you.
Oh,
What's good?
what's good, guys?
What's
Word
up,
of the
buddy?
day is legs. Let's spread the word.
Legs? That's good. Let's spread the word. I love it.
This is why I don't have any viewers ever.
That's a good one, man. That fucked me up.
Yo, so hey, real quick, I gotta ask you, Joel. You know, right before, I don't know how long you were listening, but you know, you're a little older than me, and we've both seen some shit, and I know. What do you think about, because this is conspiracy theory podcast? What do you think about aliens, bro? Like, I know you have your heaven thing that you talked about and all that last week, and I appreciate that. But I mean, there's a lot of shit out there, bro, that points to certain things, and we all know that. So, how do you feel about it?
Look, we're picking up radio waves that are coming from outer space, and we have no idea where they're originating from. Now,
Or what they
the
are.
federal government actually, when all this COVID stuff happened, actually admitted to aliens existing, another life form, but everybody missed it because they were all worried about
What a
COVID.
convenient.
Now let's look at the Voyager and all that is now going past our solar system and sending messages back to Earth. What they seeing right now takes 5 years to come back to Earth. It's something like that. The signal to bounce back. It's a long friggin' time. So everything that we're seeing now from the Voyager is actually 5 years old at least.
Yeah.
So there might be stuff floating out there getting ready to come back that we don't even have a clue about. And I remember when we launched those space exploration vehicles.
Yeah.
You know, that is Star Trek in itself. Now it's not manned or anything, but a lot of people don't know this. There's also a gold record attached to each one with voices and everything that was
Sound,
going on
everything.
back during that year. So let's say it was 1983. Is that when that friggin' thing went up? 80,
I think so.
83? Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's look at the world back then in 1983. I mean, we didn't have the phones. We didn't have the computers. We didn't have the technology. We didn't have anything that we have today. I mean, my God, you wanted to talk on a phone, you had to be attached to a wall, and you could only go, depending on how far the cord was.
Yep.
TV only had 4 channels. Maybe if you were lucky, you might pick up another city. It all depended. So, as far as, I'm a firm believer that you can't be narrow-minded, that you can't believe there's nothing out there. There has to be something because there's so many things that we're seeing right now on Earth. Let's look at Stonehenge. We have no idea. We don't know what happened to Atlantis, but yet there's proof that it existed. Noah's Ark existed. All this stuff that we read about and think about. What about the Aztecs? Supposedly there was aliens along with the Aztecs back then.
Yep.
And they're finding signs of that. So how can you just continue the fact? Go ahead.
Real quick, did you hear about Stonehenge, by the way?
No, what's
recently?
new about that?
Did you hear that there's actually 7 stories of the Stonehenge? There's 7 other ones underground.
Oh, no, I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
It goes down.
if you go to Stonehenge, man, and they found out because they did readings underground, there's actually the same stones underneath that 7 times down.
Something was here.
And not just that, but there's more than one Stonehenge. Did you know that?
Yeah, I think I remember hearing something about that where they said that they found another one. It's not as pronounced,
there's
but
actually more than
it's in
2.
the same diagram.
Yeah. Now I also had this one I was reading about. Did you guys see about the magnetics in the ground? Like supposedly back over in Africa, there's an area in Africa where animals get confused. They go in circles, they get all fucked up, and they end up dying because they don't know what's north, what's south, what's east. Yeah. Okay. There's supposedly, I want to say it's 8 or 12. Okay. You have one up by Alaska, right off the coast of Alaska. You got one down by California. You got one in Canada. You got one in South America. Then you got 2 more in the ocean off the coast of New York. And then you have 2 more that are like in, I want to say it's in Germany and then Africa. And then you have one that's in Russia and one that's in China. And these things and these magnetics are actually in the ground, right?
Yes.
And supposedly the magnetics are what make our world rotate. Now, when they dug these magnetic fields up in the ground, they say it's not natural because if it was natural, it would be spread out sporadically. But when they dug it up, these fields are actually perfect. They're in line, organized in a row, like it was man put there or something put it there. Right. Well, I guess whenever we used to do nuclear tests out in the waters of California and stuff with our bombs, we've destroyed 2 of them. And both off the coast, the one in Alaska we destroyed and the one in California we did, because I guess nuclear bombs screw up the magnetic field and it literally just disabled them. Yes. But supposedly if you destroy all 12 of these magnetic fields, you will stop the rotation of Earth. Okay?
What
and
does
they
that
found
do
this out.
for the rotation of the other planets, though? The other planets rotate.
I know. Because it's because of how our core is and what our core and all the materials inside Earth and these magnetic fields, they rotate. They keep it going. Like this is just a theory.
Giant's fishbowl or something.
A lot of other planets have solid cores, but we have a liquid core.
We could be some kid's science project for all we friggin' know.
A lot of the other planets, they don't have
just a booger on the end of a finger.
They have
That's
solid
right. God. Sorry, Vic. That was funny.
Oh no, you're fine. That's what has to do a lot with the magnetic core, is the core, and the fact that ours is liquid. Ours is still molten. A lot of those other planets aren't. They're solid.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So supposedly if these get destroyed, if these magnetic fields get destroyed, the Earth will completely just stop rotating and we'll all die instantly. Okay, and we've destroyed 2 of them by nuclear bombs, and I believe we destroyed the one in Japan too when we dropped it on Hiroshima. So we are down 3 magnetic forces in the world right now.
Well,
like it's crazy. And supposedly there was like researchers in Africa doing the research on them. And like these military guys showed up because they actually had the ground dug out, right? And they were doing the research on all this. Well, they all ended up dying. The military came in, like some military, I don't know who, I'm not saying ours, but they came in and they put charges all around this camp, and while they were sitting in there doing all this research and stuff on these magnetic fields, they blew it entirely up. There's a documentary about it, dude. You got to go watch it. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, and they show you like charts and where they're all located and what they do and their purpose and all that. Like, I didn't even know about these until I watched it.
Those are actually vortexes of energy. There's actually more than 12 of them. There's like a bunch of them all the way around the world. Like they wrap around the world. There's like 3 different rows of them or something, man. But yeah, that's where you get the Devil's Triangle and the Bermuda Triangle and all that. There's a physicist that did this thing. He made a vortex out of like this I don't know. It's like a round thing, but he put it in between these two people, and it made the other person taller.
Yeah.
Like it stretched the time or whatever to make him taller. I don't know how it worked or anything, or the space. But you guys got to check it out. That's really cool too.
For sure. I know about all these ancient structures connecting. You can draw like a straight line and it all connects, and maybe that has something to do with these vortexes and these hot spots and stuff like that. So for sure, that's something I need to check out.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy, man. Like the shit I've learned, and no lie, man, I didn't really give a shit about this when I was a kid. I didn't care about any of this. As I got older and I started to learn, and I just wanted to study and just be smarter in general, like just conspiracies always have made that possible. You know, like there's so many things out there. Like for instance, supposedly Egypt was not the ones that built the pyramids. You've heard that one, right?
Right.
Because it's older than them.
Yeah. Supposedly the pyramids were placed and built here by people well before us.
Well, did you know that the South Pyramid, is the exact diameter of the Earth? The mathematics to it, and it lines up with the poles and everything. It is the exact diameter. How did someone 4,000 years ago know
the diameter of the Earth?
Not just that, but it's also lined up with other planets.
It might line up with a wine belt. Yeah.
Like, no one knew anything about that. They can tell, like Plato, you know, and his teacher before him knew about astronomy. How is that possible? Was there some before then that was more advanced? Does evolution always come around? Are we the second coming? Like, are we the second coming of it?
Exactly. Do you guys believe that we like? Because I don't believe that we're the most advanced advanced human race to touch this earth. I think there's people on this planet that was way more advanced than us.
Oh, for sure. It's really hard to wrap your head around it, and I understand that. I mean, dude, I get grief. My wife, she believes in God, okay, and I have no problem with that. But like I told you guys last week, I believe in a higher power, but I'm not that type of person that's just going to sit here and pinpoint and say, hey, that's the one. Because until you show me otherwise, well, like I said, believing, seeing. And if I don't see you, I can't believe it. If aliens show up here first and say, hey, we're here, it's us the whole time, you win. If God comes if God comes down from his almighty cloud that he's been living on his whole life and he walks this earth, hey, you win. My bad. Props to you. I bow to you. You know, whoever the fuck it is, but my mind stays open until then. Because I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, this is real, and this is real. Because you can't sit there and tell me any of it's fucking real. I mean, for Christ's sake, bro, we could live in the Matrix right now and you wouldn't even fucking know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
you know what would be crazy? What if aliens knew how to use social media? Man, they would be on that scrolling through Twitter, bro. They would be on that shit scrolling through Twitter and be like, "What is these people saying?" They will be confused themselves.
What if
I think if aliens had the power to get here from another galaxy, they'll be able to look at you, Slay, and know everything about your life and every single Twitter, Instagram, anything, every single post you ever did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, and that's why I said that right there alone would give them.
Yeah.
That right there alone would give them all the reason not to fucking come here.
Yeah.
I mean, look at some of the shit people fucking say online. Look at how we hate one another. You know, hell, it could just be literally the color of someone's skin, and you fucking hate them. You think for 1 minute that oh my god, I can't even talk. You think for 1 minute that any race that is well beyond our fucking knowledge and as well went over all of everything that we can comprehend is going to want to come to a planet where people hate each other when we're the same fucking species?
Hell no.
No. Like, the hate's real. I mean, you see all the posts every day. You see, I mean, dude, you got people out there bitching about people because they just are like, I told you, you got generation kids out there now picking apart movies. Oh, this ain't real. What the fuck is this? This is bullshit. It's like, it's a fucking movie. Okay, it's fake. You don't got to pick apart a movie. Movies are fucking fake. You know what I'm saying? And for what? So therefore, what the fuck does anyone at a higher intellectual base would want to do with us? I mean, we're ants to them. We're nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. If I was an alien, I wouldn't do that shit.
Fuck no, dude. I'd be like, y'all have nuclear missiles. You all are trying to blow each other up. I don't want to be a part of that shit. Like, no
As a
lie,
matter
dude.
of
I just
fact, they
heard
parked
today.
over and turned them off.
This is the most scariest shit I heard all day. I read an article today that I guess NASA back in the day, they had plans to build a hypersonic missile. Now put that into your mind real quick. A hypersonic. We're not talking nuclear. We're not talking, anything like that. We're talking about a hypersonic missile. Okay? And now guess who has those plans? Does anyone know?
China.
It's fucking China. China has the plans that NASA had, and we didn't go through with building it, and they fucking got rid of it, and now China owns it, and now China is starting to develop a hypersonic missile. What the fuck do you need a hypersonic missile for? Please answer that question.
Oh, I know. Because that way when you do shoot it off, it'll be too late to detect it.
Right? Like, that's the fucking scariest part of this all. We're now starting to create hypersonic missiles. Are we just all trying to end life on this planet as we know it? Like, you might as well, every president might as well go turn both two red keys and hit the button at the same fucking time, and let's just blow us all the fuck up at one time. Everyone. Just,
If they're gonna say they're gonna kill us, they might as well just say it.
But it's like the contest between Bezos and Musk. You just see it between billionaires. Now imagine if you had the ego of running a whole country.
Right?
You know what I mean? That's all it is. It's a dick contest. Who got the biggest dick? That's all it is. That's
yeah, but
all
if
they
you
do.
create a hypersonic missile, Vic, you damn sure know they're planning on fucking using that shit. You just don't create it to parade it around.
Oh no, they do it because they want to show that muscle. They want to show that they're dominant. Because they know if they use it, then it's over. The game's over. Use it, the game's over. Everyone's gonna come after you. But if you don't, and you show that you have it, then you show that you're the guy. That's what they do it for.
Yeah, but I hate to
it's
tell
not
you,
about
bro, that if
using-
China uses a hypersonic missile, none of us will be here. None of us.
It's wild, man. Hey, like I said,
Because I
you
can
hear
tell
the
you this
decision of
right now.
Congo?
If you unleash a hypersonic missile on this earth as we know it, I'm going to tell you this right now. You're going to have the biggest tidal wave. You're going to black out the sun. You're going to blow up everything. You're not going to be able to breathe. Everyone will die.
You're gonna kill yourself, basically.
You're not just killing the United States, you're killing the earth. Especially if you hit it in the wrong area. Like if that shit would miss us and go into the ocean, dude, you're gonna have a tidal wave taller than anything you've ever fucking seen. And we're all dead. Like there's no reason for the world to have a hypersonic missile. No reason whatsoever. Like you might as well just drill 20 miles into the earth and unleash it and blow it up and just split the planet in two. You know what I mean?
Unless you're trying to build something that was faster than you've ever seen before, that can go into the ocean and go into space. Maybe you're trying to catch something like that.
Can't we like? I was just looking up hypersonic missiles and stuff like that to make sure I got it correct. But can't we use some kind of as a military, as the United States? I mean, like obviously, dude, we kind of got some electromagnetic railgun or EMP system that we'll be able to activate. Like, I truly believe that if China fucking tries it, like, motherfuckers, like, guess what? We may have developed it and threw it away, but knowing our military, we wouldn't have developed something if we didn't have defense for it as well. So I agree with you on that statement, but I do think there would be a way if China, because if you look at the Obama's administration, he coded the hack into North Korea's missiles to make them misfire before he left. So without technology and what we have now with, obviously, I may hate the guy, but the creation of the Space Force was to defend, obviously, against
threats in the space, and hyperbolic missiles will be a threat. You know what I'm saying? In the space. So that being said, I guarantee you, bro, that we have like some kind of fucking railgun or some kind of big blast EMP that we can explode up there before it even comes close to us. And that's why, as much as I hate it, that's why our military gets $600 billion fucking dollars, and that's why we don't have. That's why NOAA has no money to explore the ocean, and that's why NASA gets $16 million a year. That's why we have all these other fucking billionaires that's outgrowing NASA, because NASA didn't have the funding. Yet alone you're trying to handle space with 16 million or 16 billion. Yet alone the fucking armed forces is getting 600 billion. So as much as I don't agree with some of our taxpayer dollars, our tech that the United States have, like motherfuckers can try, but they're gonna fail.
I get that, but that's the thing, though. We never created the hypersonic missile. We never did it. So how can we defend something we never?
Well, we have EMP. I've created EMPs, and we have created electronic railguns that's probably attached to some kind of ship that, you know, like the United States Navy has a lot of shit that we don't even know about.
That's what I was going to say.
Many years advanced on us. So we all seen the railgun in Revenge of the Fallen get shot at the pyramid. I guarantee we have we can blast the EMP up there. We as much as we fucking create all this stealth technology and all this shit, like we have planes now that these pilots, you only have like you have to be like the top of the top, but when you go into the cockpit, you can see below you. It's 3D. You can see through the metal when you put your helmet on, and it's in some of the new Lockheed Martin's Northrop Grumman's fucking stealth fighters that they created, and it's fucking crazy. So the fact that we have what's up, Nest Out Rest, the fact that we have created all these weapons to use, even though they just get shoved to the side, the military is always 4, 5, 6, 7 steps ahead of the enemy. So if we develop something, best believe we're gonna develop something that could put a stop to us just in case it falls into the hands of the enemies.
Look at the railgun, Zion.
Exactly. Look at the railgun is fucking phenomenal.
It is.
Because he was talking about China getting their hands on the blueprints for the hyper missile.
There's a supersonic missile.
Hypersonic missile, and that achieves speeds that we don't. Why the fuck do you need that? But I wouldn't. I know you didn't intentionally. I know it. I know, like, I get what you're going at it, but I wouldn't doubt our military. They probably have some shit up their sleeves, bro.
There's always something the military's going to do, because let's look at World War I. It came out with a tank. Wasn't the greatest thing, broke down, but still was armor. Okay, armor brought whole new ideas to the battlefield. So World War II comes along. Well, we got a tank. We got to figure out something that kills the tank. So they came out with an explosive warhead that actually melts the hole through the metal, and then the components come through and blow up inside the tank, kills the crew. Yeah. Well, we got to counteract that now with the tank. So we got this shit called reactive armor. So the round hits the armor, it blows out, lets the charge go through, blow up, but it doesn't affect the inside of the tank. So now you've got weapons where there's 2 charges in it. One to hit the reactive armor, it goes through, and then it goes through the tank and kills the crew inside the tank. So then they're like, okay, well, what can we do to develop, outsmart that? So they started making chambers in the tank. So they're designed to, the blast might hit one area, but it won't kill the driver, or it kills the driver. It won't get the commander and the gunner, or, it just keeps evolving. So that's why they came out with the war, what the hell's the name of it, where they got the rules established.
War Council.
Yeah, the War Council. They got to go. Like, certain weapons are outlawed now on the battlefield. It's like technically you cannot shoot a human being with anything larger than a .50 caliber. I don't see how that's possible, but that's if you do stuff like that, it's considered war crimes.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, that's why we have a lot of platoon
But then we just
American
jumped on how
platoons
many
that were
people
saying
are
that the commanding
remember-
sergeant in Iraq was telling them to throw grenades and to fire at these churches and to fire at all these religious things in Iraq, and a big case is coming out because you're not supposed to do that and shit like that, you know.
Right.
But that's for another topic for another day.
Well, see, in Zion, that's kind of where I'm getting at, dude. It's like, you know, we have all these weapons, the railgun. Like, holy fuck, somebody played Halo too much. Okay,
Right. It really works.
Yeah, you got hypersonic missiles now. You got all this shit,
Yeah.
dude. Why can't we go back to the old days when we had fucking swords and shields and just fight this out? What the fuck do you need a hypersonic missile for? Why do you need a fucking railgun? Let's go back to spears, knives, and shields, bro. Like, no lie. I would go to war tomorrow if I could have a sword and a shield. No
Trial
lie.
by combat, right? Those olden days.
Yo, I would try to be Achilles so fucking bad you wouldn't even realize. Like, I would probably try to be the dopest sword fighter you've ever fucking seen. Listen, that to me, that's
Let me
fine.
ask you this.
You
Let me
wanna
ask
go
you
to
this,
war?
Eagles. Okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
All right, so when you play Call of Duty, right? You run around with your gun, but ain't it fun at dropping kill streaks?
Yeah.
So we can run
listen.
around with knives, but hey,
This
you
is-
want to
this
drop
is
them
all-
kill streaks.
This is
That's
all
what it
China's
is.
fault
It's for
because
the
they
toys, you know
invented
what I'm saying?
freaking gunpowder. It's China's fault, okay?
Yeah.
But I mean, think about it though.
China.
Do you know how much cooler wars would be if you didn't have nukes, if you didn't have guns, and you just had swords and shields?
More people would be there'd
Like,
be
that'd
more
be
wars.
fucking dope as shit. I
but
don't
there'd be
care.
more wars.
I don't care. I ain't got to worry about somebody sending a hypersonic missile
Listen,
over to my
okay,
land and blowing everyone
There ain't
up.
there ain't no way in hell I'm going to have to go to a Giants game with a goddamn short sword and shield just to fend you pricks off. There ain't no way that's just not freaking happening, okay?
You can't put that PG-13 on that bitch. That's gonna be all on.
I'm telling you, I just
Put a
feel
sword on
war
a
would be
football.
more fascinating without guns. Okay, I'm telling you right now. I just feel that.
But we already
You
have
guys-
that. We call that the show Vikings.
You guys are bad enough with snowballs against Santa Claus. Shit, what the hell are you gonna do at me with a
Let me
shield
tell
and
you
a
this.
sword, bro? Oh my god.
First off, you can't
We're
bring
not
pride
the
to your
British.
own country. Okay.
We're
First
not
off,
the
I'm not going to a football game dressed as Hercules. Okay, I'm going to a football
Trust
game
me.
trying to fucking watch football.
You'll
I'm
be
not trying to
cold.
stab
We
somebody.
have troops. We have Navy SEALs. We have Green Berets. We have Special Armed Forces that go deep into the night where
Well,
nobody
I'm on-
wants to go,
okay.
and
Yeah,
sometimes they got to use a machete to take
You too,
someone's
buddy.
head.
Thank you.
You know. All right, you
Yeah.
have a good one. Sometimes they have to use a machete. So they're still being fought like that. We may not see it in media, but there's stories about these Marines that had to go and machete a camp. There's stories about these Green Berets that use a machete to kill people when they can't fire their weapons. So we still kind of use those kind of combat, but it's just not like we have 10,000 people with swords running at each
In-
other. I
in
love
World
those
War
times. I
II
love like King Arthur
Could
days
you
as
imagine
well.
if
You
a
know.
samurai fight in the streets? What?
Zion. In World War
Samurai fight?
II,
I'm
they
wrong.
used to sharpen their shovels and put an edge on the shovel because they
Bayonets.
used
Yeah.
that as a
Yeah,
weapon.
bayonets.
Bayonets
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Bayonets, yeah. Absolutely.
But that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, no lie. I hate to tell you, but wars would be so much interesting doing it that way. Anybody can fucking shoot someone. Anyone can shoot someone. You can put a AK in a 5-year-old's hands and he'll fucking kill someone. Okay.
Dude, the
Give a
video of the
fucking
monkey
chimpanzee
getting
an
let
AK,
loose
shouldn't
with
you?
the AK was hilarious. If you
Right?
haven't checked that out on YouTube, I suggest you go check it out. These guys thought they were going to be funny smoking their ganja. They gave a monkey an AK-47 and he found the trigger, boy. Them boys were just a hopping.
But that's exactly what I'm saying, though. Like, I would prefer watching 10,000 dudes with a sword and shield march on fucking like Afghanistan than just see a bunch of tanks and guns. You know, I'm sorry, but like I said, back then when you fought, it actually meant something.
You know how much
Okay, and back then when you won because you were better. Because you didn't win by not killing everyone, you won because you did, and that means you had the better army.
Whew, we're
Okay.
the winners. We get to rape and pillage. Yay!
I was just about to say that. Then you go to Genghis Khan and then he like procreates half the world. You can't go that route, man. That's not the way to go.
Right.
First off, no one said rape and pillage. I just said swords and shields.
Human nature, those bastards automatically go to that.
I was just born in the wrong time era, bro.
It's kind
No
of
lie.
like you go back in time and you introduce George Washington to an
I could
AK-47.
see you as a squire, AK. I could see you
Bro,
start
I
off as
don't
a
even.
squire.
I wouldn't trust George Washington with an AK.
Listen, during the Civil
His little
War,
wooden teeth be rattling all around.
during the Civil War, little known fact, the repeating rifle was invented before the Civil War. But because the generals did not believe in giving guys a gun that they could waste ammunition on, because you can just click, 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 bang, 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 bang.
Yeah,
They
you just
did
gave 'em
not. They did not give them to the military. They did not take any contracts from gun manufacturers until later on in the Civil War. If you look at the first couple of years of battles, the generals believed to line them up, give them one shot or 3 shots a minute. They're going to aim their shots. They're going to take their time instead of rattling just, bang, 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 and then they would just use up too much ammo, and they thought it would not be good morale for the troops.
Yeah.
So that's why you don't see those weapons until Gettysburg. And towards the end of the Civil War, you saw the Gatling gun.
Yeah.
You saw the lever action, the Colt revolvers where they were taking cartridges. There was one that actually took 12 cartridges, and in the center of it was a 12 gauge shotgun shell.
Oh, wow.
And there was a Confederate general that actually carried 2 of them. His name was Jeb Stuart. He had 2 of those pistols.
I've heard of him.
Yep, they followed the plume. It's a really good book. I highly suggest it. It's really good reading material. Follow the plume. It's about Jeb Stuart. But
Well,
yes, I mean, if you look at the evolve from the Civil War beginning to the Civil War end, and the increasing number of things that got more interesting, because the first machine gun really wasn't used until World War One, and the guy invented it to stop the war. Actually, it was so that the other army would be facing such immense firepower they wouldn't dare attack. That was his idea behind that. It was to involve peace, not to actually create more brutality. But people are stubborn. Old men are sending young boys to fight, just like today.
Well, and yeah, but that guy also didn't realize too that our own government would sell our own fucking shit to the enemy to use against us either. Like he didn't have any option of that. But that, I found something really cool out today, man, and I want to share it with you all. In my family bloodline, okay, I have family members who have been in every single American war, dating all the way back from 1812, the Revolutionary War, all of them.
1776.
1776. I have a family member, great uncle or great grandfather, all the way back. Every war that I have been in, or that we have been in, I have a family member who has served in each and every war.
That's pretty dope.
Right?
That is.
I didn't know that until today, so I was really, I was happy about that. That shows patriotism.
I got a lot of English and Scotch in me, so my heritage goes back. I have one uncle that was in the Civil War, but most of my family came over on Ellis Island. I'm only second generation American on my father's side.
What is your nationality, Joel?
Canadian French.
Okay. Yeah.
You mean French Canadian?
Well, French Canadian, Canadian French.
I can see the Canadian for sure.
Hey.
Hey.
You want to go fishing? Hey.
J'avoue que tu me sues ta penis.
Oh, I got my snowmobile, eh? Oh, need some snowshoes, eh?
No, man, I just, for some reason, dude, I don't know. I'm just old fashioned like that. Like, I don't know. I just feel weapons
It was simpler living back
It
then.
really
okay?
was. Yeah.
It's so much easier.
Yeah. I feel weapons are just, first off, we don't need them. Like I said, you can just stab someone with a sword, for Christ's sake. You ain't got to shoot somebody.
Well, I get it, but is the atomic bomb is a horrible thing, but it did save a lot of lives. It took a lot, but it saved a lot. Because if we would have invaded Japan, that would have been a 2-3 year battle, and a lot of people and lives would have been lost. I mean, they were estimating casualties of 1.5 million American soldiers.
Yeah.
Could you imagine the civilian? I mean, it was bad enough in World War II with the civilian population. Most of the deaths are civilians. It wasn't even armies. It was planes dropping incendiary bombs, burning towns.
That's my point. You wouldn't have
I
had
know.
that if you had fucking swords and shields.
Well, that I get, but yeah,
And that's what I'm saying, man.
I got a better
spend
idea.
time developing
Don't
shit that
go out
we
there
don't
and battle it
fucking
out.
need, dude. Like
Go
I'm
ahead,
tired. I'm
Let
tired.
that 80-year-old general go out and fight it out there. Let's see how long you're gonna go to war, you prick.
Right? And that's what I'm saying. We develop shit we don't fucking need. We spend
Well-
more time on developing things that have nothing to do with anything we need, when we should be spending our money on things we do need.
That's right. Spend $200 for a toilet seat because everyone needs a toilet seat.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just bad, man, because people don't realize, like, you know, I've said this back whenever, you know, your dad and my dad's dad, back in the day, dude, you know, the world used to be simple. Like you said, every American had a single family home. Every American had one brand new car. You know, my dad's first car only cost him like $2,000, brand new. You know, like it was nothing. Everything was affordable.
Your house payment was $45 a month.
Exactly. My grandparents literally spent $2,000 for 25 acres.
Right.
Okay. And he had a farm and everything. My grandparents still have it.
That's
You
right.
know?
Throwing a pig and a chicken, they probably reduce the price.
Yeah. So it's one of it's one of those things where it's like, you know, we only made it tougher on ourselves as the years went on. And you know, we sit here and we entrust in these military people, we entrust in our politicians to make things right. And in the end, all these people do is make things worse.
Right. It's about money. Money is the root of all evil. Period.
Yep.
You know what? You know why they invented a padlock? A padlock, all that does is keep an honest person honest. That's the only thing a padlock does. You put a chain out there on a pole, you know, you hook up a four-wheeler to it for sale. The only one not going to cut that bolt is an honest person.
Yeah. Well, that's why I like the saying, you know, laws weren't made for people like me. Laws were made for people who break them.
That's right.
You know,
you got stupid people out there. Give me a hot cup of coffee, spill it in my lap, sue McDonald's, and win $50 million.
Bro, did you hear about the guy who sued Red Bull because it didn't give him wings?
Yeah, and he won.
I was like, are you fucking serious?
Yo,
like,
Rick.
you really thought Red Bull would give you fucking wings?
Hey, he won.
He did, but that's,
I know.
You know, that makes, no lie, bro, that makes me want to go out and sue Skittles right now, because how the fuck do you know what a rainbow tastes like?
Yeah, there you go.
That is false fucking advertisement, bro. I want to go sue Milky Way, because how the fuck do you know what the Milky Way tastes like?
Well, hey, you know what? I want to go sue Charmin because I had a piece of toilet paper stuck in my butt crack earlier.
That's funny.
That is my point. That is so my fucking point.
You know, and we're giving people ideas too. You know that, don't you? You're going to see pretty soon how Charmin got sued.
Hey, Reek,
I'm in line, bro.
Reek
I'm in
just
line.
became my new best friend. He said I'm 29. You're so kind, my guy. I
Yeah.
wish I was 29. No
Yeah,
lie.
you got to reverse them numbers.
Yeah, I'm 92 and counting.
Yeah.
No, I'm 34, my guy. Honestly, I might not look it, and thank you for the 29, but no, I'm 34 and I feel it. So
Oh my God, to be 34 again.
you're not that far ahead of me.
Oh my God.
I'm
Almost
with you, buddy.
18 years. 18.
I'm with you,
Oh.
buddy.
God damn.
I'm 42.
I know.
so-
I
Holy
just found
shit.
out Gio's older than me, and that motherfucker looks 10 years younger than me. Asshole. I hope you're still in here.
Yo, sir, I wish I was 37. Oh my God, my pecker
You're,
get
you're
hard. to use,
45,
too.
right?
Who, me? I'm 52. Whoa. Yeah, I'm 52, brother.
I'm 42.
Yeah, I was born in 1969.
Yeah.
Man was walking on the moon. I was one month old.
I was walking on the moon. I was 1 month old.
That's right. All those fake photographs they developed and published. Yeah, I was 1 month
I'm
old.
sorry, man, but you don't look 52. I would have never guessed that.
One of the best cars in the world. A Camaro, a 69 Camaro.
Well, that's because when I have sex with my wife, I plug into a know-it-all. She keeps me young.
Okay.
I think he's going to use that one. I'm not going to lie.
No lie, dude. I heard the funniest shit the other day. I forget what it was on either, but dude, I died laughing. I had to replay it like 3 times. The dude was like, "I don't need a fucking Corvette, and I don't need oh shit, dude." It was actually on the Tiger King. It was really fucking funny. He said, "I don't need a Corvette, and I don't need something else." He's like, "Cause I got a really big dick." You know what I'm saying? Like all these people flashing their big ass cars and stuff like that. He's like, "I don't need any of it." But no, it's funny because I don't understand the. Oh yeah, sure, Logan. About time you get here, bro.
Yeah, I know. You know, that's like me. I never had to worry about dating a girl because I just sit in the darkest part of the bar and casually lick my eyebrows. They just come flocking to me.
You got a tongue that long, man?
Hey, I'll never tell.
Yo.
I'm married now. I can't show it off anymore either.
You got that kiss tongue, my guy, huh?
Hey.
If I had a tongue that could lick my eyebrows, I'd never leave the house.
No, I just got married. Are you shitting me?
Yo, you guys are too much.
I'm sorry I'm late, AK.
No, you're good, bro. It's all good. We're just having fun, man. Just talking about past, present, future at this point.
Everything.
AI has been
Talk
gone a
about
long
everything.
time ago, bro. Like 2 hours ago, AI was gone.
I would have joined in, but I was watching the football game. Wasn't a
No,
bad
you were
football
licking your
game.
fucking
Not a good one.
eyebrows. Shut up.
I was too. I was too. I try to lick something else and I get slapped. It's like, son of a bitch. There ain't nothing worse than going down on a fake blonde because it's like a brunette with bad breath. I can't help it.
Yo, I got nothing.
I got nothing.
Sounds like you're licking the wrong hole, bro.
Hey, you know what? Eating pussy and being in the mafia's got a lot in common. A slip of the tongue, you're in the shit. Okay.
Yo, you're gonna fucking kill my viewers, bro. I got 6 and I'm about to drop to 0.
I'll bet you get 7 more.
You're about to be in the negatives, bro. You're about to be in the negative number.
Yo, my 15 likes just went to 0.
No. And then it jumped back up to 21. Woohoo, look at me go.
They got hit with a supersonic rocket.
Hey man, we'll really be in business if we hit 69.
God damn. Ooh. I'd rather have a 7 or what the hell is it? 69. I'd rather have a 78. Or no, 77 because you get 8 more. Yeah, 77. You get 8 more.
Joel, I got an idea, bro. We should get together. We should find a place and bring back Woodstock.
Oh no, Woodstock. I'd get in trouble. Probably wind up
When
with a
Eagles
divorce.
Uncensored said, Joel, we should find a place and get together, I thought he was going to come out of the closet after him.
Now, Logan, come on. Just because the closet was your first place you had sex, it was cold, dark, and alone. I don't want you to have to bring out that we're going to do that.
What? Yeah, he's just upset because we didn't invite him.
No, put your sex toy back.
What is going on?
Oh my god,
Bro,
dude.
why the fuck do you still have that thing? Like, what in your mind? What went through your mind? Like, I'm gonna keep this
Eagles.
fucking wolf.
One time Logan was live and I was watching, and then to end his stream, he grabs that thing and he puts it on his lap and he taps his head and he starts to pet it. He's like, "All right, guys, you guys have a." It looked like he was about to go fuck that thing.
Oh, wait,
is that a Halloween decoration or something?
Yeah, it's Halloween.
Yeah. I didn't even do that. Like, what the fuck?
Yo, is that what you do when you see a hot girl? You roll down your window and shove that out the window and go, "Oh
my fucking god, man!"
Like, come on, man.
Hey, that's all right. He put on a goddamn poncho the other day. I thought he was going to go to a Halloween costume as a broken condom. So
You said that over 30 times, you piece of shit.
I know, but it's still funny because you shaved your head.
No, I like the pit stick thing better, bro. That was fun.
He looks like a roll-on deodorant.
That was priceless. I died laughing. My wife's like, "What are you laughing about?" I'm like, "Bro, you don't even know."
I'm gonna get myself a pair of silk socks for Christmas or something.
Oh, there you go.
To what? For what? Why do you want silk socks?
One time as a joke, I said, "Yo, Dad, for Christmas, can you give me a pair of silk socks?" He didn't get the joke until an hour and a half later.
Oh, well, you know what? At least no one told him it's like warm apple pie yet.
Oh my fucking god!
He probably Have you seen American Pie?
I've seen all of them.
Of course he did. Of course he did. I forgot who I'm talking to here.
We did not coordinate the outfits. All right, Rick. Here's what my shirt says.
Don't he remind you of Stifler's little brother?
Just 3 steps. You practice.
Well, you got to what's 2 and 3? There you go. Practice, be me. That's all.
Exactly.
Durham Firebirds.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, Oh my God. Oh, so you guys said something about NFL conspiracies, right?
Uh-oh. This is a rabbit hole.
Yeah, I think there was.
It is a big rabbit hole.
I think, Joe, I don't know if you remember the year Patrick Ewing was drafted by the Knicks.
Yo, yeah.
95?
No, it was in the 80s, like 85.
80s. Yeah, okay, it was.
He had a blank ballot where he just gave Ewing to the Knicks.
He had a what?
He had
a blank ballot. He had a blank ballot. It wasn't anyone's name on it. He gave Patrick Ewing to the Knicks.
They gave him to the Knicks.
Really?
It was rigged.
Yeah, that's always been something that's been out there. Also, that's why I mentioned before with the suspension / retirement of
That's
Michael
right.
Jordan.
It was 84 when Georgetown won the championship, or was it 85? 84.
They had a lot of them. Like, you even know before, Cleveland had LeBron James. How did they end up with 2 extra first picks of the draft when they needed it the most? How'd that happen? There were so many teams that it was just, you could tell things were rigged. Even games, when you come out with Tim Donaghy afterwards, all that cover up. He wasn't the only ref that took bets. He wasn't the only one. They probably all still do now. When you're watching NFL games, don't you think that sometimes there's calls at like timely, you know what I'm saying? When you see teams trying to come back. This week we've seen it.
Yep.
You see the blatant calls and no one's even. You see the refs just act like nothing happened.
Bro, you know what's gonna happen this year, right?
Patriots and Bucks.
Yep, and I'm telling you, if that happens, that's going on this conspiracy show. There's no
way
that fucking happens.
This NFL year was rigged. I'm telling you right now.
There's no way in hell that, first off, the way the Bucks are playing, that they make it, and there's no way in hell that the Patriots and the Bucks meet in the Super Bowl. And however that turns out, whether that's Tom beating Bill or Bill beating Tom, you can sit there and tell me that wasn't already predetermined.
Man, look at the holding penalties on Tampa Bay during that game.
Yeah.
Bills fans are going ballistic over that.
Well, and not just that, but that's also why my uncle quit watching football like 7 years ago, because he is a strong believer that everything is predetermined.
Yep.
So you're telling me that these guys are going out in the field, putting it all out there, and it's rigged?
Some people believe it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's not the guys. The guys are playing hard, but the refs are the ones that are.
There was a former Bears
changing the
running
game.
back that said everything is predetermined and they're just actors, basically.
Yeah, that's impossible, dude.
Well, with all these new gambling sites and everything, and the gambling getting connected to the NFL, it wouldn't surprise me if these guys, these bookies and everything, are, hey, you know what? Here, I'll throw you. Too many people bet on the Eagles this week. Make sure they lose.
These guys make a lot of money though, being
I know
athletes. So they make more than those bets. You know what I mean?
What do the refs make? I mean, if they're offered $100,000
That's a
to
different
throw a
story.
game, that might be
That's a
out there,
different
man.
story. Yeah,
Because
I believe that.
Wasn't there an article not that long ago where the NFL refs were going to be investigated?
Yeah.
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 So, Eagle,
I haven't heard nothing.
Did you hear what I said about the former Bears running back?
Yeah.
He came out and said everything is staged and NFL players are basically just actors.
Well, dude, I can somewhat believe it. I mean, look at how much these guys get paid. You pay me $130 million for my career, and I'll keep my fucking mouth shut. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm sure there's a lot
maybe
not
like
said.
okay. As far as the players, I think the players are actually playing.
Well,
good
here's the
football and
thing, though. What
out there
about the
playing
guys that
football,
only
but-
last a year or two? You think they would say something? Because if you look at what happened to SMU when they got blackballed,
I think
okay,
it's,
after Dickerson and all of that, and everything went down with the boosters, okay. There was guys that were upset. They didn't get the
block
money
that.
or
Block
everything,
that
and they
Kel
blew them
Harper.
in.
Block
And that's
that
when that SMU got the death penalty. Okay, that shut that college down until just recently. SMU is finally starting to get back to winning some games.
Real quick, Joel,
So if these guys that are only in the league a year or two, they're not getting that much money. They'd say something.
block that account named Carol Harper. That link will fucking hack your laptop and shit.
I was gonna say that like I do believe that like there's a group inside of the refereeing in the NFL that do accept payments that probably does throw crucial games, because I was watching a game. I don't know if it was like this past week or something like that. It was about like 2 weeks ago, where like this young referee, he threw a flag and it was actually a good flag and stuff, but then while they was huddling up, the old referee told him like, "Nah, bro, pick up your flag." And then I could see the young referee's facial expression, like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And then all of a sudden, the older referee was just shook his head. He's like, "No, dude, pick up that flag." And it looked like he was like threatening his job or something. So the young referee picked up the flag, and then they told the main referee, the guy with the white hat, it's like, oh, they told him what happened, and then the referee came and he's all like, "There's no flag on the play," even though it's like a plain, like, you know. So
Well, look how many pass interference flags been picked up against us there, Zion, this year.
Well, and you got to realize something too, man. Like these guys will play hard. I mean, they are getting paid to do what they do. 100%. They're going to play hard. They love doing what they're doing. But I got to tell you, man, if you're getting paid $50 million a year or $12 million a year, you're not caring if you win or lose at that point.
If I'm in the NFL,
I'm sorry, but if you're predetermined to win, it is what it is. But there is a lot of conspiracies out there on the NFL. Now, granted, this has only probably changed since Roger Goodell has came in. You know, I mean, that's one dude I feel should have been out of his job a long time ago. But
yeah, but Paul Tagliabue was sneaky too. Paul Tagliabue was a guy who was very dirty.
Yeah,
like, he did a lot of underhanded things, and that's why I said a lot of that conspiracy comes under his regime. Yeah, it probably carries over now, because when you talk about before with gambling, Vegas is involved. If you bet, you've known that in this time the line during the week has moved more than ever. The line is constantly moving, and then when you look at the money line and you know who's actually betting on what, it kind of differs at times. So it's like Vegas is trying to force you to bet on a certain team at times. That's most of the time. Like it's like, and to me, a lot of the times too is they want to make every game, especially when you have a Sunday night game, a Thursday night game. You want it to look very competitive. You want to see that team come back. You don't want anything to be a blowout, and especially when you have a team coming back. You'll notice that team gets a lot of favorable calls, a lot of holding calls. You know, they go by the wayside. A lot of touchdowns or a lot of catches that really didn't look like they were. Maybe at one time the hand was underneath, but you could tell the ball made them lose. You know, the ball came out. Somehow they still end up with a catch. Those little calls, they end up sticking. Those teams end up going on. Like I said, you have a good game, you have a good product. Before Thursday night used to be a crapshoot. Every night you're going to see a blowout. It's a shit team against a good team, and they're getting blown out.
I mean,
competitive games.
Yeah, you're
there's
right.
been a lot of
I mean, look
fourth-quarter
at this,
points
bro. Let's go back through some of this, okay? One, I believe they gave us the Super Bowl in 2017 because of the fuck up they did in 04. You remember that? In 05 in the Super Bowl? Because they gave it to Brady, right? Now you look, the Seahawks, whenever they fucking threw on the 2-yard line, when you got probably the best halfback in Marshawn Lynch to do it in 2 yards to score a touchdown, you end up throwing and it gets picked off. They automatically win. You know, when you look at the Broncos, okay, they were the best fucking team all year long. All year long. And then whenever Peyton Manning and them get into the Super Bowl, the very first play shot way over his fucking head into the end zone. And dude, that was probably the worst Super Bowl I've ever seen in my life. Like, that was a fucking blowout. I turned that shit off at halftime. But dude, they had the most high-powered offense in the NFL that year. Like, they were scoring, what, 50 points a fucking game?
Yep.
And then next thing you know, they couldn't even score a fucking point in the Super Bowl. And then vice versa, turn it around. The next year they fucking win. You know, but there's so many things that fucking happen in the Super Bowl. A 28-0 blown lead for Tom Brady to come back and win a Super Bowl. You don't blow a 28-point lead. You don't. Like, you can't tell me some of that shit isn't predetermined. These guys are professionals. You don't think for 1 second that all Atlanta had to do was score literally one touchdown in the second half and they would have won, but they didn't even do that.
Only Matt Ryan took a 7-step drop back on a 3rd and 1 and got sacked.
Yeah, that doesn't happen, man. It doesn't fucking happen. And I'm sorry, but sometimes you just got to look at it. Granted, we love the game of football, but you have to realize something too. It's a fucking game.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, there's so many conspiracies. There's so many things that have happened in the NFL. When you look at it, it's like that never should have happened. Why did that happen?
Talk about the Tuck rule. Talk about how the Tuck rule came about.
Yeah.
You know that even though if it was a forward pass, you knew that was a fumble. No matter what, no one even cared if a forward pass. The quarterback had a ball in his hands, and if he's in the backfield, remember, if you're behind the line of scrimmage, you lose the ball. It's a fumble. That was the rule. Woodson gets the ball. It's Raiders' ball. They overturn it. Why? Because what was the hot team? What was the story? Tom Brady.
Yep.
You can't tell me that referees, especially in baseball, that referees or umpires don't take it upon themselves to make themselves, like, put themselves in the game, to change the outcome of a game. For whatever the reason, if it's that they put, have money into the game, if they want to have, themselves in the history book, if they wanted to make the ultimate outcome in the game, they have that power. Whatever the case is, referees always have their hand in the game. They always.
And I'm sorry, bro, but I'm telling you right now, Tom Brady was predetermined to be the best there ever was. He was given that right. He was totally given that right.
Do you remember the storyline that year? 9/11 had just happened. We had the team, the Patriots, All-America's team at the time coming through. We have a young kid, Brady, a 6th-round draft pick. We had Kurt Warner. We love that story. Let's give it to another kid. And they just wrote off with it.
Oh, the Tuck rule started all that bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many years later? When Brady got injured against, what was it? When Castle came in that year. Didn't they change the rules? You can't hit a quarterback below the knees?
Yep.
After that, and no other time, when you see Lawrence Taylor demolish Joe Montana or whoever it was in his way, no rule was ever made.
Bro, how many times have you seen Big Ben take fucking punishment in the pocket and never be called? Vick. He was getting tore up. Michael Vick, Donovan McNabb, they weren't getting calls that Tom Brady was getting. They were not getting them. Because here's the thing. They looked at Tom Brady and they're like, oh, he's a little pixie stick pussy, so we got to call every fucking play. But then you got a guy like Ben Roethlisberger who's 6'5", 235 pounds and can take a beating. And just because he can take a fucking beating, they don't call the flags on him. But people like Brady, they'll call the flags on because they want to fucking protect him. But you got guys, Big Ben broke his nose before by a hit.
Dude, not even the great Peyton Manning could overcome it. When the Patriots would play the Colts, the Patriots would constantly beat up on those Colts receivers.
Hell yeah.
Like, it was ridiculous. Like, you would see Harrison getting punched off the line. You would see freaking the other one getting caught in the throat. It was ridiculous. They would hold on to those receivers all day. Constant concussions against the Patriots. Like, they would beat those receivers up. But now when you look at the game, and how many times would that be a call? But when it was the Patriots, no one knew anything. Everything was fair game. That's why a lot of those games that Peyton Manning should have had, a lot of Super Bowls, were just at the whim of refs. They took it away from him.
I'm completely sure the NFL officials were like, okay, we let you beat Brady twice in the Super Bowl, so Giants, we're gonna make you stuck for the next 10 years.
Nah, bro, you know what did it for you guys was that fucking boat picture. That boat picture cursed you.
Oh my god!
I don't know how it did it, but since you guys took that boat picture, you've had 5 losing seasons, and I don't know what happened, I don't know who cursed you, but that photo began your decline. And you know
What
that.
photo are you talking about?
The boat picture where where it has OBJ and all their, what was it?
Shepard, Ingram.
They were all without their shirts on this yacht in the middle of the ocean, and they took a picture. And ever since that picture, they have lost everything.
That's
Everything.
when OBJ was taking all them suspect pictures. Him in the hot tub with other dudes.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mhm.
very suspect.
And ever since then, bro,
Yeah, he
they've had
likes to have
five-
chick poop on him, so far as I know.
OBJ
Oh my God, I
looks like
forgot about that. He likes the glass table action.
Yeah. That's like with Nancy Reagan being the throat goat. Do you think she swallowed or did she use
Shout out
trickle
to
down
Two Girls, One
economics?
Oh, man.
Joel, you need fucking help.
Why do I need help?
Hey, you know what? You could ask the same thing about Monica Lewinsky too.
Well, yeah, because now thanks to that, Bill Clinton doesn't play the saxophone anymore. He plays the harmonica.
Yo, I'm gonna
no
head
lie.
out, guys. I appreciate you having me on, Eagles, and thank you all
No
for
problem.
joining us tonight. And y'all
Hey,
have a
real
good
quick before you go, Zion, what do you guys want to
Hillary
talk
Clinton
about?
doesn't play anything.
What would you guys like to talk about next week for Conspiracy Week? Do you want to
Let's
talk
go
about
with aliens.
cloning?
We can talk about whatever you guys feel like talking about.
Cloning or aliens? Which one?
We
A
always
little
go
bit
back to aliens.
Yeah, we always go back
Yeah.
to aliens. We can do a little
All right,
bit
we'll
of
go
both.
with aliens next week. We'll go with that one. All right. So it's
Hey,
aliens.
y'all have a
next
good one. Make sure y'all
Listen,
subscribe to
Zion, I
everybody
didn't
on
mean to
this
scare
channel.
you off. I'm sorry.
No. I've been meaning to go play some Warzone with some homies like an hour ago.
Hey, you got.
making them
You
rage.
said you have Xbox, right?
Well, we can play. I have PlayStation, but we can play because it's Call
Oh,
of
yeah.
Duty.
Well,
So
yeah.
platform.
Send
I'll
me
put
your
I'll
gamer
put my
tag.
gamer tag in the private.
All right. Well, just DM
Yes.
me on Twitter.
But yeah, you
I
guys
got
play.
Xbox too, man.
You guys play Vanguard?
Oh hell yeah! Me and
Yeah,
Geo
let's
play
get
it.
it.
So you'll be playing with
Hit
me
me
and
up after
Geo.
this.
I gotta
All right,
get
well, yeah.
Vanguard.
You guys are gonna be on.
Yeah.
I gotta
All
get
right.
Vanguard, but I'm gonna
It's
get
in
out too,
private
man.
chat.
Okay.
I gotta
Appreciate
use
you
my
guys.
Good one,
channel when
guys.
I'm gaming.
Hell yeah.
Peace.
Later, bud.
You guys have a
Have
good
fun,
one.
Jeremy. Have a
Yeah,
good one,
Susie,
guys.
Here,
thank you,
gentlemen.
my guy.
Peace.
I might scoot too. I'm getting kind of tired. I had to get up early
Yeah.
for the doctor's appointment.
Yeah, we hit 3 hours and 30 minutes here. So
I'll be
I think
joining
we
you
wanna
guys
end
for the
it.
full night once football season's over with.
Yeah, man. No, I love doing this shit, man.
I do
asked him
too.
to get mine, and I was sitting there. He's like, bro, he's like, I can't do that. And I asked him why, and he's like, dude, you don't want to go down those rabbit holes with me. He's like, it's never ending.
Right.
And that's why I love talking about this shit, dude, because you can do a podcast on this shit for 6 hours and not get bored. There's so many
yeah.
things there, so many things. So, and you know what? I made an agreement to some of my followers that if we made the playoffs, I'd do a 24-hour stream. Maybe that's what I'll do my 24-hour stream on. Just straight up conspiracy theory.
I would do it on everything. That
Right.
way you're not stuck. You talk NFL, you can talk conspiracy, you can talk.
Just life in general.
You
Yeah.
can even do like the old school Jerry Lewis marathons where you have people coming through throughout the whole day.
Yo, what's
And
going
that's
on?
what I'm going to do. Yep.
This person has been stalking our fucking channels for weeks, bro.
Yeah, they always pop in my stuff, man. Always. I don't know. I just ignore them half the time.
You made the big time now there, AK. You made the big time.
Yeah, don't feel like it though.
They're in my streams all the time. It's annoying. Just nobody press those links because you'll fucking get your computer hacked and shit.
Well, I couldn't press it anyway. It's just black for me. I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
they're not
pressing.
moderators, so they can't put links up. They're idiots.
One time, I typed up what it meant, and they said never press it. So I don't fucking know.
Yeah, you gotta be a moderator to
Yeah.
post the link, but
Well, listen, guys, I appreciate you, Joel. I appreciate you and Logan for
Man,
coming in
anytime.
here at the end. But you know what, man? Listen, Joel, I could pick your fucking brain for hours, dude. And I'll get there someday. I will get there. We will do something someday where we can just fucking talk and be normal. You know, and not have
that's a rabbit hole and a half. I got
Right?
stories, man. I got stories.
Oh, dude, I got some too. And you know what? I'm just half tempted to share some of them, and some of them are pretty bad. Like,
Yeah, tell me about it.
so maybe we'll do
Cruise
that
ship on Main
someday.
Street?
Well, mine are a little darker than that, but
Oh, ooh.
I got dark
Ooh.
stories.
Well, let's just put it this way. When we get to that point, my marriage didn't come from being just meeting someone. We'll put it that way.
Oh. Logan's
He knows
lost.
what I mean. Yeah, he
Logan's
knows what.
lost.
No, like my marriage goes a lot deeper than what y'all think. But I'll share it with y'all someday. It's crazy. But
Egos Uncensored is in a cult or some shit.
fuck no, I wish.
No.
What the fuck?
No, dude, dude, no lie. I would love to be a Mason. Do you know the secrets you could find out if you were a Mason? Do you even know what a Mason is?
I was offered.
I would love, dude. If you know one, send them my way. I want to
know.
join.
I was offered to become a Mason, and once you get to the top of the Masons, you actually become a Shriner.
What's a
Yeah.
Mason?
So, oh my God. Okay.
My mother was an Eastern Star.
Yeah. Well, hey, if you know anyone who is a Mason, let them know I'm interested, please.
Well, I don't think they'd come on and talk because it is a
No,
private.
I want to join. I'm saying.
Ah.
But you need a Mason to.
Yes, you do.
That's
Yep.
what I'm saying. So if you
What is
know
a
a Mason, all right, listen, real quick before we end this. The Mason, they are people who know all the secrets of the world. Okay,
You gotta go
also
back.
an English-
It takes even further.
It's an
You
English
gotta take it back
heritage
to the Knights
also.
Templar. Yeah,
I'll
it
make
goes
this
back to the
very
Knights Templar.
I'll make this very simple and very fast. You know what the Illuminati is?
Yes.
They're a part of it. We'll put it that way.
Okay.
To a point. They know things that only they know. Okay.
Right.
Like for instance, they supposedly know where America's national treasure was. And supposedly that's what Mount Rushmore is, a cover up for our national treasure.
Right.
But that's another conspiracy for another day.
You take a serious binding of secrets when you
Yes.
enter that establishment. A serious set of verbal or oaths that you're not allowed to break at all. Because
Like no lie, man, Masons are kind of like the New World Order. No lie. I mean,
and
they
they've
know
been around for thousands of years, not
Yes.
hundreds, thousands of
Thousands.
years.
Like Vic said, they were knights back in the day. They
The
were
Knights
the
Templar.
You know, the
They
people
definitely
who
took the whole
they were the ones that supposedly protected the Holy Grail. Okay? So we'll just put it that way. But that's why I want to join, because I want to know the fucking secrets, man. Not that I'd say anything, I just want to know. 'Cause
You got
I'm
five, you
fascinated
got a
by
couple of minutes? Oh, I'll show
Yeah,
you
go
something
for
that's
it.
really cool.
Go for
I'll
it.
be right back.
Yeah. Dude, I did 11-hour stream. What makes you think I ain't got a couple minutes? No, but Logan, no lie, Masons are very powerful people. They're very powerful individuals. Like when you take that oath, like he said, you're in it and you can't get out. And I don't mind that, because you know what? They take care of their own. Like you want to become rich and you want to become powerful, you want to become a Mason. It's that simple. Because the Masons control it all in a way. And Vic, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Joel's
Like-
got fucking Snooki and JWoww behind him. Like, what the fuck?
Huh?
I said Joel's got fucking Snooki and JWoww for fucking drugs.
No, but definitely, dude. YouTube Masons sometime, dude. Learn about them. They're very fascinating people. They're a very fascinating cult, because they are a fucking cult. I mean, they truly are. My uncle's father was a Mason. He died a Mason. I actually got to go in a Mason building because that's where they had his funeral, and you could only go into the main hall. Every other door is like padlocked and shut. Like they even are known to be, Vic, am I saying this right? Devil worshippers to a point?
Well, no, the opposite actually. Like the way it all started off, like I was saying before, was with the Knights Templar. Like basically, you know, like the Holy Land, when you got Jerusalem, Israel, and all that. That was when they had like the Muslim was first coming over, and you had that's what it was, a holy war. So the Christians were trying to keep everything that they had held sacred, that they anything to do with Christianity. They had it from trying to keep it from them being destroyed. So what the Knights Templar did was fight a war. They were trying to keep the land, but at the same time, they were trying to take all the relics.
You ready?
One of the relics, like they were saying before, were the Holy Grail. But they had
What is
also
it?
other things. They
No
also obviously
fucking
came to
way.
fight orders. What do you got?
Are you shitting me right now?
Ooh, what is that?
What the fuck? How did you get that? Where did you get that, Joel?
I ordered it.
How
Is that real?
What? That is fucking real, yes.
It's like
How
a,
the fuck? Dude, who the fuck got rid of that, though? That you're not supposed to get rid of those things
I
unless
bought it in Pennsylvania in a shop.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to get rid of those. That's something you give back. Like, what the fuck?
That's one of the nice
Joel's
swords.
gonna get hunted down.
That's
bro.
a fucking Knight Templar sword.
Yeah, that's what I say. It's a nice sword. Yeah, you
Yo,
see the
bro.
symbol on top. You see the top
Dude,
right there, the
I
Mason
got a
color?
question.
Mason's time?
Yo, I
Hold
got
on,
a
show the top of
question.
the hill.
Show the
No,
show
the
the
top
top.
of the hill. The top of the hill. The blue
Top of
part.
the
The
hill.
top of it. There you go.
Show
right
it.
there.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
the
that's
pinnacle
wild.
stuff.
That's probably Kurtz or some shit.
Yo, no lie, Joel. When I come up for a fucking cookout, I want to hold that motherfucker. That
Yeah,
is
did you hear that they
awesome.
recently found that they found a real life Templar sword? I want to say it was like on the coast of Jerusalem, and someone just found it in the ocean.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Dude, that's fucking awesome. What? Another one? Yo! I know what those symbols are at the top.
That's crazy.
Oh my god, are you fucking serious? Dude, I want one. How much you want for one? I want one.
I ain't selling them.
Like
No,
someone carried
come
that
on.
heavy ass thing to fight with.
Yo, I would fucking tear up some motherfuckers with that
But our
thing.
gun's a little lighter.
Yo, does that make you does it make you feel powerful holding that thing?
Dude,
I bet it does. I
I
bet
would
it
put
does.
that to my eyes and do the sight beyond sight from Thundercats.
Yo, Logan, Logan, I know you're probably wondering why the fuck I'm freaking out, dude, but I'm a fucking nerd for old historical shit like this.
Dude,
And
this
I
thing
know
weighs
about the
about
Knights
15
Templars,
pounds.
and I know about the fucking Illuminati, and I know about the Masons, and that fucking sword right there, he should not be able to own. Like,
Yo,
that is
AK,
shit when
what-
no lie,
Joe,
when
what-
Masons die, that shit is given back to the Masons to give to someone else. How the fuck that got into a pawn shop is beyond me.
Joe,
That's
what happened?
fucking insane.
What happened if I held it and went and did this? Thundercats.
You ain't going to, dude. These things are heavy. This sword's about 10 pounds. The other one's 15.
Bro, that never happens. How the fuck did you get so lucky?
Pause.
Right place, right time.
Oh my god, that is fucking dope. Bow to you, sir.
I thought you'd get a kick out of that. We were talking about it.
Amazon for $30.
No, you can't, bro. Do you know how much that fucking sword is? If that is a genuine Templar sword, do you know how much that fucking thing is worth?
It's a replica.
Oh, now
It is a replica.
Now you ruined it for me.
No, I'm sorry. I get it, but I paid 175 each.
That's still not bad, dude. But if you had an original though, oh
my
God.
my mother was, like I said, was an Eastern Star.
Yeah.
And then, she would take that to meetings sometimes.
I'm jealous, man. That's fucking. I want one.
So, no, they are replicas. You ain't gonna find a real one. If you
That's what
see
I
a
was
real
saying.
one,
That's why I
it's
was
in a
freaking
museum.
out, dude.
Yeah.
I was like, how the fuck did you get that? Because usually when they
No,
die, they're given back to give to someone else. Like they don't make it out. You know what I mean?
It's a licensed replica. I mean, they are. I could definitely put an edge on this one. I mean, I could put a serious edge on this one if I wanted to. It's dull because technically I ain't even supposed to have it in New York State. It's got two edges. Yeah, but
Oh, yeah. No, dude, that's dope. No, I've always wanted. That's the other reason why I want to join, bro. I want to ring.
it's as close as I can get to actually owning one.
Yeah.
When I saw them for sale, I'm like, I want both of them.
Yeah. Well, and see, that's the thing, bro. That's why I want to join too, because I want a fucking ring.
Right.
Dude, those rings are fucking dope. In fact,
Right.
you know what? I had an ex-girlfriend whose grandfather was a Mason, and he wore his Mason ring every fucking day, dude. And dude, those things are wow.
No,
like,
but yeah. Yeah.
yeah, dude,
And
do
then
me a favor. If you know any of them, let them know I'm interested. Really, truly, like die hard interested.
I haven't talked to him in a while since Mom's passing, but if I run into him,
Yeah, I can keep my mouth shut. Trust me.
right?
The shit you will learn
But-
and the knowledge you will know
Yeah.
by joining them is worth keeping your mouth shut.
I mean,
promise.
there's no way in hell I could afford a real one because it would be over $100,000. I don't have that kind of money.
Oh, I think more than that, wouldn't you?
Well,
you're
I'm just,
probably
you know,
talking out like $500,000 range, maybe even $1 million if it's real.
right. There's no way in hell I could ever get
Yeah.
anything, my hands on anything like that. But
That's crazy.
yeah,
dude.
it's,
Thank you for
like I
sharing.
said, it's an authentic replica. It's as close as you're going to get to the real thing.
Yeah.
But
God,
yeah, they're
I-
freaking heavy.
I can't wait to hold one. That's fucking awesome, dude. That is awesome. Like, dude, that's
tell you-
cooler. That is cooler than any fucking real samurai sword you will ever see. You know what I
Listen,
mean?
these guys were meant to wield this thing the way that
Hell
they
yeah.
did. Their shoulders and arms were freaking huge. And then to be able to do it for 12 hours.
Well, and you,
You
had
know,
to sit there and swing that around for months to fight, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, exactly. It's,
what
mean,
is that,
I mean, my
20,
hands,
40 pounds?
no, it's probably, this one's probably about 10.
Okay. But the real
mean-
ones were like 20 pounds, though, weren't they?
Well, it was a different steel. You're
Yeah.
not going to get that carbon real iron ore that they got to make the swords with. That's more denser than today's steel. I mean, to buy a replica actually made like that is probably minimum $5,000
Yeah.
just because of the material and the time that took the blacksmith to make it.
Well, and the real ones had diamonds encrusted in them, too.
Oh
right?
yeah, they had jewels in the hilts and everything. Yes.
Well,
Yes.
did you ever hear what is it called? The common steel? I think that's how you say it. You
The
know that
common
that's,
steel, yeah.
you know that
Yeah.
they say that they have that, but that's not even the real thing. It's a practice of how to make steel, how to make metal that's been lost for thousands of years. They only say they could try to kind of closely replicate it, but they don't even know if that's even how they did it. It's not even been tested to be as strong as it. Like,
But when
so
young kids,
things of the
when
past.
young kids would get ready to enter their training and everything, what they did is they took wooden dowel sticks, hollowed them out, and then they'd put so much lead in there so the kids would get used to swinging the weight.
Yeah.
And that's how they would train and develop and everything. Or else they'd put a big ball on the end of lead and let the kids, so it wouldn't hurt them, but they could, you know, if you're 10 years old, you might put 2 pounds of lead into it. And then as you got bigger and stronger, because, oh my God, even chainmail is 40, 50 pounds.
Yeah. Yep. Well, and that's the thing. Like, I'm pretty sure back in the day, how they made them so strong is they'd smelt it, they'd melt it, they'd form it, they'd let it cool, and then they'd redo it again, right? They would heat it up, and they just continuously do that over. They'd pound it until it got so thin, and then they'd put more on and pound it again and melt it and go back. And that's how they
there's-
got it so strong.
There's different methods to blacksmithing a sword. You're right when you got the one that you were just describing.
Yeah.
But another way that they would do it is over in Scotland, they didn't have iron ore. I mean, they couldn't drill into the mountains to get it. But what would happen is the rains would wash it down the mountains into the peat fields. So what they'll do is they'll go get like a wheelbarrow full of peat and burn that down, and what's left is a clump of iron ore.
Yeah.
So then they'd heat up the 2 clumps of iron ore together and smash all the impurities out of that, and they just keep adding to it until
Adding.
they had enough to make the sword.
Yep. Yeah. No,
So-
it's crazy, man, how they used to do that shit.
Right.
It
Right.
is- and that is what I call a craftsman, dude. Somebody that can do that. Like, you're a true artist when you can
Well,
create something like
Back in the 40s and everything, if you want to talk about craftsmen, cars used to be, if you got a dent in your car, they'd fill it with lead. So that's where the auto body men came from. Because if you look at old cars that have a dent or they've been repaired, there's lead in there. It's called lead fill. And if you were to take a torch and go over to that car and hit that lead spot, it'd all flop right out. That's what they used to use back in the day instead of Bondo and everything that you have
Yeah.
today. Back in the day, it was lead. That's what the body men would fix their cars with.
That's awesome, man.
Yep.
Man, now I'm gonna go to sleep having dreams I'm a Knights Templar tonight.
Go to a Renaissance festival, rent some armor.
I want to, dude. They have it every year here in Pennsylvania, and even my wife wants to go. But now that we have kids, it's so much harder. So I do fucking go though, bro. Like that shit is so cool. Like I know that sounds nerdy as shit, but it's cool.
No, that's no worse than these guys that dress up as cowboys and go to these ranches and shoot.
Read this. Aaron Donald to Kyler Murray all night. Oh my god.
What the hell?
Aaron Donald to
Right.
Kyler Murray.
I probably shouldn't have even showed that. I didn't know that's where that was going, but
I didn't either.
I'll probably get knocked off on that one because that's like child endangerment. So sorry.
Right?
I didn't know
what?
that was coming.
I'm gonna go hang
My
out
bad.
with my girls, okay?
Yo, Joe got fucking Snooki on his green screen or some shit.
Hey,
Hey,
there. See, it was
Thank
a
you so
hangout
much.
Saturday. The girls are hanging out. All right,
Bill, are you Paulie D?
you're
Thank
just
you so
jealous I
much.
could talk to girls. You're gonna go blah 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 blah.
You live in a cave, bro.
Yeah,
Who are you
that's
gonna
right.
talk
That's
to,
why I learned.
bro?
That's why you don't drag a woman by. That's why you drag a woman by her hair, not her ankles. That way she doesn't fill up with dirt. See, even living in a cave, you got to make up these adjustments and know what the hell you're doing.
Yo, I can't believe you just fucking said that. I can't believe you just fucking said that. Oh my god. And
That's a joke,
Vic's on
man.
mute because he's laughing so fucking hard right now. I promise, I promise, man. He's lost his shit on that. Oh my god. He unmutes just to say I plead the fifth. That's great.
I plead the fifth. Aren't you glad you knew me? Ah, crazy old man.
Bro, I'm glad I did meet you. You have no
Yep.
idea. I tell you all the time, bro. You're truly an amazing person. I love talking with you. It's never a fucking dull moment when Joel's around. I will say that. Never a dull moment.
I'm too fast for you, Logan. I'm too quick and I'm too sharp. I might be old, but damn it, I ain't lost a step there in the mental capacity.
And trust me, my guy, you don't want to go up against old timers like us because with the knowledge that we have, dude,
Bro, you're not old.
I'm old, but still, I'm old knowledge wise compared to you. And that's what I'm saying. We got silver tongues because we've seen it all.
Right.
So there's nothing you can throw at us that we ain't got a comeback for. Every comeback you think of, we've already done.
Okay, fine. I have a good joke. real quick. I know you like football. I heard you went into prison at tight end and came out a wide receiver.
Who are you talking to, me or him?
I'm just making a statement.
Do you get that?
I think.
I
Are
think
you
so,
trying
too.
to say that, instead of a pitcher, I'm a catcher? Is that what you're saying?
What the fuck, bro?
I took it that way too, so don't feel
Okay,
bad.
see?
I totally took it that way, and that's why I said, "Who are you talking to?" first, because I was like, I know he didn't say that to me.
That's all right. Logan's taking up musicians when he goes back to school. That way he can play the slobber and blues on the snotty end of my fuck stick. Okay.
No. See, that's why he likes playing the bagpipes, so he can blow on pipes and pull on sax.
That's right. That's right. You're gonna.
Yeah,
you're-
you wanna keep
You're gonna
going,
learn
kid?
about. You're gonna
You
learn
wanna keep
about
going?
trickle down economics when you go to school.
Logan, you pay right yet?
He's 14. No, we don't.
4 years. 4 years.
His daddy pays his rent for him, man.
And he doesn't even. And he can't even. His dad won't even let him use a power tool, so he can help put stuff together.
It's all out of love, Logan. You started
That's
it, though. Hey, remember, you started it. We're
That's
finishing.
right. Yo, he's doing his. What the hell is that you just stuck in your mouth?
Pause, bro.
What was it though? You're the one that did it. What do you mean pause?
Right.
You did.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ. No wonder he can't use power tools. He's sitting here trying to electrocute himself and he ain't to buy an outlet.
I know. Some things just don't need a caution sign anymore. That way we can weed out the idiots. Maybe that's the next one you ought to talk about. These stupid ass caution signs and everything. A sign for everything. Warning labels on everything.
Right? Yeah, we got deer crossing signs. Like I ain't already know there's fucking deer on the road.
Did you ever hear the broad that called into the radio station and she says, "Can we move the deer signs where they're crossing so there's not so much traffic and they won't get hit as much?" She literally called into a radio station saying, "I think we ought to move the deer crossing signs to a different area in the road so that they're not getting hit as much." Like serious. She was dead serious. The DJ didn't know what to do. You need to check that one out, dude.
Bro, did you hear about the dude that called Volkswagen? You didn't?
Maybe.
Yeah, by that look, you didn't. So there was this guy one time. He was sitting there. He called Volkswagen, right? He just bought a brand new. I think it was a Golf or something like that, but it was a stick shift, right? Or no, it was an automatic. And he was sitting here. And he's like, "Ma'am," he's like, "I'm sorry, I gotta complain about your vehicles." And she's like, "All right, sir, what's wrong?" And he was sitting there. He's like, "Well," he's like, "I'm having a hard time." He's like, "Because whenever I sit here and I put it in R, I go backwards." He's like, "R is for race." He's like, "And then whenever it's nighttime, I put it in N, and my car doesn't go anywhere." He's like, "That's for nighttime." And then he was like, "When I put it in on D during the day," he's like, "that's the only time it works normal." He's like, "So you got a race option, a night option, and a drive option for the daytime." He's like, "But your night and your racing doesn't work." He's like, "I go backwards in R and I don't go anywhere at night." He's like, "Can you help me with this problem?" No lie, bro. This fucking woman on the other line lost her fucking shit. She started laughing her ass off. She's like, "Sir, so let me get this right. When you put it in R, you go backwards. And whenever at nighttime, when you put it in neutral, you don't go anywhere." She's like, "But every time you put it in drive, you move forward." He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Can you explain it to me?" She's like, "Sir, R does not mean race and N does not mean nighttime." She's like, "R is reverse and N is neutral and drive is D." She was like, "So that's why you're having your complications." And dude, she's busting up the whole time. And this dude is flat out serious. Like, you have to go listen to this call. It is so fucking funny, dude.
I do. I
so
know.
funny.
Did you hear about the guy that bought the Winnebago? The guy went in, paid $100,000 for a brand new Winnebago, gets it out onto the highway, sets the cruise control, gets up out of the driver's seat, goes to the back to make a sandwich, crashed the freaking Winnebago because he wasn't driving it, and then tried to sue the company because the self-driving mechanism failed.
Fool, you can buy a Tesla.
Oh, what the fuck?
My wife works at Crossman. When she was in customer service or when she was working in the factory, they get returns, BB guns that come back. All right. She works at a BB gun factory. What do they make? BB guns, right? What can you hunt with? A BB gun, right? They got back one of the BB guns one time, opened up the box to see what was wrong with it. There was a note inside that says, "We bought this to scare the cat, not kill it."
Shoot near it.
Dead serious.
This is what is wrong with the world as we know it today.
Do you know what a break barrel air gun is?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you hit the top of the barrel, you break it to cock it, you put a pellet in it, close it up, and you
Close it
shoot
up,
it.
and you shoot
Okay?
it.
You can kill fucking
This
deer
guy
with that.
calls in and says, "My pellets are rolling down the barrel." I break it, put my pellet in it, it just rolls down the barrel. I don't know what's wrong. It says 177 caliber, and then the gun says 177 caliber, but the BBs won't stay in the barrel. Well, that was your first problem because you bought BBs, not pellets. And then sit there and try to argue that the Walmart guy was smarter than my wife. Yeah.
Hey, man,
Yeah.
there's one thing I've learned in my life over my 33 years. You can't fix stupid.
Dude, Dude, I'll tell you what, man. They're
Have you ever heard? Oh, I'm not even gonna bother. Like, bro, I can't.
yeah. I got stories, man.
Have you ever heard it's very hard to argue with a smart person, but it is impossible to argue with a stupid person?
That's because duct tape don't fix stupid.
Right. No, I feel you, man. So no, this is just a little bit that goes on here at the Wandering Mind, just so you know.
Right.
And that's the perfect title for this stream, because God knows where anyone's mind is going to go at any moment, at any time. We can talk about the NFL 1 minute, 10 minutes later about aliens, 10 minutes later about Knights Templars. Yeah, like that's what's awesome. Like, there's so many rabbit holes we're going to go down on this podcast. And I actually can't wait until football's over now, because then I can have Joel on all the time.
Oh,
and that would get way more interesting when that shit happens. So,
oh, my God. You got a lot of confidence.
Maybe I'll just put this off until after football. I don't know.
Nah, I'll jump in when football's over with. That way you get the late night crew.
Yeah. No, man, I love doing this with you guys. You know, I do have a select few of people that I hang out with and I do podcasts with, and there's a reason for that, because the people that I work with, like I said, even though Joel is a giant creator, he is one of my best friends, and I don't care who he roots for. I love working with this guy. I love working with Logan, giant fan. I love working with Vic, Philly Foothills, all of these people. You know, everyone that is on my panel at any time, at any day, anywhere I go, on your channel, on Pat's channel, on Mac's channel, I love working with you guys. And it's not because of who you root for. It's because of who you guys are.
Right.
You know,
Right.
and I could not ask for a better group of people to work with than all of you guys.
And that's a great lead example right there, AK. People come to our channel and they see that we're different fans of different teams, but we can still, you know, respect each other and have a good time and a laugh and still talk trash about each other's teams, but not be insulting by it. And that's what the world needs to realize today. Not everything is an insult. No. You know, joke around, laugh. You know what? Some people just aren't going to click together, and there's nothing you can do about it. Don't try to fix them.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's no lie, dude. I mean, look at what's going on with Dave Chappelle right now. You know, because of his last stand-up that he did, making fun of the LGBTQs.
Right.
You know? And no lie, now we lost probably the best comedian of our time era over people who can't take jokes.
Oh my God. Could you imagine Richard Pryor today? Red Fox?
Oh my God, dude. What's his face? Oh shit.
Bill Cosby?
George Carlin. Dude, these guys could not handle George Carlin.
No, they couldn't.
No one in the world today could handle George Carlin. No one.
My favorite comedian currently is Bert Kreischer.
Like, I'm telling you, my guy, when you have Dave Chappelle quitting comedy because you guys chased him away,
right?
That's so fucked up. Like, when did it get to the point in society that jokes aren't jokes anymore? Like, you take it to heart. Have you guys never heard of the saying, "Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me"? Grow the fuck up.
Right.
Like, these comedians, they go out there and they put everything on the line to make people laugh. And the ones that are in the stands there watching him and the ones that are at home, guess what? We fucking laugh. So what? He's making fun of you. Do you realize Dave Chappelle makes fun of Asian people all the fucking time? His wife is fucking Asian.
Right.
Like, he has no boundaries because that's what comedy is. There is no boundaries in comedy. Comedy is what you make it.
Right.
And now you have a guy out here who is probably one of the funniest, most caring men in the world. Like Dave Chappelle, man, you can't put anything on this man. He cares about everybody.
Yeah, donates to charities and community events.
And you chased him away because you can't take a fucking joke. Grow the fuck up. Maybe if you weren't such weird fucking individuals, he wouldn't make fun of you. Maybe if you could take jokes, maybe if you could take jokes, he wouldn't make fun of you. But guess what? The more and more you give shit, the more and more he's going to do it. And there's nothing wrong with it because in the end, it's a fucking joke.
Right. It's comedy. You're
Yes.
supposed to go there to laugh and laugh at yourself. Well, people can't laugh at themselves anymore.
What
They can't do it.
It's,
I
it's
do
really
something stupid,
depressing.
I'll giggle at myself. I'll walk into the room. My wife, I'm rubbing my eye. She'll be like, "Hey, what's wrong?" I don't know. I freaking bent over and poked myself in the freaking eye. She'll laugh like hell. I'd be like, "Oh, screw you." Walk away, and I'll giggle too because it was a stupid damn thing to do.
Yeah.
No.
It's just really bad that we've reached a world in society today that
Get your safety pins.
yeah, you can't say anything, dude. You can't. Like everything is documented now. Whenever over the last couple of years, and now we're tearing down statues and stuff that are offensive. We're changing football names and baseball names because they're offensive.
Right.
Like, you can't do that because when you start tearing down national monuments because you find them offensive, like, dude, you're trying to erase history.
History, yeah. And what's one thing we were taught?
And that's the thing. Like, you can't erase history because without the history, we're nothing.
Right.
America is nothing without the history. And guess
You're
what?
supposed
Yeah,
to
I
learn from your
understand.
mistakes. You're
Yeah.
supposed to show that as examples of what happened in the past and why you don't do it today.
Yes, exactly. And when you're sitting there tearing down monuments and
Or
stuff,
burning books.
or yeah, like no lie, when you do that, you think you're going to get rid of history, but guess what? This whole fucking country was based off of that history. You might as well just wipe America off the map then.
Right.
Because there's no reason to even be here. Guess what? It is fucked up what happened in the old days.
Yes,
But guess
it is.
what? Those things that happened made us who we are today.
And
I'm
evolving the
telling you.
world. And that's why
Yes.
the world's evolving, is because we learned it was wrong for man to own man. It's
Exactly.
wrong to not help poor people. It's wrong to abuse children.
Yes.
It's wrong
Stop
to do
the
all
hate.
this stuff.
Stop the hate. Stop sitting
Right.
here trying to fucking pick apart what people say to try and find any offensive thing that somebody says. Like, dude, just be happy to fucking live. Be happy
Right.
you woke up today. Be happy
Right.
you have tomorrow. Like, there is way too many things in this world to get overhyped about that don't fucking matter. There's so many bigger things in this world than just you.
Yep.
Okay? Like, if you take offense to it, then guess what? Stop watching the shit. It's that simple. Just don't watch it. Don't watch
Right,
Dave
turn it
Chappelle.
off.
If he
You got
offends
the
you,
power
turn
to
it the
turn it
fuck
off.
off. Exactly. That's what we made remotes for.
That's last time. No, actually, when I grew up, I was the remote. So
Hey, yeah, me too. Hey, turn the channel, son. Then you walk over to the dial, click, click, click. Like,
where'd
no,
you have rabbit ears? Shit.
I'm so tired of people taking offense to fucking everything.
I am too.
You know what? I'm Italian, man. We haven't had it easy either.
Oh yeah. Well, here's the thing. I'll give you a kick in the ass, just real quick, Logan.
No, I was
Half
just saying,
the people use the insult "wop," okay, for an Italian.
Yeah.
But nobody knows what the fuck it means. I'll guarantee it. And what it stands for is when the Italians come off the boat onto Ellis Island, they didn't have a passport. So on their hand, they got stamped WOP. It stands for without passport. That's how
Yep.
Italians got the nickname WOP.
Yep. And I'm actually Sicilian, which makes
Right.
it even better. Okay. And no lie, my wife, and I make the joke all the time. And guess what? There's going to be a lot of people offended by it, but I don't give a fuck because it's my heritage. So fuck you. I have 2 kids. My wife is Irish. I'm Italian. My kids are McWops.
Right.
Okay. It
Well,
sounds
you
like
know-
a fucking cheeseburger that just got
Well,
invented by McDonald's. But guess
Here's
what?
the thing, AK.
They're fucking
If I didn't have a diverse friendship with people of other ethnic origins, relations, and whatever, I get a lot of information from them because I actually did not know why blacks called me a cracker. Okay. And it wasn't until I talked to my buddy Winston, and he said it's because of the sound the whip makes.
Yeah.
The white guys would crack the
Yeah.
whip. So that's why
Yeah.
it's not a saltine. It's not that little cracker you get in a box. It's because it's an insult because of the whip. And they call the white man a cracker. because he's the one that was cracking it all the time. And I did not know that. And then all of a sudden, now I understand it. But without having a diverse friendship, without knowing other people, without trying to make friends in other ethnicities, whether it be Chinese, whether it be black, whether it be Indian. I learned a lot from some Indian friends that I had no clue about quite a few things, and that's where a lot of my knowledge comes from. So it's exactly, AK, it's time to stop the hate, start talking to people, associate with other people, associate with other cultures. It's a learning experience for both of you because he's learning you, you're learning them. And that's how the hate stops. Induce your kids to other cultures. Let them make their decisions. Guide them along the way. But in the end, if they're 18 and they decide, okay, I want to study the Book of Allah instead of, it's freedom of religion in the United States.
It is what it is, man. Just your religion does not make you. All right, Vic, you still there, man?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, what are you, my guy? I forget. What's your nationality again? I know you're 15, 16 Jew, but what is it?
Puerto Rican.
Exactly. And guess what? This guy is like my brother.
Oh,
there ain't no fucking hate. There ain't nothing.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. The only reason
I can't believe the music from Puerto Rico,
cannot,
some of the women.
I cannot believe I'm about to say this. The only reason that racism is still around is because we make it that way.
Yep.
It's because
Hands
the
down.
government like to keep us separated.
Well, yeah, it's like I said, and I love how trying to think of his name, Hobson says it in one of his rap songs. It was a way for the government to put us in a box.
Yes.
And when they put us in a box, it was up to us to figure out what we wanted to do. And guess what? It worked. What they did fucking worked. Because guess what? If you hate me and I hate you, they stay in control. If Vic hates me and I hate him, they stay in control. As long as both Kellers are fighting, they're on top.
And
what the
why-
government doesn't want is white people and black people to unite. Because when that happens, they lose.
Yes, they do. They
And
don't
that's
have
why I
the
love
diversity
sports.
anymore.
I love sports.
Am I wrong, Vic? I mean,
It's separation. When you divide, it's easier to take over. So when the government has
Exactly.
division, even now when you look at COVID, what do you have now? You have unvaxxed and vaxxed.
Yep.
I mean, like it's always about division, no matter what. It's always about them.
It was
easier to control you. When you divide it, it's like what do wolves do when they have a herd? They divide.
Stay together.
They separate. They separate them so that way they can get their kill. So it's always division. Wolves are always trying to divide.
Yeah, but they're always in a pack, though, too.
Yeah, it's always the faith of the pack.
Exactly.
Because
Those governments stick together. It's not like the U.S. government. No, governments stick together. They like I said, they give information over because again, when you look at China right now, when you look at Australia, look at how they're being controlled. Especially with Australia, they're literally being controlled right now. That's can that be a testing ground of what can happen over here?
Yeah. Actually, with a wolf pack, what goes on with a wolf pack, Vic, what actually goes on is the lead wolves are usually the older, the crippled, the injured. No. The alpha is dead last because he's controlling and watching everything that goes on in front of him, and he's protecting the pack from danger behind them. So what happens is the older and the crippled set the pace for the whole pack. Behind the old and the crippled is your betas. Your next up and coming alphas, there's usually like 5 or 6. Then you have the pack, because if anything they run into, they've got their guardians. You got the pack, and then the alpha is actually the last wolf you will see in line. And like I said, he guards the rear, but if there's danger up front, he sees it and can run right into it to help fight or fend off or hunt or whatever. So actually, when you look at a pack of wolves and how they operate, it's quite the little dance that they actually do to protect one another.
What do you see with government officials?
I see diversity.
They do a lot of dance.
I see them dancing.
Yeah, they're puppets.
Dancing.
Like even just to take this for instance, like when we talk about insider trading, that's illegal. So tell me, how is it that Nancy Pelosi's husband can de-invest or invest in companies before she's making votes on them? You
Right.
tell me that's not insider trading?
Right.
But yeah, again, because she's a government official, she's high. You don't hear no one saying anything about it. You don't see no investigation.
I agree.
Well, like you said, it's the pack. They keep to themselves, but yet they'll divide when they need to, so that way they can hunt.
Listen, man, what people need to realize now, and realize it quick before this gets out of hand, is the rich only care about the rich. All right.
Yep.
Like I'm going to tell you this right now, and this is just for me and my wisdom to anyone out there. I laughed when everybody backed Donald Trump. Okay, and listen, follow me down the rabbit hole here. Okay, I'm not making fun of him. I actually really admire Donald Trump to a point for being able to get out of fucking bankruptcy 7 fucking times and still be a millionaire. But listen, when he sat there and he fucking made the quote that he's for us, dude, he fed you a line of bullshit that everybody wanted to believe. Because in the end, the rich are for the rich.
You're
Okay?
absolutely right, but
the
he
rich
did
don't-
point out the corruption.
I get that, but listen, that's why I said follow
And
down
that's
the
what
rabbit
led
hole.
to his downfall.
Yeah, but he was able to point out the corruption because he was a part of it.
He was the corrupted. Yes.
He was
Well,
the one, exactly.
The only,
he
only
was the
difference
corrupter.
between Trump
He
and
was the
everyone else
corrupter.
is that you couldn't buy Trump because Trump already had money.
It wasn't that you couldn't buy Trump. It was because Trump was the one already buying officials for years.
Yes.
Look at how Trump Tower, the Trump Plaza got built. How all those buildings got built back in the
Yeah.
80s. How Atlantic City got built with this stuff. That was all through
But
mafia. That was all through mob.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what I'm saying. The rich aren't rich because they give money away. The rich are rich because they don't give money away, and all they do is care about themselves. The rich is only for the rich. When you sit there and you hear a rich guy say, "Hey, I'm for the poor people," yeah, go fuck yourself. That is not true at all. Okay? Because rich people don't stay rich by giving money away.
Nah, I think it's funny
Okay.
when you do.
It
You ever
doesn't.
see that when someone rich gives a lot of money away and they're like, "Oh, that's so great."
I
They don't
just-
realize at the end of the year when you get that money back from taxes.
Like I said, though, he's the first
They're not giving up
politician though that did show how corrupt the government actually is, and that's the one thing
yeah,
that I
yeah,
did
but-
like that came to light.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
all he
but
was
you know
using
what?
was for
He's
against
part of
it so
the
that way he could
corruption.
point out that other people were corrupt, and he made himself look like he was the angel when he
Well-
was the one paying them.
Well,
he was the
but
guy
that's the
paying
thing.
them. That's why he had the
That was
information.
my point to the whole thing, though, is that he pointed out how corrupt the government was, but yet he is the one that was corrupted as well. The only
The
reason
devil can point
everyone
out his
forgives him
servants.
is because he's the one that brought it to light. It's real easy to forgive the one that brought it to light, you know. But the fact is, though, rich people only care about themselves. Okay, if you want to make change in this world, if you want to stop being poor and you want to stop, you know, fighting every day just to try and live, and you want equal rights like we all
Right.
say we do, because whether you believe it or not, white people are just as much in poverty as fucking anybody else. You know,
Oh, yeah.
I fight day to day to keep my kids safe. I fight day to day to put food on my table. I'm not
Me
fucking
too.
rich by any fucking means, by any means at all. You know, I'm just as poor as any freaking other person that lives in the ghetto. Okay, no lie. Like I'm
Right.
not privileged in any way. I don't, you know, fuck no. But the only way you're going to get change is if the poor people stand up to the rich. That is the only way it's going to happen. Okay.
Unity.
Instead of us fighting together, we need to band together, because guess what? Like I said, the only way that you scare this government and you get what you want is whenever we all come together. Because
Right.
guess what? There's one thing the government can't fight, and that's society. And if society is all on the same page, they automatically lose. Because who puts them there? We fucking do. Who can easily get them out? We fucking can.
That's
You
why,
know,
that's why COVID
it's
came
one
out.
thing to sit there. It's one thing to sit there and storm the Capitol the way they did a couple years back or last year or whatever. I thought that was pretty fucking dumb. You want to do something, do it the right way. Don't do it the wrong way. Because when you guys did that, you gave a lot of us a really bad name. You know what I'm saying? It only
Right.
takes one bad person to fuck it up for everyone else.
Yeah, because that one guy they got in the Buffalo head, he's not all there either. That one guy that was leading the charge in the buckskin leather and the hat and all of that. Because he's
See, that's
got
the funny thing. That whole thing was deployed so that way they could fuck around with the voting.
Yep,
and it was done. And the thing was, it's the coup within the own government. And again, like I said before, because of the position they are, why are we not having trials? Back in the day, and I know you'll know this, Joel, that was something called treason.
Yeah,
That
I
was a
know it
punishment
was.
where you would be shot in front of a firing squad. That's what should be happening right now.
Yep.
But it's not because of the positions that they have. Again, why is it okay for certain people to be above the law?
I want to know what's going on with the trials of Maxine Giselle there. That was Pedophile Island's girlfriend that set up all the appointments and everything. Her trial's going on right now.
You're never going to hear anything about that because there's too many important people involved. There's too many. You know what? Let's be honest. There's too many important people that did a lot of.
I
bad
think
things
he's
to where
still
they're
alive.
getting out there.
I think they
No.
faked his death.
Those guards killed him dead to rights. They knew they had a job to do and they knew what to do it and they did it fast.
I don't know,
They
man. I
didn't
think
care.
they just tranquilized him and shipped him out, and he's out somewhere still alive. I really
They probably
do.
gave him, if anything, they gave him a choice. Either you can do it or we can do it. I'll tell you how to do it. It's easier when you do it. It's a lot nicer if you do it. If we do, it's going to hurt.
Right.
You got 10 minutes.
Yeah, man. All I'm saying though is that, you know, we're doing exactly what the government wants. Each and every day that you wake up, we always divide ourselves. Whether it's on religion, whether it's on race, whether it's on just what color jeans you fucking wore today. There's always a division somewhere in the world, each and
Yep.
every day. And we all have to be smarter human beings and more intelligent to see what this government is doing to us. Because like I said, there's only one way that you can run us. There's only one way you keep control. And what is that, Joel?
Yeah.
Fear.
Yep.
That is
Well,
it.
It's not even just the government when you look at it. It's news. It's media.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's all based off fear. As long as you can keep people scared, you can control them.
Yes.
But what the
Yes.
fuck do we have to be feared of?
Nothing.
We are the ones that make this fucking society. We are the ones that make them. They're only rich because we put them there.
Man.
You know?
But look at
So-
what we continue to make them rich. We continue
exactly.
to make
That's
them
my
rich.
point. But they're
This
only
might
getting
be the
rich
next
off of
topic for
fear.
your wandering mind, man. I think you ought to go off on this topic.
What?
I really think this would be a really good topic for your next wandering mind, man. Because this
1%?
we could continue this for like 4 more hours, but I got to get to bed.
Yeah, I do too. My
Yeah,
wife-
I gotta head out.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe we will do that. Maybe next week we'll do our talk show on society and division and government and color race and just all of it all together. You know,
Because this is a hot topic, and it's something that really should be on out there. That, you know, look, this diverse group right here, we can all talk. We got young, old, you know, different ethnic groups. You know,
yeah,
white, black, Puerto Rican. We can get, you know, others involved into it too, and get everybody's opinion on their stance from what they've seen growing up, because we've all witnessed hate, and we've all witnessed diversion, and we've all witnessed, you know, the evil in the world, but we have the power to change it.
Of course.
Hey,
I mean, dude,
we
I've
can
had most of my friends in my life were black. Okay, no lie, because in all honesty, I'm kind of racist against my own kind to a point. I am, because, you know, and I've always said this. I'd rather have black friends because, you know what? At least my black friends tell me how it is.
Yeah.
If I'm fucking up, they'll be like, bro, you're fucking up right now.
Right.
Like, get your shit together. We'll help you. We'll do this. We'll do that. My white friends, they'll be like, oh, man, you're all good and shit.
Oh,
And
go,
then
man, go.
They go back and they start talking shit behind your back and stab you in the back. All right? No lie. You know, white people are probably the worst backstabbers in the fucking world, to where my black friends will straight up be like, bro, you're being a fucking idiot. Stop.
Right. Right.
And I would rather have the person to be honest with me and truthful and literally look at me and mean it when they say it because they care about me, rather than the dude that's going to fake it and stab me in the fucking back.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, okay. There's been a long history of backstabbing on your side. Let's see.
There has
How did New York become a state? How did New York become purchased?
So
over paper that another person couldn't even read.
But that's what I'm saying. And I've literally had some of my friends look at me and be like, bro, you know, I was a little leery at first because of everything that has happened, you know, through history and you know, everything. And I've even had people look at me and blame me for it. I'm like, how can you blame me for something that I wasn't even born in?
Yeah.
Right.
I wasn't born in the 1800s. It's not like I fucking owned a farm and had slaves and shit. That's not my doing. Yeah, my ancestors might have did it, or somebody's ancestors might have did it, but that's not on me. That's not who I am. You know, like,
you know, and that's just it too, AK, because, you know, if you look back in Roman times, it was Christians that were enslaved, and it didn't matter what color your skin was. If you weren't Roman, you were a slave.
well, and that's why I said I'm Italian, and Italians were slaves.
Yes.
At one time, like in history somewhere, everyone was a slave.
Exactly.
Everyone.
Exactly.
But the whole point is that the only reason that the hate keeps going is because we keep it going.
Right.
We have to be smarter than them. We have to be smarter than everyone and just say, hey, the hate stops fucking now.
Right.
Because once we win, there's nothing they can fucking do. Well, once the hate is not there anymore, and once we all band together and we realize, hey, we're fucking brothers in this. It don't matter what color of skin we have.
We are all one race.
Brothers,
We are the
we're all
human.
one. Guess what?
We're all-
The government fucking loses because
We're
there
one
is no
race.
more fear. There
We're
is no
one-
more doubt. You know, everybody's connected, and then the government can't have control. And when the government can't control you, that's when they start the fear. What we need to do is start turning the fear back on them.
And on that note,
And you don't
gentlemen-
even, and no lie, bro, you don't even have to do it violently.
Right.
It's
right.
just literally coming together. That's all it is.
Vote.
We have
The
to-
power of the vote.
Yeah.
We have to 28 to 3 the government and just come
The
back.
power of the vote.
Exactly.
Can change a lot of things.
And there's no violence needed. You just got to believe. That's all it is, man. Just believe.
Yep. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to peace out, Girl Scout.
Yes, sir. I am out too.
Have a good
I
day, guys.
appreciate everyone that came on here tonight. You too, Joel. Thank you for everyone in the chat. Zion, Reek, all you guys, Jordy, Jerry Lee. And yeah, man, we will pick this up next Monday because this is actually a really good topic. And like you said, we'll get some diversity in here next week. And
Yes.
we'll have this because it needs to happen. More people
does.
more people need to see that you can coexist and get along.
Exactly.
It
Starting
does.
point. It
Yes.
starts somewhere. It starts with us. And if it takes a YouTube video to get it started, so be it.
We'll do it. So I appreciate you all. And
later, everybody.
It's been a great episode 2 of The Wandering Minds. And until next week, thank you so much. You all have a wonderful week and God bless everyone. Peace out.
Peace.